Here, success isn't handed to you. It's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
Okay, so we should be back online now. Apologize for that. We were.
And we're back. Apologize for that. We'll have to get to the bottom of that one there. Something happened back with one of the computers that was supposed to be double, triple backed up back at the station, but we're back up now. Gabe, the thing you were missing, and we need to hit stream and external at the bottom there. That's the reason it wasn't back up and going on that. Okay, but apologize for some of the folks out there. We should have this back up and working again. So let's kind of pick up where we left off. Luckily, things have not gotten more outrageous any spot, though I will say that storm around Tupa looks a little bit more interesting. Let's go see where we've kind of had this shear marker here south of Gore Springs. I apologize for that. We'll figure out what that issue was here in a little bit. But look at this storm track here on the one near Misterton, moving the direction in Cumberland there, and Phoebe showing that near Reading there at 546. Moving toward the Catarata area at 552, Spring Hill at 557, Embry at 601, and then closer there to around Bell Fountain at 607, Walthall at 612, Fame at 616, Clarkson at 622, Cumberland at 629, and there toward around Spring Valley about 629, Dance at 630, and Maben at 631. There are a number of other thunderstorms that we are tracking at this time out here, but this is the one that kind of has a little more rotation than some of the other storms does, but it's still a long, long ways away from the radar site there in either Monroe County or Jackson. Pretty much all the different sites where we would look at for this, still a long ways away to have a good angle on this. But still show that broad rotation. So we will see. I'm looking at our discussion back and forth with the National Weather Service. And again, just some broad rotation on that and damaging wind potential and hail, the main reasons why that warning has been issued. Still looking at hail potential in excess of 1 inch, possibly on the high end on that thunderstorm there. Let's go and look back here from the Monroe County site toward our warning that does include Monroe, Itawamba, Lee, and northwest Chickasaw counties under a severe thunderstorm warning until 6 p.m. here. Let's get a storm track on that, moving toward the south and east, the speed at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Look about 35 miles per hour on that. And again, this is kind of unwound. This previously had a tornado warning on it, but it looks like it's primarily just really heavy rainfall at this point here as it's kind of heading toward the southeast. So you see, we don't have that rotation we had a little bit ago. And even the kind of straight line winds on this, those don't quite look as impressive as some other points in the past, but not impossible. Again, get a couple of strong wind gusts and maybe a few hailstones with this as it moves toward the south and east. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, who's been kind of looking at some of the Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras there, kind of on the south side of Tupelo, where she's been looking at those. And Maggie, you know, I think some street flooding, obviously one of the things that we're concerned with in this situation here. Have we heard any reports of some major issues with that, or really any kind of issues with that at this point here yet?
I haven't seen any major issues. I'm going to check Slack one more time, as well as I was just kind of getting everything reset. Flood advisory, though, in effect until 8:45 for portions of Chickasaw, Itawamba, Lee, and Monroe County. So we do know that these storms, as they're moving in with a severe potential, again, we were tracking some broad rotation. We were tracking some small hail, but another factor of that is just how much rain these are dumping out in a small portion of time. So as they move through, as we were tracking that one through Lee County, dumping a lot of rain in a small time, and you can see it here on 278 at 145 as well. So kind of looking at different intersections. I've been seeing traffic moving smoothly, but definitely some ponding going on across the area. So no matter where you are, I'm up here in Senatobia and we're seeing it. Our yard is very flooded. So I know that's a lot of the same case across the board. But the reason I'm looking at cameras a lot as well is that it's that 5-6 o'clock hour. So it's that heavy traffic time frame where we see a lot more cars on the roadways and a lot of rain on the road as well, just making for overall not great driving conditions. So keep an eye on some of these MDOT traffic cameras, especially within those areas that we know were very heavily flooded as well. Here's another look at 278 as well in US 45. So let me switch this to video to see a little bit better picture of this MDOT traffic camera as well. But again, this is what most roads are looking like. Pretty wet out there for the most part. Just having a little bit of an issue loading, but you can still see the wet roadways out there as well. And that's the story. Oh, now it's unavailable. So it thought about being available and now it's not. But overall, same story on most of these MDOT traffic cameras, very wet roadways that we're keeping an eye out there. Again, I'll make sure I'm keeping an eye on those flood advisories as well, Matt. But overall, we know there's some local flooding concerns, and we just encourage people to avoid those local roadways that you know are easily flooded. We don't know all of them, but you know the ones around your neighborhood, and avoid those. So,
Absolutely. Sometimes you have to remember, you know your neighborhood better than we do from most of the time. So we can get pretty close on there. I appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, again, kind of monitoring those things here. Let's reset here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Loppon. We had a power disruption down at our main studio. I was fine here at the house. That's why we decentralized. I'll tell you this, we wouldn't have been off nearly as long, but we're in the process of changing to a new streaming provider, which means some behind-the-scenes stuff, not for you. And all of my stuff's configured for the new streaming provider and not the old one. All of that to say, I apologize. We were off for a couple minutes there, and hopefully that's something that we will be able to get corrected. At long term, we have the solution in place, and sometimes you have short-term issues before that. So I apologize for those issues that we ran into there. We're looking here in now eastern Grenada County. This would be northern Montgomery County, northwestern Webster County, and kind of southern Calhoun County. This is where you see kind of those darker returns there. That's some large hail likely with that moving there toward Catarata and Spring Hill and Bell Fountain. I'll go and track the whole kind of batch there at about, again, 35 miles per hour or so. Let's try that angle. Let's see how that looks. There we go. Pretty good angle on that. So Catarata, again, over top of you, 47 after. Current time is 44, so we're about 3 minutes away. Slate Springs, 48. We're looking Bell Fountain, about 610. Fame at 612. Walthall at 616. Clarkston, about 620. Cumberland at 627. Mabin at 638. And Phoebe at about 642. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, has been watching some things here behind the scenes as well. Been looking at your pictures and things along those lines. I know we've been getting a lot of emails and things like that. Gabe, what are you seeing as of right now?
Well, apparently a lot of lightning here at the station, that's for sure. But as we bring it back here to the Room to Room Weather Center, it also seems like my camera shot might be off, so I might have to adjust that behind the scenes here shortly. This is a look at what looks to be a wall cloud. This was in Grenada earlier on where they got reports of that large hail. And as you can see from Kaylee, a few good looks at that wall cloud out there. So nonetheless, this was a pretty impressive system. And as it did have that broad rotation going over Grenada, of course, it did catch our eye and we were monitoring it. But as of right now, it just looks to be like some hail still happening. Still an impressive storm, but getting a visual on the ground, that's why we appreciate our weather watchers so much, is because it lets us put into perspective what exactly they're getting there at the surface compared to what we're seeing way high aloft. And so that's kind of what we've been monitoring right now. Been working to get stuff up behind the scenes so that way we could go back live. So appreciate your patience there, and hopeful that that's the last strike that will hit the station, but nonetheless we'll get that resolved heading into the next couple of days, especially heading into Wednesday with that next threat around the corner. So Matt, we're continuing to watch that storm in Grenada. I would say that's definitely one of the more eye-catching ones, and even that one that moved through Tupelo, you can see that it's impactful as we are dealing with the outage here at the station. Now, one thing I do want to make note of real quick before we go is an updated look at those power outages when it comes to Northeast EPA. Those folks are going to be busy heading into this evening because of the amount of outages, and I'm blocking it there on the side. Let me actually drag this over 4,451 customers affected right now. And you can see a large part of that actually coming from the western Union County, northwest Pontotoc County. And so that's where we had that stronger storm move through, some of those large hailstones, and a large output of rainfall I want to add as well. That's where we got that flooding report in New Albany. And we're also getting, and I'm working to get this behind the scenes from our Ethan Foster, some flooding here in the Lee County area. So we will work to say where that is, where that's happening, and how much is happening, Matt, coming up here in a couple of minutes.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, continuing to kind of monitor things here behind the scenes. Watching the south part of this thunderstorm up here that's moving toward Amory and Wren. This one's a little bit, anytime we see a sharp edge, and this one kind of has a sharp edge down here, right there, just along 41, just east of 45, alternate moving toward US 45. That's a spot to watch on these kind of thunderstorms with just so much rainfall out there. Does look like there's, I think, a greater potential to maybe have some gusty winds as well out of this. Let's look out of our camera in Amory toward that. Again, we have, these cameras with North Mississippi Storm Chasers that we pair up with them to look at. Again, looking at some of the low-hanging stuff there as we look back toward the west. Camera certainly bouncing around quite a bit. Still probably, well, let's see, we showed north winds there, which is interesting. I would have expected that to be a little bit, but then I guess we've had some showers already go through, so kind of a variety of wind directions there. But some low-hanging stuff with this, some gusty winds on this one as it moves toward the Amory area. It's one of the more interesting-looking thunderstorms that we have. And so we'll see a new severe thunderstorm warning probably coming out for this thunderstorm here for northern Monroe County here in a couple minutes, for large hail and damaging winds being the primary concerns that we're looking at. National Weather Service also looking at issuing possibly a warning there for Calhoun County. So a couple of these that we're watching. And Amory is kind of on the edge there of a severe thunderstorm warning already that remains in effect until 6 p.m. there for Monroe County. So we clear that off. I'm going to go to wind mode here a couple more times. Again, the green and the red you see here is out ahead of this, kind of ahead of the main line itself. I know you kind of see that. So the red would be, away from the radar. Green would be toward the radar. When we're looking for rotation, we look for them to be side by side along the radar beam. They're not. So this is more kind of a downburst sort of look, which would make sense why maybe we're getting a bit more gusty wind there at the radar side itself. But that looks more like some kind of an interesting downburst sort of effect. That's probably why you have such a sharp angle there, as it's being buffeted by this. Anytime you get a little soul merger, though, sometimes that enhances the rotation a little bit. So we will see. I'm going to check with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers on this. And Gabe, that might be one of the things I need you to have your eye on, is that Storm Chaser chat, because I sometimes have a hard time being able to catch everything that they put in there. So hopefully at least you got an eye on that as well. I do see a picture behind Maggie. Let's go to Maggie here I guess both Maggie and Gabe have pictures that they have available there. Maggie, where's all that flooding at?
Yeah, I've been keeping my eye on Baldwin. So this came to us, this was more around 5:30. And I do have something I want to share that was in the National Weather Service chat around that same time, also in Baldwin. So I'm kind of going to scroll there as well. But take a look at this. You can see, just major flooding concerns. You can see that stop sign, can't even see the roadways connected to it. So definitely major flooding concerns. I wanted to show and scroll to exactly where this is so that I could share that with you. So let me scroll down and make sure I'm looking at the right picture. And again, sharing with you where that is. But again, that was over in Baldwin. Can't pick up exactly where that picture is, of course, when I'm going to talk about it. But anyway, that was over in Baldwin. Another thing I wanted to share as well, also happening within Baldwin. So different areas of that city getting hit pretty hard with flooding concerns. This coming from our National Weather Service chat out of Lee County. Jason Nichols saying a driver was stranded in floodwaters on Sand Hill Avenue in Baldwin. They were able to get out, escape without injury. So that's some good news. But that just goes to tell you how impactful these floodwaters can be, and how impactful the saying we say, turn around, don't drown, is, even though you hear it so much. Things like this, not something you want to drive through. You can't estimate very well how high that floodwaters is, and also how quickly it's moving, which are two pretty beneficial factors in terms of, can your car make it through it? Can your truck make it through it? So these roadways are what we're telling you to avoid if all possible. I mean, avoid, turn around, go a different way, even if it's well out of the way. That's better for you than being stranded in those floodwaters and having to escape like that driver had to over at Sandhill Avenue over in Baldwin. So this is some of the views that we're seeing out there, and some of that heavy rainfall. That's another really big impact after these storms roll through, how much rain is still standing.
Absolutely. A lot of water on the roadways there. I mean, plenty of flooding like what Gabe has behind him there. Just a lot of floodwaters out of these, right?
Exactly. This is over in Marietta, so not too far from where Maggie was talking about in Baldwin, where you're getting those large outputs of rain. And I do see that they're in a vehicle, and that does raise some concerns, because one of the phrases that we say is turn around, don't drown. So hopefully the folks that submitted this picture, and let me get a check on who that was Montana. I hope that they stayed out of that water, unlike that driver right there. So turn around, don't drown. That's the message we're going to preach with these flooding conditions. Also, a look there close to the College Hill region, north of Oxford. You can see some of that runoff just resulting, I don't know if that's a creek right there, might be a culvert as well. And so that's basically running off into the roadways, causing some flooding concerns as well. So flooding basically in Oxford, we've had New Albany, we've had Baldwin, we've had Marietta, and reports that haven't even come in yet of some cities that are dealing with flooding as well. So Matt, I feel like that's a top concern tonight, on top of the winds and hail and potential tornadoes too.
Absolutely, and almost blinding rainfall potentially out of this thunderstorm here in Monroe County. That's about as heavy as you're going to get one of these to show up. Current time is now 5:52. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon, alongside our meteorologist Maggie McCauley and Gabe Maynor. What we're looking at here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, you can see Amory kind of right-hand part of the screen there, east of this, but this is extremely intense precipitation of some form or fashion. Is it hail? Great question. Let's take a look. We got to go 3D typically to get a good look at that. And I show some kind of heavy precipitation still way above the surface, so that hail potential is definitely there. That's really intense stuff. Typically, that is 65 dBZs. Anything this heavy is typically going to be pretty significant. Let's cut out everything else so you can see right to it. So that is what is falling right there, approaching the Big B area. Let's go ahead and loop this. I'm going to make this a 1 hour loop. So again, we previously had that tornado warning, and give this chance to kind of populate that in. This has really just started showing up in the last few minutes there. So that's one of the concerns. This could briefly try to possibly spin something up. Here's why. See this? There's the precipitation. We have an intersection with that boundary right there. Let's go to our camera there in Amory real quick. Let's look back toward kind of the west and southwest out of that camera there in Amory, just to make sure. There's probably some big hail about to kind of move in. We're looking west and southwest out of that camera. Wind really kind of kicking up. Heavy precipitation with this as well. That'd be more to the right on where this camera is looking. I'm going to probably pan this a little bit, and I might get a talking to from the storm chasers on moving all their pretty shots, halfway in between. But I want to look just briefly north to check and see what the hail or any of that kind of looks like on this. If you can see that big hail core.
Matt, can you see that green that's showing up on that base?
Well, but the hail would be up in this part here, though.
Okay, I thought it was facing the hail part.
Yeah, no. That was facing west. The hail's going to be the part up here, a little northward on that. So that's the hail up there that's going to be on the north side of Amory. I'm going to go kind of back to the west and southwest as we pan along this line, because there's just one little spot there where you have kind of an interaction. Okay, so we are looking now west-southwest. Give me a moment to kind of zoom in my monitor here and make sure I got the right spot. West-southwest, so we'd be looking toward about that. That's what I'm kind of trying to look toward there, okay? So I'm going to go a little bit farther to the left. And we're getting into some wires there. So we kind of have a boundary coming toward the camera like this. I guess I should kind of center that more on the screen. So we have kind of this boundary, this line of showers kind of moving like this toward the camera. And so sometimes if you have the wind wrapping back out like this, you can get like brief little spin ups on the front side of this. And so that's what I'm watching right along the edge there, is if we have one of those trying to form. I don't see one at the moment, but that was just the thing I wanted to kind of poke and prod the front end of this. What also is happening though is that line is kind of translating through this, so that other shower, that whatever extra wind is kind of translating toward the camera location through this there. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that. Very close eye on that. Gabe, do you have or actually Maggie, do you also have the HazCam site up there behind the scenes to where you can control the cameras? That would allow us to be able to, you could pull them full screen from that as well. So Gabe, do you, I saw you, Gabe doesn't either. Okay, that's fine. Well, we'll keep an eye on this either way. We do need to get back to radar on this though, so I can kind of show you in better detail what I'm looking at. See, our camera is right about there, and the shot we're looking is kind of right toward this, because that was the spot I was watching for a little bit of rotation. See how there's just that briefest little bit there. That's not enough. If this is going to produce a tornado, it would look like more than this, but that's not enough getting down to the ground there. So that's kind of the spot that's kind of shifting there through Monroe County. But just north of that, while I'm concentrating so heavily on that, this is some big hail. And this probably is golf ball size hail up here near Bigby. Yeah, that's some big hail above this here. Let's go back and show 3D for a moment. Yeah, look at that. Okay, hold on. So this was our concern today, that we might get into stuff like this. And I run out of radar data because it's so close to the radar site. But when you see this kind of curving back over, this tells me we've got a really good updraft. And as this line kind of merges up in this, it's going to force it up and then probably allow some of it to come down, whether it's directly over Amory, Becker, Hatley, Parham, out here towards Splunge, or maybe as far south as Quincy or Athens there, or the Tranquil community, maybe even Wren. That's some big hail up there in that thunderstorm. And I'll bet if we look at it from a farther site, we might be able to actually have a better shot looking all the way from Memphis. We see it to about there. Let's see what Birmingham, how high it has it. You know, it has it up nearly 20,000 feet. This is, that's a fairly rough look there. So some big hail with this about to fall and cause some issues. So hopefully those cars are inside. Hopefully, if you know someone in advance of this, they are putting those away, because it's about to not be a very good day. And a reminder again, when we look at that hail tracker, again, brought to you by True Shield Roofing. There's no question. Everything else we've had today has had questions. Now I'm looking from the Birmingham site, so closer by it might not look quite as impressive, but that's some rough stuff there. So Bigby, Amory, some big hail kind of falling out of this here. So I'll continue kind of tracking this toward the east and southeast, but this has been probably some golf ball or larger hail. There we go. So that's what we're tracking specifically for you. Moving through Highland Park, again, that's part of Amory there, and Midtown Amory 603. Most of those are subdivisions in and around Amory in that list there. Becker, we're looking at about 606 for you. Hatley at 608. Quincy at 617. Wise Gap at about 620. That's about where the radar site is there. So the radar is going to take this on the chin. And so looking ahead, again, Gabe, we probably need to re-push about the large hail and probably do a screenshot and do all those sorts of things if we can, Maggie, on that. But this is some big hail, not just in the probable, but we'll say in the likely category in some cases along this here. So that's the only reason it's not completely likely, is because we're looking from as far away as we are from the radar site there. Let me go ahead and stop that. I'm going to look from, yeah, so this is big hail. No questions asked on that. Probably some of the biggest we've had in a while. Let's come back, and I know we just had some big stuff last week, so I know what I'm saying when I'm saying that. I'm implying that this is going to be kind of a rough one there. So appreciate our friends at True Shield Roofing for providing this kind of hail graphic that allows us to be able to kind of assess what these storms are capable of like this. But that's some big stuff there. So north side of Amory, moving toward Hatley, large hail. Let's go ahead and look at our camera there. In the Amory area, we'll look northward. And actually, I probably could look southward. I could look from Smithville and look into that as well. Yeah, it's about to hit right there. It's rolling right into Amory as we speak. So my last shot to look south and into this, I'm going to swing it around to the left. There we are, the rain hitting us just as we're doing it. Now that's the looking kind of on the edge there of the heavy rain. You'll be able to see it kind of go from right to left here. Any rotation we would have seen would have been right here at this point, looking southward. But then this is just the big hail, big rainfall starting to move in there. You can actually see the sheets of rainfall kind of moving from right to left across the screen there. I'm going to swing this all the way around to the north. See if maybe we have one more viewpoint. I know this is probably going to be through the tower there. You can see all the low-hanging stuff there. Whoa, stop that. Go back here a moment. I'm going to pan that up. We lost it. But you definitely could see some of the real low-hanging stuff. But this is a fairly rough storm there moving through the Amory area. Again, under a severe thunderstorm warning for large hail out of this one. It's rough, that's for sure. Okay, so I'm going to switch this over. We're going to check our camera in Smithville. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. Current time is 6:02 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. We have a thunderstorm moving through Monroe County, producing at least golf ball size hail in all likelihood. I think it's a quarter-size hail reported at 6 p.m. In North Amory, and I don't think that we are necessarily to the biggest of this yet, but we have some large hail reported there by the Hatley, by Evan with the town of Hatley there, the fire department, giving us that report just a minute ago here. This camera that we're looking at is Smithville, and I'm going to look back more southwestward. I think the largest hail it's going to be kind of a close call for Smithville. We'll get that track here in a moment. I'm going to pan the camera up a little bit more. Yeah, just obviously a lot of heavy precipitation, so not a great viewpoint on that there. So let's clear that off. Again, if we go back to the regular rainfall mode here on Mississippi Live Weather at 6 p.m., we're tracking, again, this line moving Hatley, Becker, Athens, Quincy toward the east. And I think, let's check to see if we go aloft on this, if we have kind of used up some of that big hail, or if the biggest has fallen out. Sometimes they can reserve and keep a little bit extra up there. We're just so close to the radar site. The reason you kind of see the whites on the top here is because we're cutting through and into that there. So let's kind of use this like a CAT scan, getting into... This is not quite as heavy as it was a minute ago, but there's still a decent amount of, I say, hail above it, but I think the biggest could have possibly fallen out. Let's go back a couple of scans. Yep. So the biggest was out here close to Central Grove and Big B north of Amory. That was some probably golf ball sized or larger hail with that. You can share your pictures with us using the Mississippi Live Weather app. Free and available for all of those various devices there. If you send in your picture, it's large hail in excess of 1 inch, the largest hailstone. Our friends with True Shield Roofing giving away, but it has to be sent in with the app, but giving away a $100 gift card to Walmart for the largest hailstone, just to try to make a bad situation a little less bad for folks that are impacted by that. Strong winds with this as well. Let's go ahead and go a little wider here for a moment. Let's check out kind of where everything else is here. In saying that, we'll go ahead kind of, I guess, start off. This should typically be our 6 o'clock broadcast that we're in right now. And I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon, as we're kind of monitoring these thunderstorms, have been for now hours. And we'll continue to probably have isolated thunderstorms producing a heavy rainfall, large hail for the next few hours as well. We appreciate y'all for supporting us here in the Room to Room Weather Centers. I kind of give you an overview of where things stand at 6 o'clock. Again, lots of thunderstorms, large hail was anticipated to be the main issue. We've briefly had a tornado warning that has since expired. The rotation in these thunderstorms more likely to produce big hail. And this thunderstorm that previously had a tornado warning on it was spinning, producing some hail. It's now gone to big hail mode, though I think a huge chunk of that has dropped out. There's still probably more up there, but because it's so close to the radar, we're not picking up. As you can see, though, storm coverage diminishes as we go into the evening. We are at the peak, if not just maybe slightly past the peak of our hail threat today. Let's go to Mama Justice Doppler radar here, kind of show you the setup. Again, we have a severe thunderstorm watch. All the locations in green under here are severe thunderstorm watches in effect until 7 p.m. tonight. I've caught a couple severe warnings. We'll show you that here in a minute. As moisture kind of comes up from the Gulf of Mexico, we're going to keep, I think, enough fuel around that we'll have thunderstorms by midweek that are strong to severe as well. As we bring things in, I'm just one member of a 3-person team monitoring things here behind the scenes at Mississippi Live Weather. Of course, you have myself, our meteorologist Gabe Maynor in our Tupelo studios, our Maggie McCauley in our Senatobia studios, and hail has been the story, heavy rainfall as well. Which one do you want to go first?
I have hail out of Monroe County.
Okay, well, let's go there first. Then we'll talk to Caleb. Well, I'm sorry, we'll talk to Caleb. We'll talk to Gabe, and then we'll go over to Maggie here in a second. Go, Gabe.
Yes, so this was actually out of Wren earlier this evening, I believe closer to 4:45 to 5 o'clock. And this was in Wren, and reports anywhere from pea-sized hail to golf ball-sized hail out there in Wren from, let me check who sent this in. So this would have been, let me check the bottom. This would have been by Anna. And so they were letting us know that's basically what's happening. You can see some of that ice just kind of bouncing there off the ground. But nonetheless, a strong thunderstorm, the one that actually moved through around the Amory area that we saw just a moment ago, but those giving us eyes on the ground. And that's why these videos and these reports are so important. Now, I have asked if she's gotten any pictures beyond the storm and any pictures of those individual stones. As of right now, have not gotten confirmation of that. So even if it is golf ball size, if there's no picture of it actually showing golf ball sized hail, that's how we do that drawing. But nonetheless, we hope that you guys are staying safe. Don't go out in the hail. We're talking after that storm passes for maybe submitting some of those pictures. And thank you to Anna, and thank you to our weather watchers for how active you guys have been today. We really, honestly, couldn't do without you and your on-the-ground report. So we appreciate you big time here at Mississippi Live Weather. But Matt, that's some decent-sized hail for sure.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist Maggie McCauley also, I'm noticing quite a few hail pictures behind you as well this afternoon. What do you have as of 6:08?
Yeah, Gabe, not to flex, but I also have hail pictures out here sent in by our app. This one I want to show you first in Wren when we were really starting to pick up on that storm of it potentially producing pretty large hail. So this is over in Wren, and you can see the hailstones actively falling. So kind of seeing them kind of hitting and bouncing off the ground. Pretty good picture sent in by Kim, again, over there in Wren. Have a few more pictures to show you over in Amory. Not too large out there, at least sent in as of right now. This one over in Amory, this one as well sent in over in Amory. So we're continuing to watch the pictures being sent in. Again, I don't think we've seen the biggest to be sent in yet. So we're continuing to watch and monitor that again for the potential for somebody to win that gift card, but definitely starting to see more hail pictures roll in from Amory and Wren, possibly over in Bigby as well. So we're keeping our eye on those pictures sent in by the app, Matt.
I appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley. And of course, you can join the conversation on this. Again, we have a lot of folks here. Appreciate y'all for supporting us here on Mississippi Live Weather, Facebook, YouTube, all ways in which you can communicate effectively with us here. And we appreciate you guys and gals for doing that as well as you continue to send in those pictures. And appreciate all of our sponsors for sticking with us here at Mississippi Live Weather. We're going to take a brief break here for just a moment to kind of organize some things. We've been going on for the last few hours here. More Mississippi Live Weather continues right after this from the Room to Room Weather Center.
Game day brings its ups and downs. Celebration and disappointment. Anxiety and relief. Friends and enemies. You can always argue over who should have won, but everyone can agree on great food. Appetizers, entrees, drinks, party platters, or even the taste of sweet victory. There's something for every season at Eat With Us restaurants.
What I thought was a complete life was nowhere near complete. But it is now.
Learn about adopting a teen at adoptuskids.org.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, Here's Mississippi's chief meteorologist, Matt Lovhawn.
Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Calhoun and southern Chickasaw counties. And this storm previously had a little more rotation when it was back toward the Grenada area. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. And of course, in the Room to Room Weather Center, we've been watching this storm. But notice how it has gone from much more organized to a lot weaker. We hope that trend continues as it approaches Clay County and moves toward the east. Still a lot of lightning out of it. But kind of looking here at the wind mode, any rotation, really broad and really disorganized. In particular, looking at hail, which again, we appreciate the folks at True Shield Roofing for helping us here on this hail tracker. We have not seen as much of late. If I go ahead and stop, you can see the last time it kind of imprinted anything on that was about 550, maybe about 5:55 or 6 o'clock right there. But we're about 10 minutes removed from this producing any hail on the track. So that's a sign that this is weakening near Monte Vista and Hohenlinden there. Let's go ahead and track this toward the southeast. And again, speed on this, we've been going about 35 to 40 miles per hour. That should give us time there all the way to West Point. We're about 7:11 for you in West Point, so just about exactly an hour from now. But in the shorter term, Dancy at about 6:28 there. We're looking at Walker's Gin at 6:38, Cairo at 6:44, Waddell at 6:50. Palo Alto at 6:54 there, Cedar Bluff in western Clay County at 6:53, Moons Valley at 7:01, Salome at 6:59, and again, obviously, West Point, we're tracking that for you at right around 7:11. Maybe some hail, a lot of lightning. Power disruptions have been fairly substantial for quite a few spots this afternoon as we kind of clear this off here. Some of the more significant power outages have been in Pontotoc and Union counties. As you can see, for those two counties there, about 1,500 to 2,000 power outages, 400 there, Lafayette, about 100 in Grenada, and Monroe County right now sitting at 200, 100 for Marion, and 300 for Franklin County. These do tend to run a little bit behind reality there, but certainly quite a few reports there of power outages at this point. By the way, if someone behind the scenes would also check the ones that maybe put on my Facebook wall as well, on some of those pictures, we can kind of check those out as well. I don't know if there's any that have been there. It looks like Gabe's got that one. I know Maggie has a few other pictures that she has pulled up behind the scenes as well, including, I think, from another Maggie. And that I see one where we have a coin next to it, which is always a way we can get a good idea on how large something is. What do you have there?
Yeah, we're getting a lot of hail pictures flooded in. So I'm just continuing to look at them. This one's sent in over in Wren as well. And again, it's really beneficial to us if you send in hail pictures, if you go pick it up out of your yard to compare it to a coin. So we really get a better view on how big it is. So you can see it there compared to a quarter, a pretty decent size hail that fell over in Wren. So just keeping our eye on all of these pictures sent in. Again, another person, I believe this was sent in over in Amory, but again, sending that in and good comparing it again to coin size. We are really thankful for that, just getting a better view of just how big these hailstones are. So more and more pictures being flooded in through our app. Of course, we are keeping an eye on all of those and also the ones on social media as well, as I know Gabe's keeping his eye on that as well.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, obviously keeping our eyes peeled on everything that we are seeing here. As we come back here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, plenty of lightning, so that's part of what's causing some of these power disruptions. We're watching the storm that's moved through the Amory area, producing significant swath of large hail. That hail, part of the reason there's less of it showing up is we're just so close to the radar site that it doesn't look high enough to get a good look at it. So we're going to have to change the area radar sites to maybe have a more reasonable look. Does look like the size has come down even from our Birmingham radar site and looking from Memphis as well. But man, oh man, did we have a pretty impressive, and I mean that in the most negative way possible, likely, very large hail on this, where it says probable, that's where it's very likely we had big hail, damaging hail in excess of an inch in size. So looking at that, we previously obviously had that stripe of more significant hail back out there toward Grenada, less of that showing up at this point here. But I think the lightning showing up with multiple issues related to that. Let's get a storm track on this batch here in Monroe County based on kind of the latest positioning. And I'm going to check wind just to make sure. Luckily, wind is not ridiculous on this. We'll track again the part of this there will be rain before this track gets to some of the folks that are ahead of this. But this is when we're starting to get again to maybe some more of the hail, assuming that it's able to ratchet back up and produce that there. So Greenwood Springs, we're showing that 618 for you. Soligent 634, tracking that toward Vernon by about 646, and out toward Stewart about 707 there out into Alabama. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, again with I think Maggie might have had that picture a minute ago there of some of the hail, but what I'm
Yeah, we were talking about lightning just a moment ago, Matt, and this is actually a picture submitted by Jessica. This was on your feed, kind of talking about what took place in West Tupelo. I posted some pictures of lightning, and it was a very energetic storm, and apparently it was energetic enough to reach all the way down to the trees, and that's what you're getting right there with kind of that stripe there where the bark has been stripped. That's that electricity generated right through the trunk of the tree, and causing, of course, that stripe right there. But Maggie, I apologize if you did show it, but I'm going to show this one too, because this was the most impressive hail that I've seen so far out of Amory. Nickel-sized hail right out of there, and I wouldn't be shocked if that was closer to potentially quarter-size hail. That's getting up there to it with some of that growth there on the left side, but nonetheless, that is some decent hail coming out of Monroe County, and just shows kind of the peak threats of that storm. So we're watching those pictures come in. We'll show those as necessary. But Matt, this is all that hail that we were just tracking a moment ago and getting some evidence there on the surface in Amory. And I'm actually curious real quick. I mean, looking there at some power outages, if we can get those, I got to look at, update this real quick and see those power outages there in Monroe County. And yes, there you go. We'll have to look at 4 County Electric Power Association and look at some of those outages. And as we pull that up here real quick to look at those outages, I do expect this to be a pretty high number coming out of Monroe County. And there you go. Just around the Prairie community, as you can see, that was about 4:14 this evening. So that was about an hour ago. So that was one of those earlier storms. But yeah, Monroe County expects some more outages coming out of that. So I'll look at that behind the scenes. But large hail, gusty winds, pretty much the sum of the day.
Absolutely. I've got some videos here. I'm gonna. Do you have my email where you can pull it up there? I'm gonna forward this email to you.
Yeah, I have my email. I don't have yours.
Okay. I'll send that to you here in a second. Pull up radar behind you, and I'll let you track for a minute so I can get that sent.
All right, so bringing it back up here towards radar again, we are tracking that storm that just moved through the Amory area and continues to make its way south and east into Lamar County, Alabama here in just a moment. Now, the peak threats that we have seen has again been that large hail. And yeah, we were talking about our hail swath, and I think that this is the highest peak impacts that we have seen on this graphic since we've been at Mississippi Live Weather. I mean, look at that. That's saying 3+ inch hail. Now that is way high up in the atmosphere, but that just shows the sheer potential that we do have with this setup to get some of that large hail. And that's going to be closer to Athens, potentially dumping that out closer to Union Springs. So let's go ahead and move this back towards radar and clear that off here real quick. And we're going to look specifically at that stone. So whenever we look at our hail track, yeah, so getting more of that larger development there towards Athens, I do expect that to kind of be increasing in strength, but Matt has been touching on it. Unfortunately, the fact of the matter is we're going right over the radar site, so it's tough to get a good visual on that. And with some of the power outages that are taking place, unfortunately, we have lost our Amory camera to get a good look at that too. So looking at that severe thunderstorm warning, it's in effect until 6:30 this evening. So here for another, let's see, what time is it? 10 minutes or so. So we're going to continue to track this out as it moves through Monroe County and then eventually into Lamar County, where the National Weather Service in Birmingham has extended that warning until 6:45. But this is in place due to the large hail. I do want to look at winds here real quick, but I'm not expecting impressive returns. I mean, we could get sub-severe gusts, but that could be impactful, but overall not very concerned about the winds with this setup. It just continues to be that hail, of course. So Matt, that's our storm right now. Is Grenada County, I haven't looked at that here in a moment. That continues to be on the downtrend, right?
Yes, and it's out of Grenada County. It's in Webster County and Calhoun County. Webster and Calhoun County at this point, probably primarily northern Webster. I just forwarded you something from my email a second ago, a nice shot of a picture there, a video from Cooper Tire, I guess it'd be Goodyear in Tupelo.
Oh my word! I saw it in the background. So,
yeah. You get that up here in a second. That's That's rough looking. Some of the lightning with this, which has been very disruptive today. So current time is now 6:20. Let's kind of walk through a few things here as well. I'm going to take you through again and looking at kind of futurecast and where we're at here. First and foremost, again, school day forecast. No school for tomorrow, but if you're happen to be one of those folks that maybe has kids that are going to still be in school this week, it's an exception to the rule, but spring break for a lot of folks. Either way, tomorrow is a dry day. Let's look at futurecast here on our HRRR model, and it's doing an okay job on its positioning of the thunderstorms that we have out there. Next couple of hours, continue to have some of those redeveloping. It says Golden Triangle southward, most likely spots. We do have tornado warning, I think, as of last check down in South Mississippi with this, so we're not the only ones with that. And so while we continue to have some isolated thunderstorms here, hail would be the main factor out of these, as we talked about last night and even in the last week. We're more concerned about hail than anything else with this setup. Any rotating thunderstorms more likely to do that, but you can see by beyond really 10 o'clock tonight, while we'll still have a few rumbles out there, not expecting them to be overly heavy or particularly strong. So low temperatures tomorrow morning, going to be down into the mid to lower 60s. Normal this time of year is 42, so obviously we're way, way, way above that. Looking at futurecast for tomorrow here, you'll notice that we don't really have a ton of activity on there. Oops, I skipped right past it. Hold on. I got impatient. So 7:30, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning, again, fairly clear out there. Still, as we widen things out, watching this storm system back toward the southwest. Again, this is kind of the upper level low that we've been waiting to kick through, still spinning back that direction there. You'll have some active weather and severe weather for locations back out here on the plains for tomorrow. That's going to be the main locations involved in that severe weather threat on your Tuesday. All those back to the west, but awaiting that next front and everything kind of interact with us to make Wednesday a much more active day for weather. So highs tomorrow expected to be lower to middle 80s and mid 60s where we typically should be. So way above normal, forecasting what could be a record high for the high tomorrow afternoon. So still, again, ahead of everything for your Tuesday in the evening. Our futurecast with the most active weather back out there into Texas, Oklahoma, back out toward Arkansas, and multiple rounds of damaging winds, maybe tornadoes out there back on the plains with this setup. We'll look at the overall risk areas here in a minute. Now, as we'll notice here, getting toward 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday, moisture coming fully out of the Gulf of Mexico. The main active weather still to the west of us, kind of prepping for what will be a much more active end to your Wednesday. So Wednesday morning, starting off with low temperatures, again, way above our normal this time of year, middle to upper 60s out there, as we continue to be, again, way, way above our normal for this time of year. A lot of moisture in place, unstable air, all that typically lends itself toward the more active weather. Okay, now let's talk Wednesday here. And Gabe, I'm hoping whatever you just sent, oh wow, to that you or Maggie will get up here in a moment and ready to go. So here is how Wednesday plays out. Again, we're going to see a difference between the two models here. This hybrid takes our HRRR, changes it over to our Strike, and you'll see how the positioning is vastly different on some things on Strike. Strike is way farther west. So keep that in mind as we talk through our expectations for Wednesday, because Strike is the only model we have that goes far enough out. And see how it has still the center of this storm system way out west. The L's in the right spot, but I would have some of the precipitation should be about 100, 200 miles east of where we have that on the Strike model. So with that in mind, as you'll look up here in North Mississippi, our thunderstorm chances increasing. Again, some of these rotating thunderstorms, possibly severe thunderstorms trying to produce tornadoes, a possibility with this. And high temperatures expected to be in the upper 70s, lower 80s, kind of prepping for what will be an active and potentially severe weather day. Now, as we go into your Wednesday evening, here again is our Strike model with plenty of thunderstorms developing along and ahead of our front. In this particular projection, not overly impressed by the warm sector there, as that kind of kicks easily kind of through and has more active weather south of us. That is a best case scenario in my mind output of that. I'm going to bring in Gabe and Maggie, who have both spent plenty of time looking at this over the last 24 hours as well. Let's talk about what we just saw there on Strike for a second, and then we'll get back here to current time for a moment. But I at least want to get some folks a forecast with active weather later this week. That seems very, very linear. Thoughts?
I'm looking at another one of our models, the FE3, that goes out a little bit further, and it does have more of those storms, that low pressure system pushed out a little bit further. So I'm interested to see the high res data that comes in as we head into tomorrow, what that kind of middle ground is going to look like.
Yeah, I agree, because I think we would agree that that strike is about as benign as you're going to get with this setup. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
It's very tame. Okay, Gabe, your thoughts?
Well, I don't know if I'm sold on the positioning just yet. I mean, we're still a couple days out, and this has been something that has flip-flopped all weekend long, all last week, and it's just the positioning of a cutoff low can kind of vary. And so I agree with Maggie. You know, high resolution data coming in tomorrow will really help drive those potential impacts. And one of the things that I've felt was a limiting factor in this entire setup is the time of day of which it swings through. And I think if it pushes more into Wednesday night and Thursday morning, that will be a limiting factor in what this system is potential or has potential to do. So that's something that I'm trying to iron out. You know, whoever gets Wednesday afternoon, I think that's really where the highest threat will be.
I think it's been consistent too, though, that we are going to be seeing this later in the afternoon, early evening. So that I think that is helpful. And that's one thing, even that the high resolution data that is coming in is continuing to show Wednesday evening for us.
Yeah.
Was that, so I haven't checked it this morning. So last night tracking it, it was trying to get post sunset. Is it still then, or is it before sunset now?
It's kind of on the line. It's trying. It's like 6, 7, 8 o'clock, depending on what you're looking at.
I gotcha.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna come back to y'all because I know you have plenty of other things to talk about, but I wanted to at least get a second opinion on that here before we kind of went beyond that. Appreciate that. So meteorologist Maggie McCauley and Gabe Maynor. As I kind of break things back into kind of our regular mode here, we're gonna look at the radar here in just a second. But before we go there, again, I wanted to give you kind of some perspective. So this has been our severe risk area for today. The tornado risk, again, non-zero. We've had that warning there. No official touchdown. So we did get some wind damage reports related to this. We'll talk about in a minute. That wind damage, again, similar spots, and hail damage, similar spots. We look toward Wednesday. Our severe weather risk, again, is a larger one, leaving room there for kind of a focus on a higher level risk. Once confidence increases more, this could potentially include us in one of those higher level risks by the time we get there to Wednesday. But again, this is not... still working on the timing on that, on how it's going to work. And then, of course, the time of day and whether or not we have everything right. High resolution stuff, even at 10 o'clock tonight, we'll have more. Frankly, if my brain were a little bit of mush after doing some severe weather coverage like this, I'd have better answers for you at the exact moment here. So with that in mind, let's, I had opinions earlier, just haven't adjusted the opinion since we've been on for a while. Let's take a look here at your 7-day forecast. As you can see here, expecting to have fairly decent coverage of showers and thunderstorms again for Wednesday. That's the day where we're going to have a severe weather chance. Behind this, though, we eliminate the moisture and temperatures back into the 40s. High temperatures are back into the 60s for highs. Actually, that'd be a little below our normal by Thursday and into Friday. And then temperatures back in the mid 70s as we look towards Saturday and upper 70s by Sunday. So definitely transitioning a bit warmer through that extended forecast with the rain chances there eventually in the far extended. Okay, let's bring it back in here to our Mama Justice Doppler radar again, where we have severe thunderstorm warnings presently still ongoing for Monroe and Lamar County, Monroe County, Mississippi, Lamar County, Alabama. This is exiting Monroe County as we speak. Bedford, Soligent, Detroit, all kind of in the path of this heaviest part of this. Looking at the wind here, we have the strong gusty winds. You can see like where the red is there. That's the big push. The strong gusty winds moving there closer to Alabama Highway 17, Alabama Highway 18 there, and their intersection in Vernon is kind of toward the center track of where that is going. This does not look excessively strong, thankfully, and I don't really see pronounced rotation or anything super sharp at the moment. But the fact we've had this kind of merging with some storms merging into it's always a little bit concerning in that regard. We'll get a storm track on that. And once I get the storm track up, I'll let Gabe work through some of the city names on that real quick here. And then I'll have Gabe go ahead and talk through some of the pictures and things that he has gotten up. So again, severe thunderstorm warning continuing for Lamar County until 6:45. Gabe, go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, so as we track that out and it continues to move in that southeast direction, you can see that Moscow closer to 633, Vernon, Alabama 637, Mansfield 647, Crossville 648, Kirkland Community 656, Cedar Hill 703, Jerusalem closer to 708. And then we do have the Blankston closer to 723. So nonetheless, this is going to be that large hail potential that we've been looking at as we've gone through this afternoon, and that hailstorm that dumped some of those hailstones in the Monroe County area, primarily in Amory, is kind of what we're continuing to assess. So I do want to take a look at some of the hailstones that we have been submitted here of the recent batch, and I do think that we have a couple here. Well, here, this is actually a great one. Oh wait, Maggie, I think you showed this one. Maggie, you're taking my thunder. Well, speaking of thunder, we can actually show literal thunder in the fact that we did get this lightning strike submitted to us. And yeah, pretty decent strike right there. And some of that cloud to ground lightning, you can see just how impactful it can be. And I believe I will have to check exactly where this was from, Matt, unless you want to hop on here real quick. But this was from...
That was taken at good. That was in Tupelo Goodyear Tire.
Okay, so another Tupelo strike. You know, you just can't escape those, honestly, as we've gone through this afternoon because of the magnitude of which we've seen. I think we've held over 1,000 strikes for several hours now as these thunderstorms have kind of worked their way on through. It seems like it is buffering here at the moment, but nonetheless, lightning has been a primary concern. We also have some of those hailstones that continue to be sent into the Mississippi Live Weather app. As of right now, have not seen a 1-inch stone. So that giveaway, of course, it does require that 1-inch stone. This one actually, there you go. I think we have our first 1-inch stone that I have seen. And Maggie or Matt, if you see something different, feel free to hop in here. But let me toss it over to the right screen real quick, and we can talk about that. Yes. Okay. So this is a photo submitted from Wren, and quarters usually is synonymous with 1 inch. And so that hailstone, while it might look like it's just cut off that 1-inch line, I think width-wise, it's easily 1 inch wide. And so that was submitted by John Reed. And so John Reed submitting this photo to the Mississippi Live Weather app makes him eligible for that gift card through True Shield Roofing, a partnership that we have here in the Mississippi Live Weather. And so grateful for True Shield for allowing that, and also grateful for our weather watchers submitting those photos. And again, if you have photos of hail, putting a coin, putting an everyday object next to it that everyone does know, that'll help us guess that size. And so I think Maggie touched on that earlier on, just talking about the importance of a coin. Well, there you go. That's 1-inch report there in Wren.
Absolutely. Okay, we're going to take a brief break. We'll be right back after this.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.
Alert! It's a flash sale for 1 week only at Room to Room in 6 p.m. Saturday. Prices slash store-wide, in-store coupons, BOGO accessories, King for a Queen mattress deals, and special financing. These deals will be gone in a flash. Room to Room Tupelo.
Okay, back in here in the Room to Room Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon, and our meteorologist Maggie McCauley mentioning in the break there a second ago as we're talking back and forth. We're getting a lot of these pictures in, but we need a ruler or a coin or a ball of some sort that's of a standard size there, so we can get an idea of how large those whatever it is that you're sending in. And so you can share those with us again in our chat there. We have a lot of folks mentioning that. Like we're still seeing some storms there in Pickens County, Alabama, not really doing anything at this moment here. That's a good sign. It's definitely loud there in Solent. Wanting to know if it's all over for Becker. We'll answer that in a minute. And James mentioning Webster and Clay storm has some rotation, and that I would agree with on that. And we'll look at that here behind me. That's what we kind of looked at during the commercial break. It's still broad rotation, but a little bit of rotation there close to the Cumberland area, but very, very broad in nature showing up here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. This storm below severe limits, but it looks a little more organized than what it did a few minutes ago. I say that, now it looks a little bit more disorganized. But that's what we expect out today. For a moment, it's like, well, and then it's like, oh, thankfully. Whew. So Dancy, 641 for you. Walker's Gin, we're looking at about 649. I'll go ahead and put this into motion so you can kind of see that. We'll also transition this over while it's looping to our kind of threat tracker, which allows us to kind of see the peak threat. Only minimal hail at this point versus what we had earlier. For a brief moment was in Grenada County. We did have kind of a shear marker showing some rotation, but you can see that hail potential on the peak impacts there has diminished now to where I think at largest, we're probably talking about some hailstones there in the purple that may be half-inch size. And if we go particular look at that hail track, certainly that is not nearly as impressive as it was a little bit ago. All right, severe thunderstorm warning continuing here for Vernon, Alabama. Not as much hail on this as well there for Lamar County. Again, right over top of Vernon where I put the heaviest portion of this line, right along Alabama Highway 17, moving toward Crossville. It's, of course, through the Moscow community, moving toward Blooming Grove and Crossville and Haitagi there. Again, a lot of lightning, so power disruption certainly a possibility with this. I'll bring in our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, who has been kind of monitoring some of the large hail reports that you guys have been sitting in. I'll go and bring both Maggie and Gabe on at the same time. And it's not a competition here, but Maggie, I think, is winning so far on some of the big hail reports there. Maybe she's just stealing the right ones.
That's cool. I mean, it's not cool to have hail, but that's a unique shape hailstone.
That's cool.
Technically, it is literally cool.
Like
it's
ice cold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
so Maggie, where's this one from?
Okay, let's look at this one. I believe it's over in Wren. I always have to double check. It's like I have a memory issue. Oh no, this one is over in Amory. I just can't, I look at so many, I can't remember exactly where they're from, but River Birch Golf Course over in Amory. This one's sent in by C. Clifton. So yeah, pretty good. I wanted to show you because just the overall shape is just very interesting of this hail picture being sent in. So that one definitely caught my eye. Definitely seeing more coming in from around the area, especially over in Wren. I believe that's where this one is as well. Just seeing a lot of hail being dumped over in Wren and portions of Amory as well. So continuing to monitor all those that are coming in. And again, it's really helpful if you can put something by it so we know just exactly how large it is. But just interesting shapes coming out of the ones in Wren. That's what I've been showing. This one as well. Just interesting, again, shapes. We see hailstones sometimes collide with each other, making them larger, and then them reaching the ground, making for some interesting shapes as well. So just, again, keeping our eye on all those that come in so we know who exactly gets that gift card at the end of the day. So make sure to continue to send your pictures in. Also, make sure to continue to keep up with the chat. Oh, it's on this side. Keep up with the chat. We're keeping up with it as well, and keep up with us on social media. We're posting these pictures as well. So if you're wanting to share these with your family, if you think they're interesting as well, or just with your Facebook feed, you can hop over there, search Matt Lawpon on Facebook. We're going to be posting all of these, or at least a good majority of them, to Facebook that you see here. So again, if you think it's interesting, want to share it, of course, you'll be able to find those there. And keep up with the chat. Again, I keep pointing to the wrong direction. I'm still pointing, but keep up with the chat. We're continuing to keep up with what you guys are saying. Again, still want to know what's going on in your area. We're taking a look at these hail reports, but there's still a lot of rain falling out there. So continue to keep us updated with what's going on with you guys locally. Again, continue to send pictures of those hailstones in the chat as well.
Absolutely. And again, Gabe with some hail there up. Always finally competing.
It might be the same stone. Am I wrong? Look at that.
Who was that sit in by?
This is Micah.
No, I think this is Braden.
Those shapes look very close.
They definitely.
Yeah, but these are some large stones, Matt. This is, again, out of Wren, and we've gotten to several of these large hailstones. And I think, you know, the larger hailstone pictures actually starting to come in. And again, like Maggie was talking about, it's kind of tough to gauge the size of this. Like, I would look at that and think, that's easily an inch. But again, I don't know the size of everyone's hands, and they do differ. So that's why coins are very important. And we do take that we do hope that you put a coin next to it, because I do have some people that are messaging saying, you know, I hope that mine is the biggest out of all of this competition. And so it's kind of friendly competition, but at the same time, it's a time where we can give back to hopefully make those restoration efforts a little bit easier if those hailstones are large enough. So I think that this one here in Wren by Micah would definitely qualify. But we have gotten confirmed 1-inch hailstones over there with a quarter up next to, I think that might have been Kyle over there in Wren, letting us know that it was at least 1 inch in size that fell. And that's been the largest that we've seen so far. I don't know what name that is there at the bottom because I'm blind as a bat. But I do want to acknowledge, it looks like a turtle talking about Maggie Stone from earlier. I've heard of cloud watching. Hail watching, that's new to me. So I guess you could necessarily look at the shapes and see what has taken place, but yeah, for sure, they're very uniquely shaped. Matt, have you heard of hail watching? That's personally new for me.
I mean, it just depends on how it smashes when it hits the ground, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, appreciate that. As you saw kind of behind Gabe a second ago, there's also a number of power outages, unfortunately, going with this today. That kind of is just one of those things that we deal with from time to time. I want to check the wind, though, right here near Dancy on what is kind of broad still at this point here, but it is in about the right spot. We'd have to watch it along Highway 15 and the Natchez Trace. This kind of curvy road there is Natchez Trace right there. Cumberland, of course, where East Webster High School is located. So right there over top of the Natchez Trace, again, some broad rotation showing up with this line there. I'm going to check our chat again with the National Weather Service in Jackson as they are looking at this as well. Again, the latest scan does not look as impressive as the previous one. It just kind of depends. If you're doing like the single direction, what we call base velocity, it shows up a little bit better in there. But I think that's got a long ways to go before that takes the next step and tries to super rotate. But in saying that, that's a spot we're going to have to watch. So let's get a track on that. We're going to go still about 30 to 35 miles per hour. There we go. We'll go 36 miles per hour. A second. There we are. So Walker's Gin, we showed about 650. Cairo at 657. Hopewell at 701. Griffin at 704. Salome at 711. We're looking there at White's at 724. In around West Point around 721. Vinton 733, Point Harbor 736 and 736 near the Waverly area. This is Doppler radar indicated broad rotation. We will see kind of like what happened with the storm up closer to Lafayette County earlier. It started kind of broad like this and then got more organized. So hopefully that this does not. But we will definitely keep monitoring it. We'll look out of our camera there in West Point back toward this. Actually, that's the wrong one. We need Maben. Maben's got a great shot on this. Give me a moment to go to Maben. Or Maben should. You could see, well, I was in the way, or else you could have seen a lightning strike out of that. This is our Maben camera kind of looking right into it. And so that's an excellent shot right into the kind of the low-hanging part of that storm there. Again, appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, our partners with these cameras. They're a 501c3, and they put these out on donations only. So if you would like to help them out, look for NMSCAS or North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters, nmscas.org, and you can help them out. But that's I'm going to zoom this in so I can kind of have both on the camera, I think, at on the screen at the same time. I'll move to this side here. But you can see that storm moving the western Clay County, and there's just that one little spot right there that has some more rotation with it. So this is looking from Maben northward into that there. So definitely looks organized. I mean, I can see this is kind of the inflow area. Sometimes they call this, storm chasers. Let me get this right. I believe this is the Beaver's Tail into there because it kind of looks long and flat. If we were to pan the camera that direction a little bit more, and you can actually kind of see it. It's not super long and flat, but it is kind of sort of flat there. So that's the inflow into this part, the rotating part of this thunderstorm. So that looks fairly organized to the naked eye, all things considered. I'm going to get in our chat there for a moment. Give me a moment here on scenes. According to Lafayette County Sheriff's Office, a large number of roads in the county have been flooded due to the heavy rainfall. So there's some debris from the ice storm, such as limbs and things, have been pushed out into multiple roadways. So please refrain from travel if possible. If you must drive, exercise caution. Do not drive fast or distracted. So a very interesting point there that because of all the debris from the ice storm, a lot of it's being rushed and pushed back into the roads. Michael Colburn emailed me a second ago of trees down on Old 6 in Hatley. Gabe or Maggie, I'm going to look here to see you quick. Do either one of you have chat open where you can pass that along? We have a viewer reported trees down on Old 6 in Hatley. That'd be Monroe County. So that'd be Memphis. So trees down on Old 6. Gabe, I think, has got it. I think I got a thumbs up from him there. Okay, we'll go back here to Mama Justice Doppler radar. That storm there, if that shot, this one here in western Clay County is starting to look like the one up north did. Now, the one up north produced some wind damage. It produced some hail. Never officially produced a tornado, at least as far as we're sure at this point here. But the wind getting more organized on this one in western Clay County. So might be starting to think about, if you know some folks maybe in West Point, out there closer to the Air Force Base. This is kind of heading in the long term closer to some of those locations there, but this one's kind of ratcheting back up here once again. So let's get a storm track on this and sort of talk about this. But if you're out here kind of east of Cumberland, again, West Point, Cedar Bluff, eventually the Air Force Base, kind of in the path of this storm. No official warning on it at this point in time, but it's getting more organized, and rotation's starting to pick up a little bit more on this storm here. So we're going to have to watch this pretty closely. I did have a very good shot of it from Maven. I'm going to go back to that Maven camera here. I'm actually probably adjust the Maven camera just a little bit if we can. I know we're kind of looking through the tower there, so it's not going to be the best viewpoint in the world. See if I can pan this up just a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. So looking kind of northeast, just barely. So this, I'm going to at least try to go to the other side of the tower. Give me a moment. Oh man, I hate that it goes down when it does that. Yeah. Yep, nope, we don't have a good shot there, so we'll have to go back off this way. So I apologize to all the folks there at North Mississippi Storm Chasers. I probably messed up a time lapse there. But this is that thunderstorm. And this is the heavy precipitation kind of coming back around with it there, kind of curving back around. And so this would be the spot we'd have to watch. I don't see any of that rotation getting down to the ground, but that's an interesting looking storm for sure. And we have a good viewpoint of it. And I appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for lending that viewpoint to us in this case. I'm getting a ton of these hail emails. I think a lot of these are coming directly to me, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to toss this to Maggie for a minute, let her show some pictures. While I'm tossing it to Maggie, Gabe, I'm going to log into your computer and get my email open on your computer so you can pull them out from there. So Maggie, if you're willing here for a second to kind of show some of the pictures, it looks like some of those with coins are getting a little larger too, even on the ones we're getting sent in.
Yeah, let's take a look at a few of them. This one coming in again from Wren. I was trying to read two words at once. Over in Wren, Mississippi by Micah. So take a look at this one. This one's sent in to us. Again, thanks for putting a coin beside it. That's really, really helpful. I think this is going to be qualifying as well. So definitely Wren taking the cake as the place that has seen the most hail, at least this evening so far. A lot of them sent in Amory as well, but Wren getting a lot of pictures sent in. Let's take a look at this one. Quarter beside it. Thanks for that as well. Sent in by Jack Powell. So here's another one sent in over in Wren. Again, another good shot of those hailstorms that came down over in Wren, a lot of them around quarter-sized hail as well. So definitely a lot of hail pictures sent in Wren and over in Amory as well, and continue to send those in if you haven't already. Maybe you've sent them to Matt, like he was saying. He got a lot sent into his email, probably direct messaged on Facebook and stuff like that as well. If you can submit those through our app, so go download the Mississippi Live Weather app, go to the tab Submit Your Pictures, or just scroll down and select Submit Your Pictures. you can qualify if you have hail an inch or greater for that $100 gift card provided by True Windshield. Again, they send in that gift card for anybody that the biggest hailstone has to be an inch or more. But again, the biggest hailstone being sent in.
Hey, you were up early this morning doing this. You've had a long day.
Around 7, 8 o'clock, my brain starts being like, I don't know what you're saying anymore. Anyway.
Well, let's plan to we'll do top of the hour at 7 o'clock, and then we'll cycle you out if that's all right. I'm sure that's going to be just fine with you.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
I mean, if you want to keep going, we can keep doing it. But I'm imagining.
Okay. My words are just going to get worse and worse. I'll see y'all at 6:30. We'll see you at 7, then I'll see you at 6:30 a.m. So we're good.
Okay. And obviously, the only way that changes is if this Mabon storm goes tornado warned, obviously. But we will see. We're kind of looking at the backside of that. We've kind of lost a good perspective on that there. Appreciate that, Maggie. And I got Gabe kind of hooked up behind the scenes there, where he should be able to see all of my pictures coming in on my email. And so there's some in there that hopefully will kind of get locked and loaded and ready to go here in a minute. You can see the track on this storm there, Walker's Gin, again, 653. The area of rotation kind of in western Clay County at this point here. Let's look at the wind mode. Couple different ways. Again, I do have a decent, it's not super strong, but there's just now into Clay County, barely into Clay County, just west of Walker's Gin, no more than about a minute and a half away from there. That's where our area of kind of broad circulation is. Not super broad, but it's not super strong. It's a fairly tight but weak circulation, if that makes sense. Like, there's rotation there, but it's not super strong rotation, but it's a fairly close area that we're watching. So let's go ahead and again loop this here. We'll make it a 30-minute loop, so we got to get everything right there, kind of moving more directly east, right there. So again, it's not super duper strong. Maybe more evident if I go back to this. There we go. So Griffin, Cedar Bluff, for watching that for you. It just looks more impressive on the precipitation mode there than it does even on the wind mode. So again, moving into Clay County, western Clay County as well. Some of the spots there that we're looking on that. Let's see, our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, again, going through some of the pictures that you are seeing. Before we go back to Gabe, let's go ahead and kind of do a reset here on the wide shot. Looks like they have allowed the warning for Lamar County to expire, and will not be reissuing that as it moves into Fayette County, Alabama. We have not had a whole lot of reports out of this recently. We're going to check some of the additional reports that we have had across North Mississippi. Come up here in 60 seconds as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center right after this.
After a storm, the damage is not always obvious. And if it's not documented correctly, it can cost you. With a decade of experience, we know exactly what to look for. We handle the inspection, claim support, and the roof. Storm season is coming. Make sure you have absolute restoration on your side.
When CK Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
When you've been injured, don't settle for a lawyer who doesn't even know where you live. Call Langston and Lott. Local lawyers, personal service, real results.
You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here at 6 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor and Maggie McCauley. Again, tracking what are likely or are mostly just showers and thunderstorms below severe limits, but a few that are still pretty heavy out there. I'm going to bring both Maggie and Gabe back in as we've talked a lot lately. There's a few of these that we're still watching. But it looks like the flooding, what would you say, flooding or hail at this point has been the most impactful thing?
Flooding.
Widespread, I would say flooding.
Yeah. Okay. I agree to that because I see the flooding picture behind Gabe there. Maggie, you want to start with live there in Golden Triangle, and then we'll go straight to Gabe after that?
Yeah, for sure. Just want to show you a live look at this MDOT traffic camera over in Columbus, 82 at 45, because this is where the storms are right now, shifting along 82 south of that as well. We'll continue to see these storms shifting that way. And so I wanted to show you a live look here. You can see wet roadways for the most part, not too bad on these roads out there, but we know those local roadways aren't looking too great. And we were talking about what's been the most impactful today, hail or flooding. Now, I will say we thought we were going to see a little bit more hail than we did. Flooding kind of taking the cake this evening due to the more widespread, very heavy rainfall causing ponding on roadways and just some localized flooding concerns with those local roadways. I know in Baldwin, we saw a lot of concerns as well. So I just want to go ahead and emphasize, I'll be waking up with you tomorrow morning at 6:30. I'll say it there too, if you want to wake up with me, but definitely want to avoid those roadways are easily flooded as we shift even into your morning hours. So I'm talking even your morning commute as we head into your Tuesday. You're going to want to continue to avoid those roadways that are easily flooded, even into your Wednesday. We're looking at a kind of cloudy day. It's supposed to be warm tomorrow, but not too sunny. And then we're going to pick up more rain going into your Wednesday. So the flooding concerns kind of continuing all the way until the rain comes, that widespread rain additionally on your Wednesday evening. So this isn't something that's just going to be going away. So I encourage you again, avoid those roadways are easily flooded. Wet roadways are going on right now at 82 and 45. This will be the story even tomorrow morning. You're going to be waking up to those wet roadways as well. Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. And those wet roadways, obviously, we just don't take them seriously. That's why there are issues. And one of the things that Maggie mentioned a moment ago there is the fact that you've had some of this debris that's been washed into the roadway there. That's why, checking in with Maggie tomorrow morning on Mississippi Live Weather this morning at 6:37 and 7:30 a.m. is so critical. She'll help you get around any of the issues we have there with live local traffic. Again, she's on every morning, Monday through Friday. Every once in a while, that little one there shows up with her, Maya. You might have heard her a little bit earlier on. But yeah, I'm so excited again to check her out. Maggie will also be having the very latest updates on the severe risk for Wednesday. This is clearly coming. So stay tuned with us there as well. Bring Gabe in here. Again, Gabe has been looking at some of those flooding pictures and other pictures and videos that you have been sending in. Gabe?
Yeah, and I want to say that Maya still got her Monday Minute, so I will give credit where it's due. That's something that you can look forward to as each week passes with some of those weekday morning shows with our meteorologist Maggie McCauley. But what we're getting right now is a picture sent in from all across North Mississippi of just the flooding that we're seeing, and there you're getting a look at some of those embankments, and some of those embankments again where there's a little bit of lowering. That's where you get that water to cross the roads, and wouldn't recommend doing what these vehicles are doing because while it may look passable, that water could be deeper than you realize, and then unfortunately you're stuck. And I also got a photo earlier today from Saltillo of a car that ended up getting swept into one of the embankments and wrecking as a result. But that wasn't the only picture of the flooding. I mean, you can see the yards completely covered out there. And again, these are from all across North Mississippi. There's a front yard that looks more like a creek than anything else as of right now, so it's unfortunate. And again, you might notice right here, and we'll replay this video. You see where the house is? Well, I might have to, can we play it? What do you want? There you go. You see how there's kind of a lowering there where the house is? So unfortunately, you're not exactly in the best shape. Some of those houses that are built on hills don't have to deal with flooding as much. And you might notice here at the start of the video, look off towards that right side of your view. So as we play that here real quick. Right there. You see how that's a kind of a culvert, an area that washes away that water. So unfortunately, with this specific home, all of that water is washing into the front yard. And whenever you deal with as much rainfall as we have seen, unfortunately, that's where you get some of that flooding as a result. And here's a picture that we can assess as well. Just kind of zooming things in here, you get a better visual of, you just see the flooding there in the yard. And unfortunately, I believe this was out in Pontotoc. You're starting to get some of that water just to build there on the sides of the roadways. I see right there what looks to be a creek of some sorts or an embankment, and the water really building out there. And I think that something that spring might be aiding in is that things are coming back to life and those roots are becoming more absorbent. So, in setups like this, unfortunately, it's just too much rainfall for those plants. But, the flooding potential should go down further into the spring and summer season because things are coming back to life. And so that's one positive, is that the warm air has kind of woken things up, and so hopefully those roots get to absorb in here soon.
A little bit, but I mean, it ultimately just comes down, a lot of it comes down to quantity, right?
Yes, exactly.
If you have a very, very significant quantity, you end up having, more flooding issues. Appreciate that, Gabe. Also sent you a text message behind the scene there, Gabe. I'm trying to get something up and going here in a minute if we can. We have not talked all clears in a while. I can say most of North Mississippi, out here north of, say, Monroe, really all of, let's do an all clear real quick. Let's just get it on there here for a moment. So I would say everywhere that's kind of back, I'd say we're pretty well all clear all back here. There's going to be some additional development in the next couple of hours, but I would say for this initial round here, this blue area that I'm kind of showing on here is kind of the all clear. I'm interested. I'll look at Bruce a little more closely here in a minute. But just watching that one right there on the edge for Clay County moving toward West Point to see how that one's going to end up playing out. That's an interesting one. It looks like my text did not send. Okay, now I think it's sent. Did you get it, Gabe? Yes, okay. Maggie it looks like she has signed off for the night. Again, you can check Maggie out tomorrow morning starting at 6:37 and 7:30 a.m. on Mississippi Live Weather this morning for the latest updates on how things are changing. But we're going out here to western Clay County. We still have some lightning, heavy rainfall with this storm kind of moving from west to east through this area. We've had some rotation on it over the last 30 minutes. Let's check out how that rotation is kind of behaving now. You can see just that one kind of isolated area there. Still showing up with that. So interesting. I'll see. After you get Ashton's thing up, it looks like Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers has something in there, Gabe, as well, that they put in our Storm Chaser chat. I'd like to see if we can get that up and going at some point here. Because again, they've been out and doing some hard work, tracking these showers today and storms and severe weather and hail that you guys have been sharing with us. Well, I say that. Let me pull this up. I might be able to. I'll pull up Adrian's shot here. Give me a moment. So Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. With this video here, kind of a drone shot, a drone time lapse of what one of the storms has looked like here. This would be, I think this is the Webster County storm. So give me a moment to sort of pop this up here. So that is the very impressive looking inflow. Again, Adrian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers with this shot. Put that into play. I'll see if I might have to shrink the size down a little bit so I can have their logo on there for that. But this is our chat with the National Weather Service where they have that. There. Let's just do that. And so you can see all the air kind of swirling and heading into the center of that system there on the drone shot. Appreciate Adrian for sharing that. I'm going to put that in play one more time here. I think it's worthwhile. As you can see, kind of all the scud clouds sort of being sucked in there toward the center of that system. I'm going to toss back to Gabe here for a second because you know how I say over and over again that when you get a phone call, it disrupts what you're doing? Well, Gabe, it's disrupting.
Well, I hope it's for good things, Matt. But nonetheless, we are looking at some footage of the flooding. I believe this is over in, let me make sure to correct this, over in the Oxford area. So yes, this is close to West Oxford Street, close to Veterans Highway. And so here you're getting a look at just how much of that rainfall was just accruing there on the roads. And so, yeah, some heavy rainfall. The embankments, of course, washed out, and that's some pretty deep water out there in Lafayette County, again, just outside of Oxford. And there you're getting a look at some of that water just rushing there into those embankments, and that's just adding to those totals. So some of these low-lying areas, unfortunately, some homes as well, dealing with this flooding in this private property as well. So I don't think that car, unfortunately, will be able to get past. And there you're getting a look at some of the limbs and debris that is in the water as well. So not exactly a sight that you want to see. And so, yeah, we're talking about what was more impactful, the flooding, the hail, the wind, even the tornado warning. It's the flooding. The flooding is hurting more people than well, not hurting, but affecting more folks than what those other threats have been. So honestly, that's what we're dealing with heading into the late night hours as well. I'm curious to where those flood advisories and flood warnings are, Matt. I know we had a few of those issued in North Mississippi for conditions exactly like this. But
yeah, so I think what we'll do is we're going to take a brief break, and then after the break, if you can get over to Chroma Key, give me a thumbs up on that. I'll let you take a look at that. I got to go run a flat tire for the wife.
Oh no!
So she doesn't work that far away, as many of you might know. So I'll go take care of that real fast.
All right. Well, be safe. Stay dry.
So anyway, we're going to take a brief break here, and we will be back with more coverage as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center next.
Look at Wanda, ready to rock her big presentation. But first, lunch. Sweet Pepper's Deli. Delicious, celebratory, but is it quick? The Cobb salad. Tender oven roasted chicken, topped with cheese. Prepared, plated, and served? In 6 minutes? Is this for real? Well, of course. Well done, Wanda. Sweet Pepper's Deli. Yes, ma'am. Life is sweet.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here at now 7:07 p.m. Lightning flashing here, looking out of our camera in West Point, back toward the west, toward a line of thunderstorms that's moving toward town. Again, a lot of lightning showing up with this, and this is kind of more northwest. I'm going to actually flip it just a little bit more west-west, if you don't mind, looking back kind of toward the center of right there, kind of toward the edge there, that interaction that we have. Let's see if we're zoomed in a little bit. I think we're out as far as we go on that. As we bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, here for a moment. Gabe, one of the things, looking at these storms, again, we don't have a whole lot of warnings showing up at this point in time. Thankfully, hopefully we're kind of past the peak on this storm system, but we're obviously still tracking this one storm in particular as it moves toward a populated area. Still has some rotations we saw before the commercial break on that drone shot, right?
Exactly, and we do expect that we will have some gusty winds out of this, maybe not all the way up to that severe potential, but usually whenever you get those tighter circulations, or at least any circulation that's shown, it shows kind of a higher concentration of those winds and outputting a little bit of those gusts as well. So as that continues to move through the Clay County area, just around West Point, I do hope that folks are home as it is around 7 o'clock, home from work, and of course not braving the storms this evening. So 66 degrees in West Point, a big number that I'm paying attention to is 63 degrees. That's kind of that instability that we're dealing with. And as we head further into the night, we do expect that to drop, especially with how busy this day has been with those storms. So kind of assessing that lightning, still an active storm nonetheless. And that's continuing to move through Clay County, and we will see that move through parts of West Point here in just a moment. So let's go ahead and take it back to our radar mode real quick, and we're going to just go to our Monroe County radar site with that wind, and maybe I might have froze it up. Is it working? There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and go back to our radar site to get a better look on this storm. And as it continues to move closer to Hopewell and Griffith, again, we are not far away from the West Point area, kind of taking that direct track. Let me go ahead and put it on a loop one more time. As it kind of goes over the last 30 minutes, and it's kind of heading on that directly east path. Expect that to move through West Point here shortly, and already along Highway 45 seeing the heaviest impacts. I do want to look at wind real quick because we are still getting, again, a little bit of that broad rotation showing up there around Cedar Bluff. And if we zoom things in, not really seeing a strong return, but it is still those reds and greens interacting, that inflow and outflow. And lining that up with reflectivity, it's kind of in that slot out ahead of this, but we do expect, this is probably a scan behind. So once this advances to the next frame, then we do expect that to line up with some of that rotation as well. I do want to look at the hail swath here real quick because we are assessing a bit of that hail starting to show up, usually with rotation or any rotating storms for that matter, we are getting some of those updrafts as well, meaning that these storms are maturing, that they are getting a little bit higher up into the atmosphere, and that could be outputting some of those hailstones as well, as hail requires updrafts too. So that's one of the things we look at with that rotation. And one of the things we talked about yesterday was, while it could prompt a tornado, a brief tornado, we do expect this to primarily remain hail. And that's what it's done so far today. That's what it continues to do there in Clay County. And if we look at that latest scan, I want to make sure this lines up with reflectivity. Yeah, right in the heart of that storm, right there on the top part of it, closer to Highway 46. Let's go back to that swath and kind of show off the fact that, yeah, we're probably more on the possible side of things, but trending more potentially in that probable area. And so I'm expecting maybe up to a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch hailstones starting to fall there in Clay County, again, right over the top of Griffith, and expecting to move more towards Siloam here in just a bit. So let's put a storm track on that. And as it continues to move, actually, what we have not done is check the speed on this here in a bit. So I'm going to go back over the last hour and kind of see the movement on this particular storm. So as it moves from that severe thunderstorm warning there in Grenada County, Calhoun County, it continued to work through Webster County, and now they're closer to Clay County. So kind of measuring this out, we can see that we are talking about a 35 mile an hour storm. So we're going to keep it around that range as it moves closer to Clay County, closer to West Point, and assess that in more detail. And we're going to go right there on that rotation. So let me go back to our velocity mode here real quick. And that's an interesting return for sure. So as it continues to move out there closer to or towards the east, we can see about 35 miles an hour, and it's going to take it through West Point. Let me do one more and actually take it through the city of West Point, because while it might go south, I want to make sure that the folks up there know what could potentially be headed their way, as it is going to be a more populated area. So zooming things out one more time and taking it about 35 miles an hour. And again, I'm going to try to get West Point in there. There we go. 725. We're starting to see some folks out there in West Point dealing with this storm. We continue to see that move off towards the east, and we're going to see that enter the Sleepy Hollow area. 745, the Battery Heights region, 747, Briarwood, 748, and on there towards Eskridge by about 749 as well. Now we are going to go on a broader look here real quick. So I am going to have to move this up here real quick. Let's move this up to, unfortunately, it's not going to show a ton of locations. I think we can go away with there. And yeah, so we're talking West Point 725, but closer to Columbus, we're going to be closer to about 750. So that's here in the next half hour or so as it continues to progress off there towards the east. Now, I do want to zoom in here real quick and look at the latest on this scan. So that is going to be, because that was an interesting return right there. You're kind of getting that inflow, outflow once again. And as this has trended over the last hour, you can see how that has kind of progressed into a bit of a tightening. So I wouldn't be shocked at all if this is trying as it moves further in there. The only thing that it's not lining up with is the fact that it's not lining up with radar that much. So while we are having a stronger velocity return, it's out ahead of the system. Even with that latest scan, it would probably be closer to Cedar Bluff, and that velocity couplet is more out here towards oh yeah, there you go, all the way towards the Moons Valley area. So I'm not expecting this to be producing a tornado by any means. And let's go ahead and jump back towards that camera, and that'll give us the confirmation that we need, but we're not really expecting that with this setup. So we're going to be looking west out of West Point, fitting, and it's 66 degrees once again, but let's go ahead and keep it here for just one moment. I believe if this has not changed, that we're still looking out towards the west. And so basically you'd be looking right in regards to the storm right there. And so that's basically directly west, so it should be on the center part of our screen here. Let's just watch this for 1 second. Of course, this is an energetic storm, and so there's going to be a lot of lightning that's kind of lighting that up. And no, I don't see anything that's connecting all the way to the ground. So no, nothing is trying to reach the surface. This is, again, staying more elevated, and it is, again, staying more hail. And that has been the theme today. So looking at that hail swath once again, and I'm going to have to take it back over here. Clicked off the wrong thing. There we go. There's that hail swath, and we are getting some of those deeper purples, meaning that some of that probable hail is not an impossibility. And we do use our peak threats as well to walk through some of those potential impacts. And looking at Griffith, 1 inch hail, this is, again, the peak impacts. And this is usually what's happening way high up in the atmosphere. So once it reaches closer to the surface, I think we're talking about a 1/4 inch hail, maybe up to a 1/2 of an inch once that gets further into the area. So I want to look at the chat here real quick, and I want to see, is anyone in Clay County, and you guys can let me know here over the next couple of minutes, getting any of these hail reports? And I think that's something that we we can check behind the scenes, and I will work to do that here shortly, is going to be some of those photos. And so actually what I'm going to do is toss it back over to the other monitor, and we're going to go through some of these pictures because I want to see if we're getting any reports there in Clay County of some potential hail. And the way that we do that is by looking there through our Mississippi Live Weather app and some of those submissions that you guys have put in our chat as well. So kind of jumping to those that latest time frame, and we'll let that populate in a little bit. That's where we could be getting some more of those reports. Okay, so today, what has been the primary issue? Well, it has been the flooding, and that is what we continue to assess here in the Room to Room Weather Center, getting into the now 7:15, 7:20 hour. So going back to the precipitation mode, still getting some of those higher rainfall outputs. Not as impressive on those latest scans, kind of shows more of a hail producer than anything, and anything that was trying to rotate a few moments ago, not doing so as of now. And you get a better look at that with some of those velocity returns, not nearly as focused on one specific area, but it is still showing that this is a pretty mature storm, and that's why that hail is continuing to be the main factor. So once that moves closer to Highway 46, basically moving across that area right now, closer to, I believe that is actually, Highway 47, right along Highway 50, honestly. So it's going to carry that through West Point, and Highway 50 does connect eventually to let me make sure I have this right. To the, oh my word, Highway 50 eventually connects to the Columbus area. That's what I was looking for. I want to make sure it wasn't going all the way to Caledonia. I had to make sure. It's been a while since I've been down there in Lowndes County. So let's go back here on this storm, and still seeing a high output of that lightning. And as we populate in a few of those potential stones, we're talking more on the possible area rather than the probable. And that continues to remain about the same strength. I'm curious to see if that's even maturing anymore, because as of right now, I think that's definitely on the downswing as of lately. Okay, new submissions through the Mississippi Live Weather app, and this is one that I was very curious to see. And if that is correct, I'm very curious. That's the Alpine community. That's from Mitzi. Mitzi submitting this picture to us here at Mississippi Live Weather. And why? Oh wait, I got to change the background here real quick. Let me go ahead and do that. So that'll be here. So looking at this photo submitted from Alpine, and again, that's closer to the Union County area where we have gotten some of those flooding reports there in New Albany, and we've also gotten some of those flooding reports towards Baldwin and Marietta. So here's a look at some of those rainfall reports, and as you can see right there, we're talking 5.5 inches, and if that is correct, that is a ton of rainfall. And honestly, with how heavy it's been, wouldn't be shocked at all if that is how much folks in Union County have gotten. So if you have any rainfall reports, any hail reports, be sure to send that in to us here at Mississippi Live Weather. And again, that is important information for us, important information for the National Weather Service, and we forward everything that you guys give us over to them as well. So we're going to toss it back to the wall here real quick and go a little bit more in detail. And as you can see right here, we are going to continue to assess that hail threat. Before we go too much further, though, I don't want to overlook how much rainfall we have gotten. Yeah, yeah, that's definitely close to some of those rainfall totals. I don't know if it's fully 5.5, but I mean New Albany specifically, or 2.8. We're 3 in Ecru. We're 3.5 just south of Oxford, and that's just over the past. That's not even the past 24 hours. I could probably go past 6. And yeah, it would cover exactly that. So this is over a very short time frame, so that's why those flooding reports are still there. I do want to bring in here real quick some of those flood concerns. Let me go ahead and put these on there. I want to do some advisories as well. Lord, you know when you see everything except for what you need? That's what I'm experiencing right now. Okay, so there's one of the flooding reports, the flash flood warning for Franklin, Alabama for some of those heavier outputs of rainfall. But that's just kind of what we've been dealing with those flooding threats. So that's over there towards Red Bay. We did have a flash flood warning towards Baldwin, but hoping that that has gotten cleared out, and even south of Oxford dealing with that as well with some of the heavier output of rainfall. So flooding has been the primary concern today, as well as those hailstones. And I do want to say, because I know my folks watch Mississippi Live Weather over in Birmingham, that they are getting a lot of storms out there. And so if I toss it right here real quick, and I will go right back, I just want to give them a heads up. Let me see real quick. I'm curious if there's any hail with this. Yeah. Okay, so Maynard family back in Birmingham. Make sure to not be outside. Make sure your vehicles are covered because it looks like there's some decent hail headed your way. So I wanted to slide that in there real quick for my folks out there because I know that they do tune in and they don't tune into any other weather service. So if they're not watching, if we don't tell them that, then they won't do anything. So I apologize for the break in what we're covering, but I did want to let them know. All right, bringing it back in here, I do want to note West Alabama does still have some impressive storms. I mean, that one, Yeah, that one definitely stands out over there towards Wiley, Alabama. So that's moving towards that southeast direction. I'm going to do a quick storm track on this real quick, but again, that's just for folks out there that may know some people, and you may be their way of knowing that they need to be getting to a safer location. So if we're taking it about 35 miles an hour, and that'll continue to move in that east-southeast direction, go ahead and screenshot those times right there. And if you see any towns that you know loved ones in, go ahead and screenshot that, send it to them, let them know that they need to be monitoring the weather. And of course, being steps away from that safe place because rotation is definitely tightening on that one. There's a lot of lightning associated with it, and that shows that that is still a mature storm. So be safe and let your folks know because while we try to keep you guys informed, you keeping your loved ones informed does a little bit more because they know you, they trust you, they've grown up with you. So we want to give you guys that information, but you guys also be the messengers in all of this as we can keep our community safe. All right, so the most impressive storm that we're dealing with right now continues to be this West Point storm. And if we're looking at lightning specifically on this storm, we're about at 1,000 strikes over a very short time frame. So let's go ahead and bring it back in here to the West Point camera as it should be moving closer. And yes, getting a ton of lightning, more than one a second it feels like. And that's just been ooh, don't go out, don't go out. Okay. Well, North Mississippi Storm Chasers, you guys have energetic cameras this evening, and thank you to them for letting us use those here at Mississippi Live Weather to let our folks see what's happening on the ground, and it just adds another instrument to keeping everyone in North Mississippi safe. So kind of a partnership that we have with them that allows us to do exactly that, and we are very grateful for them, and they've done a phenomenal job today. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, so the Maynard household, we have a new report. 3.3 inches at the Maynard household of rainfall. And you know what I'm going to do? Actually, I'm going to get that picture up on my page. And if you have any of those submissions of your rain gauges of how much rainfall you've gotten, being that we have had so many of those flooding threats today, I would go ahead and get those sent in because, Matt, I mean, flooding has been the most significant impact that we've had for our Monday. And we had, I don't know if you saw it earlier on, I don't know if you're still out and about, but, well, actually, is everything okay?
Yeah, we got the car home, so.
Perfect. Well, we did get a submission of 5.5 inches towards the Alpine community. I'm curious if that's just from today, because if you kind of pair what we got today with what happened this weekend, I would say 5 to 6 inches is definitely a realistic possibility. 5.5.
And I'll say, go ahead.
I was going to say it might be on the higher side with how much rainfall we've gotten today.
Well, so I'm going to pop up something that just happened. I don't always catch what's in the chat there, but I happen to see right next to me there. One of these days I'll figure out the angle there. Chris Garrison is the owner of Absolute Cleaning and Restoration, and he said that they're getting a lot of flood calls. Their assessors are inspecting roofs, first thing tomorrow. So, given their contact information there, 662-760-4348 if you need help with restoration, roofs, or that kind of stuff. So posting that in the chat, just happened to see that next to me a moment ago. So clearly flooding is become an issue for a lot of spots out there this evening. But as you saw next to Gabe very clearly and have seen, there's just a ton of lightning out of this thunderstorm moving into the West Point area. Again, it's that nonstop lightning, one of those signs, again, of a very impressive thunderstorm, but non-severe still at this point. It's just the lightning from time to time is going to obviously cause some power disruptions in its own right. And then looking again at the wind mode here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, we still do have that very broad sort of rotation with this as well. I'll make this a slightly faster loop. Get a better assessment. Again, still kind of southeastward there, kind of moving into the West Point area. So nearly nonstop lightning with that. That is, I think, the only storm of concern still at this point. And luckily that one remains a bit below severe levels, but certainly it's on the edge there. I do want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, again. Gabe, what you got?
Okay, well, two things. Earlier on, it did have an interesting return on the velocity signature, not for anything tornadic, but it looked like it was almost a glitch in the data. And I mean, I could see based off of our West Point camera and reflectivity that it wasn't concerning, but it definitely stood out. And I was curious if you knew of what that was. I think it was 12, 15 minutes ago or so.
So let's look in here real quick. And I'll let you wave to me behind the scenes as we get this moment, and then we're going to look over. I think Fayette County has Fayette County, Alabama, just kind of on the fringe of our area, just a little east of that, has a tornado warning that's been issued for that here in a second. So we'll take a look. We'll give some updates there on that. So let's see. You're looking at the velocity. I'm assuming it's going to be the base velocity data here, and I'm going to look at you. You tell me, you give me a thumbs up when you get to the image on this. This one. So that probably is a glitch in the velocity and the wind data there. So here's how we check. See how it's in the clear slot there ahead of it? That's how we know that is some kind of side lobing, some kind of velocity glitch. Even though it's like, whoa, red and green. Nope, not in the right spot. So yeah, that's not one to worry about there. But it's certainly that I can get how that would be concerning on that.
Yeah, which that adds to the value of those cameras. Of course, if you see that and it's like, whoa, what's that? You pull up the camera, you get full visual on what's happening there at the surface.
Mm-hmm.
But over in Fayette, Alabama, I do want to note, we literally just did a storm track about 10 minutes ago, letting folks know that this is tightening, potentially rotating thunderstorm, and they have gone tornado warning on that as it moves further into central Alabama.
Yeah, that's. Let's go look at that real quick. Obviously, nonstop lightning on that one there. Again, exiting Fayette, Alabama. Excuse me, that'd be northern Tuscaloosa County, I think. I think it's just clipping Fayette County there in Tuscaloosa County. So just a little bit outside our area. We'll give a kind of a storm track. I know sometimes people tend to follow it a little bit beyond the area. So we'll go ahead and kind of take a look there. So near Three Forks, it looks like. That's where our little area of circulation is here. Again, Tuscaloosa County, Alabama, tornado warning. This is not officially our area, but we'll go ahead and give some information for some folks out there in Tuscaloosa County. So you're looking at Mama Justice Doppler radar. Right where that dot, where that line is there is where we would put our area that's most likely to have some issues. So if you do know someone who's out here, highly recommend you find your tornado safe place. Of course, that would be the sturdy structure, middle of the lowest floor, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on the helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there until we could give you the all clear. Again, looking ahead of this, we'll do kind of a track. We'll say at about 30, 35 miles per hour is the speed on that. We'll come back in. We'll look at the rotation mode on this here once again. And that's about the right spot. I think we're looking at there, south and west of Three Forks. So Little Shoal at 741, 751 Oak Grove, Ezra at 753, 754 there in Mud Creek for folks that are pretty much just ahead of that there. Again, it's not the most populated portion of Tuscaloosa County, staying north of Tuscaloosa proper. And again, not a super impressive return on that. Did have a little more rotation near Sandtown a moment ago. But I would say that rotation has weakened substantially just in the last 10 minutes or so. Right there, we might have briefly had a tornado. Got pretty close. Let's see if we have any tornado debris we've been detected there. Maybe briefly had something. Maybe just very briefly something weak. But nothing that I see at this moment here. So again, that's now solidly Tuscaloosa County, Alabama, and they've gone ahead and dropped the tornado warning because of that. So for however long that was on there, that has weakened. So it's come over here. Now from the Birmingham site, I show some mid-level rotation on this storm over West Point, which I think, as we saw earlier, is definitely the case. From a long distance away, we can see that. Let's see if we see that from Memphis from just as long a distance away. We do not from that side. Maybe Jackson. Nope, that's a Birmingham only thing. But that circle there again sees from all the way from the Birmingham area that there's that what looks like pretty substantial rotation. But if you bring it down to ground level, there's maybe just a little bit, but it's still really, really wide. We don't have a tight pixel to pixel there. So before we kind of scare some folks by having on find your safe place, let's be clear here. That was on when we were looking in Alabama, looking here at Clay County, northern Oktibbeha, and for folks there moving into Lowndes County, this is broad rotation. It's a lot of lightning and heavy rainfall. That lightning, probably the most disruptive part. I mean, it is just a non-stop bath of lightning ongoing on our camera there in West Point. I have it on behind the scenes here, and it is, I mean, as you can see, just that shot there right in the foreground. You saw that lightning strike exactly where that cloud to ground stroke was. Looking that direction to be kind of northwest out of this. I'll see if we can kind of pan it a little bit. I'm going to go left here for a moment. It's kind of looking more south. Get a lot of lightning, extremely, as Gabe likes to say, an extremely electric storm ongoing there in Clay County. Power disruption is likely mounting on this, though I still, obviously you can see some of the folks there in the foreground with lightning. But man, that is non-stop strikes. So it's no wonder. I'm just impressed that we haven't lost the camera there. I'm going to go to Caledonia, slightly farther away, sort of looking in this, looking at this storm as well. Caledonia, a little ahead of this. Let's go. We're going to pan that camera shot back, looking toward West Point. So give me a moment as we pan that there on the water tower there in the Caledonia area. It will take a moment for it to kind of reorient itself. And we will come back to that here in just a moment once it has. I say that, Gabe, and I think it probably has. I have just, my connection to the computer back there is slowed. So give me a moment. I'm going to try this. That might have updated there. Okay. So now I'm going to click, see if it at least clicks through. It does look like it is, despite the fact that I can't see it on my local end here as well. So yeah, just obviously not nearly the number of lightning strikes. We're also looking a ways away, and they're kind of glowing toward the distance there, toward the horizon, as we're looking back kind of west and southwest toward the West Point area from Caledonia, towards some of those storms there in Clay County. So obviously a ton of lightning with that, and it does look as though, again, they have a special weather statement that they put out on that. Again, just a kind of a hey, we got to watch this sort of alert. So Gabe, I'm going to send it back over to you for a moment, just kind of looking at these storms. And actually, in saying that, we're going to take a brief break, and we'll be right back after this as we continue tracking these storms here on Mississippi Live Weather.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with the decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you, it's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
Even though Gabe grew up in Alabama, Mississippi has now become his home and his family. And one thing about Gabe is he keeps his family safe.
New severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Clay and Lowndes and Oktibbeha counties. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here at 7:30 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. Gabe will send a push alert on that. We'll also do a screenshot and send that one out as well as we link back to the live stream on Facebook to let folks know. Power out reported there by someone there in the West Point area. Appreciate that report coming in just a moment ago from, let's see if we get the name there, Stryker on The books, actually, that'd be on YouTube there. Heavy rain in Houston, and Columbus got a severe thunderstorm warning here. Jade, that's what we're watching for you. It does look like West Point, that camera there might have lost power right after we left it a minute ago. So sometimes that's what ends up happening there. So we'll go back to that Caledonia camera. Looking back there, Caledonia is kind of on the north corner. If I step to this side here, you can see just kind of the northeast corner of that severe thunderstorm warning. I'll have to look a little closer to see if Caledonia actually is in it. It looks like we're close. Man, you can see in Caledonia, no, but obviously right there on the edge of that, and the lightning picking up there in and around the Lowndes County area. Let's get a storm track on this. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Clay, Oktibbeha, and Lowndes County until 8:30 p.m. So let's do a storm track on this. Again, looking like that, heading again toward Columbus and Cedar View there and Whiteberry community. We're going about 30, 35 miles per hour. It's been kind of the speed. I say that, and this is the angle I'm going to track it. Let's put this on a loop. This has not necessarily been the angle it has. Yeah, okay, that's still the angle. It was going a little more east for a little while there. Now we're heading just a little more south of east once again. So Tibby, we're looking at 738 for you. Tracking that in the direction there of a lot of different neighborhoods in and around Columbus. So that's what a lot of these are, neighborhoods in the Columbus area. But Waverly, we're looking at about 748. And then somewhere around 754, we really start getting into all the Columbus neighborhoods there. Only one storm shelter there. Now, if you're asking me, do I think that this is producing a tornado? The answer is no. Now, has it produced some kind of broad rotation over the last hour from time to time? Yes, and I'd say it still arguably is producing a little bit of that, but not too terribly much. If we look at the rotation on this, we don't have a strong area of rotation. From time to time, we've had some spots that were more interesting than this. The shape of it is not as impressive as it was, but the hail potential has definitely kind of ratcheted up as it approached the West Point area over the last 30, 40 minutes or so. So that could be one of the bigger impacts that this is producing at this time, is that hail definitely in the probable category. And when we've seen that to be the case today, it's typically been about 1 inch to maybe 1.25 inches, maybe 1.5 inches size hail at most. So really starting to give, again, some hail potential there moving toward Columbus. So those times you see on your screen there, when it will be arriving for some of those locations there as well. Now, I do see that, someone mentioning there behind the scenes, again, that would be Charlie mentioning strong and a lot of lightning there in the Houston area. Let's take a look at Houston as we come back over here to regular Mama Justice Doppler radar. Yeah, a lot of lightning out of that storm that you have up there closer to Houston at this point. But it might show you that there's not as many strikes with that. If I kind of put an angle on it here, this one down here closer to West Point has a lot more lightning strikes than the one farther north. So a sign that this obviously going to have some power disruptions with it, going to have some issues, but is the kind of the weaker of the two. I mean, still not something we want to go out and, endeavor into, because obviously it's unpleasant to deal with that. Lightning strikes, though, and we've had some power outages, though the power outage percentages have gotten better. Still about 8% of folks there in Union County out of power, only about 1% in Pontotoc County, about 1% in Webster County as well. And if we look at just the number of lightning strikes in these, number of power outages in some of these places, up around 500 power outages there in Union County. So that's down to 500, I should say. And some heftier totals into Alabama, but even there, those are relatively reasonable considering the amount of lightning that we have experienced. Back to Mama Justice Doppler radar and back in close to our severe thunderstorm warning, approaching and moving into the Golden Triangle. Again, the hail potential on this has been one of the factors. I do have kind of an area where I have some broad rotation down here toward Tibby. This, of course, the interchange there between US 45 alternate and US 82. That'd be Tibby Creek. And moving, let me think, where you see where it shows kind of on the north side there. Let's see, there's the Columbus Air Force Base right about there. So the largest hail is kind of heading more here toward Point Harbor, Battery Heights, Ridgeland, Crescent Estates, Arlington Park. You're kind of in line for the greatest amount of hail out of this. We're hoping that perhaps the hail is diminishing, but let's go ahead and take a look at it. Three-dimensionally is the way we do that. If we look 3D on this thunderstorm, you can see kind of the overall height of it there and all the lightning extending up into it. I'm going to cut out the outside of the thunderstorm. I'm going to cut down to the most intense parts here. Right there. That's where we have some of the biggest stuff. And so let's look 2D on that to get the exact position. So that's moved pretty much right over top of West Point. Let's go back a couple of scans. Yeah, that moved right over West Point on some of the biggest stuff, but it's still holding a decent amount up there inside of that. So that's what's kind of heading toward the north side of Columbus there. Where you're looking at that, that's again a lot of lightning. That's what all those vertical lines are, all the lightning strikes. But this is some pretty good size hail there on the east side of West Point. Still up in the storm a little bit. In fact, if I go ahead and we cut through this, see just how much is up there. We have to kind of slice through it, kind of like what we call a cross section to show that biggest hail. And I show some of that up around 20,000 feet. That line that you may or may not be able to make out there is about 20,000 feet. So some of that hail up around 20,000 feet. I'll add some more of the returns back on so you can kind of see the overall shape of the thunderstorm there. So we should have a new scan coming in here in a minute. But that hail, a decent amount of that is starting to get down and fall there just yet on Highway 50 east of West Point, where that's falling right now. So that's moving there toward, again, Waverly, and locations up here on the north side of Columbus. So we had all those neighborhoods on a moment ago. Let's kind of track the biggest of that hail. There will be obviously hail other spots, but let's track where the biggest of that is going. And so of Waverly, we're about 743 for you, 744 there for Point Harbor, Sleepy Hollow, 749. So hopefully those cars are as protected as they're going to get, because if you're in this path, especially the first part of this, there's a pretty good chance there you're going to have some hail issues with this in the next about 10 minutes or so. So hopefully you are paying attention to this and making sure to stay up to date. I do want to again give a thank you to all of you for commenting on our various social media. I want to give Chuck a little shout out there for a donation on YouTube there, Super Chat. Appreciate Chuck there from Mississippi DJ Events for sponsoring us here on Mississippi Live Weather. Appreciate you for kind of popping on there as well. A lot of people losing power, a lot of lightning, part of the reason for that, and some pretty good size hail. Appreciate all of our other sponsors here on Mississippi Live Weather, like Visiting Angels, and the many other folks like Mama Justice and Absolute Restoration that sponsor what we do. Sometimes you can do commercials. You can sponsor in a bunch of different ways. A unique way in which True Shield Roofing has sponsored with us is on that hail track. The ability to kind of track where the hail is largest and where it's going. I see someone there mentioning Just Hail. At this point, Just Hail is primarily what we're looking at on this here. But we're going to look a little closer here in just a moment just to make sure that stays the case. But yes, quite a bit of hail just moved through the West Point area. We'll check and see some of those pictures here in a minute. True Shield Roofing, of course, sponsoring our hail threat, but they also sponsor largest hailstone contest, if you want to call it that. You send in a picture using the app, and it's the largest hailstone, then they got a $100 Walmart gift card for you. So you can get the latest there. Again, for Android, iOS devices, that's where you get our app to be able to track that. Let's go ahead and look at the wind point here and the rotation on this. And again, I would say that primarily just a wind on this point here. The track we have, hail, the track we're looking at there is primarily looking at that hail potential. I'm going to pull up our Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras there in the Columbus area. We have a couple we can show. I'm going to show the main one there, kind of at the, we'll have the 45 and 82 interchange and a few others that are on this as well. Again, still a lot of travelers out there. It's a lot of lightning, heavy rainfall. It's going to be some strong winds and obviously that hail. So for the folks that are up on Blue Cut on the north side, this camera most likely to have some hail issues there. And there's some cars out there that are not going to like that. Might be heading home, heading to those neighborhoods. You're less than 10 minutes. maybe actually less than 5 minutes before we're going to start to see some large hail moving there into and through the area. Hey, James, couldn't get you in the storm, had to switch over to the TV station. Well, I don't know what to tell you on that. We're live right now, and if you're on our Facebook, hopefully that helps you out. Again, we are a streaming service. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon on Facebook, on YouTube, on X, on all of the different ticks and talks and things. You can find us there. Of course, we have a Roku app and Apple TV. And yes, I intentionally, Gabe Maynor, sometimes make myself sound all old like that. But pictures coming in. Have we had any new pictures recently of hail or anything like that?
Sorry, I had to take a step off for a second, but not of any new hail, but we are getting some photos coming in from earlier this afternoon. This one, most recently, I want to check and make sure. I'm assuming that's West Point. So this is actually some rotation close to Griffith, which would not have been far off from what we were tracking at the top of the hour, but they also reported, and this is James, reporting no hail, just a lot of wind and a lot of rain, and that's what the skies looked like out there. So again, you're getting that gloomy cloud cover, but not seeing anything overly concerning with that picture there. But that was where that broad rotation was setting up before this severe thunderstorm warning was prompted. So shows the impacts that we were seeing, and also getting a look there in Buchanan Road near Highway 45. Braden submitting this photo of, well, that's some hail. My word. Buchanan Road. Matt, do you know where specifically Buchanan Road is? Is there a way we can find that? Because that is a good output of hail. Honestly, one of the more impressive hail reports that we've gotten here in the Room to Room Weather Center. I mean, you can see right there, just basically covering the sides of those roadways, and that's a lot of ice falling from the sky. So curious where this was at. This would have been earlier on in the evening because there is daylight, so before 7 o'clock. So I'm curious which storm that would have ended up being. Actually, I can look. That's near Highway 45. Matt, we'd have to go back on radar, I think, to find that one out. Before we continue, though, I do want to also show off this picture. This was submitted in Amory. So this is actually, you might have heard me mention earlier on, oh, Matt, that sky's green. Well, the reason why I did is because green skies usually indicate some of those hailstones developing there in the updrafts of the storm. So there you're getting a view of kind of that green hue there on the lower side of that storm. And so that kind of shows you that some hail development was expected and unfortunately possible with that setup there in Amory, as they reported about an inch-sized hail falling. Pretty numerous as well. You know what? That's probably where this is. I apologize. Buchanan Road, not going to ever escape me in the future, and I will work to look that up behind the scenes. But Matt, that is where I would say we've had the highest output of hail tonight. Is it in Amory or Monroe County?
Probably northwest of Amory, back maybe northern Chickasaw County as well. Somewhere there in the kind of northwestern Monroe County is probably the most likely location for that. Appreciate that, Gabe. Again, looking out of our severe thunderstorm warned location there, south of Caledonia in particular there, we're looking at that mix of cloud cover as we're looking into those severe thunderstorms. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. This camera again provided by the good folks at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters as we're looking kind of southwestward into a severe thunderstorm moving through Lowndes County. I'll go and pop that information on the screen here for a moment, and then we'll get to moving the camera a little bit more. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, therefore. Still trying to figure out the best place to put this. That little line going next to me annoys me, but one of these days we'll figure it. Let's put it down here at the bottom. Like that. How's that look? I feel like that's good enough. Okay. So nearly nonstop lightning, though, in Lowndes County with this storm. The same thing what we had back when it was in Clay County as well. As we're looking kind of southwestward out of this, kind of panning the camera to the left over top of Caledonia School there. Again, a lot of lightning. This is not going to be a tornado-producing thunderstorm in all likelihood. It's just some big, big hail. That's not to say weird stuff doesn't happen from time to time, but this one definitely a lot of heavy rainfall and hail, more likely to have some issues with those two things than anything else. Looking at Mama Justice Doppler radar, again, this is right on the edge of Columbus. I'm going to look 3D on this before we show the motion, because that's one of the ways in which we've been looking at the hail on these storms. If I kind of cut this down, that hail size is not what it was a minute ago. If we go back here over top of West Point, see how we have, and it might not be instantly obvious, but we have this kind of, whatever this looks like, this kind of hand sort of in the sky. This is all the hail that's up there in the sky. And then as that has kind of fallen out of it, the biggest hail has fallen out. I say that, it looks like back out here toward Tibby, we do have some that's reforming back there on the backside, and that would be more aimed at maybe Midtown Columbus, Pine Haven, back toward around New Hope, if that were to continue to form there. But the initial wave of big hail has probably fallen on this in the last 20 minutes, which is the reason why when we check our hail swath here provided by True Shield Roofing, that does not look as impressive as it did over top of West Point. It was darker colors, larger hail, and certainly greater odds of getting severe hail out of that. But in saying that, the instantaneous hail size is starting to increase a little bit more out of this. I'm going to check a different way to look at hail. I might have briefly had, again, there's about 5 different ways we can check hail on this. And so I think the 3D radar is probably the most effective one. I'm going to go wide, make sure there's not something else that we're missing out there at this point. I have some other thunderstorms back out toward Charleston. That one a lot weaker than our severe thunderstorm. The ones in Houston providing a ton of lightning, but again, weaker than the one that we have down here moving into the Columbus area. And it certainly looks like the south part of that storm now is probably the stronger section of it. So let's get a track on this. I'm going to track that right there. And we'll got to go wider to do this. We are about 33 miles per hour. We've kind of run out of time on some parts of the Columbus area here as this is moving in. I'll go and cut it down to some of the heavier stuff that we have aloft so you can see some of the bigger, brighter red and rainfall and everything. Back here toward Tibby, where this is kind of bowed up a little bit, shows us we have a stronger updraft in here holding that hail up a little higher versus all the heavy precipitation is able to fall out here, kind of what we call the forward flank of the storm. Back here on the rear flank, we have more air going up into it there. That's why it kind of has this arch sort of shape, and that's what's allowing that hail to grow a little larger back there. So 2D mode, again, it's all just kind of red when you look straight down on it, but back up here north of Mayhew, and again on a direct path, they'll take that closer to probably New Hope, south side of Columbus. That's where the biggest hail probably is at this point on that line. It's nearly nonstop lightning out of our Caledonia camera. And this has been kind of as you would expect it, the way a lot of these have looked today as we're looking kind of south into this storm. You know, Caledonia missing kind of the heaviest part of this as we're looking over top of the school there. Lowndes County under severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30 p.m. We're going to take a brief break and be back after this as Mississippi Live weather continues from the Room Drew Weather Center in 60 seconds.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
I have been going to Two Place Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Two Place Smiles.
Current time is 7:54. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather, and we're watching a camera in the Columbus area looking out at some thunderstorms there in and around Columbus. I'm going to bring it back up on the 4 panel here for just a moment. Again, you'll notice on the north side of town, we talked about this a minute ago, Blue Cut Road. That's heavy rainfall. We are hoping that the hail size has decreased some there, but that's also some fairly strong winds. Look at that. And Gabe, you can also see this behind the scenes here, just as the winds out there carrying the rainfall there. It's probably only 30, 40 mile per hour winds, but not impossible to get a wind gust up in excess of 60 miles per hour out of that thunderstorm. I know that you are watching some of the pictures behind the scenes. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor is at this point here. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time, again, looking at pictures. What that looks like some interior ones.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I think this photo kind of encapsulates the impacts that we've seen here in North Mississippi with the flooding getting inside as well. I believe this is Good Vibes Marketplace up there in New Albany being one of the locations we've talked about with that flooding. So unfortunately, it does move indoors at some point, especially with the high magnitude of rainfall we saw in Union County and all through North Mississippi. So Matt, this is one of the areas that stands out. I believe they submitted multiple pictures of it. You can kind of see that puddling there at the surface. So unfortunate, but I do hope that didn't get much higher than that to hopefully not hurt any of the merchandise. But I know that's going to take a bit of time to kind of clear out that water from the floor.
It will, absolutely. A meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, thank you so much. As we look here along US 82, we're waiting for lightning strikes, looking at kind of the low-hanging stuff there. There's a pretty good lightning strike. As you can see, the base of kind of the shelf cloud with this storm. You know, there's going to be some low-hanging stuff that looks a little shaky from time to time. Here in the Room to Room Weather Center, as we've said all day long, hail is the main impact on these storms. And I think even this storm still west of Columbus is more likely to produce hail. Obviously, we showed you the north side a moment ago there. Here's another way to look at this, and that is going to be using our three-dimensional Mama Justice Doppler radar. As you'll note there on the side of the screen, you can see some times as this is moving into and through the Columbus area on the north side right now. But what I'm looking at here is we're looking 3D, and what kind of looks like a brain up here is all the heavy precipitation, whether it's extremely heavy rainfall, small hail, or large hail. This is the brightest stuff being reflected back toward the radar. So where it's brightest, we know that we have intense precipitation. It's very reflective is the way we refer to it, because we refer to that as reflectivity. If I cut it down to the most reflective parts, the most intense returns, I have multiple spots above the surface that are pretty hefty. Let's look two-dimensional on these. Certainly the southern part there is probably the most, but the kind of, you'll notice how there is some big hail that's sitting above the surface there where there's nothing at ground level there along 82, pretty much right where we were looking at that camera a moment ago there. So hanging up there in the clouds is this. There's also just, I think, a littlest bit of some broad rotation with this as well. So we will look at that in a little more detail here in a moment. Let me see if I can. Do not think reflectivity. Do not think I'm going to be able to make that three-dimensional. I did. Wow. Okay. So let's look at this. See if we can see a little bit of, rotation on that as well. Let's cut out all the middle ground stuff. Looking aloft again, plenty of strong winds aloft with this. And we can look right through it there. I don't have kind of a core of really strong winds aloft on this. We'll bring it back here on ground level and look again. Broad rotation with this as it's kind of moving in. I'd say probably more helpful for it to produce wind than it is to produce, something else with that. So Columbus, again, we're moving into Columbus pretty much as we speak, which is why our camera's there in Columbus now pretty much inundated with rainfall on all of them, with the exception there of this one, which is looking back into the kind of the heart of this. And the left-hand part of the screen there, that's some of that big hail. It's kind of, I'm going to have to kind of make it look ugly for a moment. So I apologize that. As you can see it really whipping around there on the north side of town. But that like kind of gray sort of shade you see there, that is us kind of catching on that shot, that large cloud obviously coming toward the camera lens there, and all the big hail and everything that it has along with it. So heavy rainfall really picking up, and look there on the north side. You can definitely see that is that's one you don't want to be in. And that's the reason why Columbus is under a severe thunderstorm warning in effect this evening at this point in time for the potential for this to produce damaging winds. Boy, that's a rough one, right? So you're looking here live at our Mississippi Department of Transportation camera. This is probably some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds coming across the camera lens there. And those folks drive and wish they weren't at this point. We told you 15 minutes ago that now is the time, somewhere around 7:55 to 7:59 is when it be coming through. I mean, that's severe winds moving into and through the Columbus area right now. I'm honestly surprised that we have been able to keep this camera going. I mean, there's no question they're thinking about this, because even if you're going 5 miles per hour into it, and I'm surprised, honestly, we really haven't lost power. So this is what it looks like in Columbus at this moment when a severe thunderstorm is moving through. So power disruptions are likely. I'm going to two-box this again with Gabe for a moment here. And Gabe, Yeah, I mean that's pretty rough looking. Power outages haven't necessarily kept up with that yet at this point. It looks like there's some around Clay County, right?
Clay County and soon to be Lowndes County. I mean, I just don't see power outages. It's going to pick up.
That's rough. That's about as rough as I've seen one of these MDOT cams.
Oh,
look.
yeah.
Let's be clear. But I'm meaning not today. Like, I don't know a whole lot of times I've seen an MDOT cam look more rough than this.
They've stopped driving, if you've noticed there in the distance.
Yeah. I mean, you can't see. Well, if you're driving through a 60-mile-per-hour winds, it's like you're going down the highway full speed and it's beating against you. You can't see what's in front of you. You know, in that situation, you want to get off of the road. You don't want to be on the road. You want to find a way to get off of the road. And if you can, get completely off the road and turn off your flashers. I know that sounds weird, but you don't want people thinking that the road has moved and they swerve to get behind you because they see your lights. So if you can get completely off of the road, you also want to make sure to have those flashers off. Man, that is rough. Let's see here. Looking down, not as strong when we come down 45 there. Oh, looks like that one just locked up on us. What were you asking?
Oh, I was just saying that one's not live. Like I didn't see any movement with it.
It was, and now it's not. So anyway, there we go. Yeah, look at that. When it's working, that's a rough look there. So I could spend a lot of time looking at these cameras. Clearly, not a place we want to be out on the roads on. This is definitely a big burst of wind coming into the Columbus area right now. One of the things I noticed with that circle there is, again, there's some rotation with this as well, and I can bring down those all that information. I want to go back over to the rainfall mode here for a moment. Again, the heaviest of this is just now. That camera we're looking at along 45 there a moment ago would be right about, well, for the one we stayed on for a minute was up here. It's right in the heart of kind of that black that you see. We're going to have a new scan coming in here at this exact moment. That location we're looking at, blue cut there, right here where my mouse is. So this is just moved just a little south of that. So the heaviest there, that's that big hail or heavy rainfall. You know, I'll say this, maybe that means that the rainfall is, the hail is slightly smaller, because if you have just blinding rainfall like that, sometimes blinding rainfall looks like this on radar as well. But we'll double check velocity, see if we have wind coming out there. One of the things that just looks so odd when you have that circle, I kind of expect to have a downburst of some sort there, right in the middle. That's what's so odd about what I'm looking at there, trying to kind of process that. Interesting return, but it's really simple what's going on at home if you're underneath this, and that is, it is just nasty. So we've had those times on the screen. Hopefully you have prepared accordingly. Obviously, it's a pretty unpleasant experience in the Columbus area right now. Ooh, there's some bigger hail up there above that now. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Man, oh, man. So out here, Lynn Estates, Whiteberry. If you're east of this, New Hope, McCrary, Lakeover Estates, Eastern Lowndes County, this is going to be some really big hail by the time that falls, because the big stuff has not hit the ground. That's up there fairly high, too. Ooh, that's going to be rough. Heads up on that. Let's go ahead and do a push, Gabe. We want to do a push. We want to mention Eastern Lowndes County. We want to mention possibly as large as golf ball size hail possible out of this. I think that hail could be approaching golf ball size there. Yes, because I've got greater than, what was that, 65 dBZs to 25,000 feet. That's golf balls. So, and it's already dropped a decent amount of, probably some hail on the north side there. Let's go back to our camera, but yeah, east there of Columbus, southeast of Columbus, that's not pleasant for sure. As you can see, this is what a full-on downburst and probably some damaging winds look like in the Columbus area. This is a rough one for sure. Hey, Gabe, I also need you to reshare the Facebook link. I need you to go find the original Facebook live stream. I need you to reshare the live stream for folks there in Columbus, because now, I mean, up here in Blue Cut, we've had about 5 minutes of these nearly 60-mile-per-hour winds. You'll notice the wind direction, if we can get it back, it looks like we might have lost power. I think we might have lost power. God, it's in and out there, but you can see how the wind direction's in opposite direction here. Now it's coming out of, look at this. This is coming out of the southeast now. So it tells you we've probably had a downburst, a microburst there. So there's probably been some damage with this in the Columbus area. It's probably our strongest storm we've had so far today over top of Columbus, and obviously causing its own issues. So it's back here. Let's look at where that hail is going to be the biggest. Again, I'm thinking Whiteberry Community, Lakeover Estates. This is a rotating thunderstorm. Let's be clear about that. But it's more effective at producing the hail than it is anything else. That's why I'm just kind of looking down on to a big hail core that's kind of circulating around this way up in the clouds, kind of like this here. And so it's holding up that hail. So let's get some locations that are in that track ahead of this. Oh, it's starting to spread out, so that's going to unwind here in a minute. When it unwinds, it's going to drop that big hail. So there's my kind of too long track, and we'll bring it back in here to the Columbus area. So you can see Ramunda Estates right now. This one is over top of you. This is a thunderstorm producing probably golf ball size or larger hail. At least if it hasn't hit the ground yet, it will. Yeah, look at that. So see that underneath it there, that's that really, really heavy precipitation. So I'm kind of digging in here. The blacks that you see, the purples, that's very, very heavy rainfall and likely large hail. In fact, if we use our hail tracker here with True Shield Roofing, we haven't got a lot of them that are that dark today on just the instantaneous. As you can see here, it's smashing into Columbus at this point. This one's really been effective, unfortunately, at producing some large hail right over Columbus. So unfortunate there. We do have at least some rotation with this, but that rotation is hail producing rotation more than anything else. So I'm kind of looking at this a bunch of different ways, but appreciate True Shield Roofing. Send in those pictures using the Mississippi Live Weather app. This is a plug to say that largest hailstone picture with a ruler or another object gets a $100 gift card from True Shield Roofing. I'm only saying that because there's going to be some people needing roofs down there in Columbus after this comes through, unfortunately. So Lynn Estates, Baker Subdivision, obviously moving through your locations at this point in time. I'll pull down that track, but this has been a major hail producer and obviously is not a pleasant situation for folks there in Lowndes County. We're also getting a shear marker on it, seeing some of that rotation. Again, that rotation primarily hail producing, as we've talked about. I see kind of what it's seeing ahead there. I'm still much more concerned, again, with the downburst ongoing right now through Columbus, now moving through the south side of town. So New Hope, again, 8:12 for you. Current time's 8:07. Hopefully those cars are inside. This has not dropped its biggest hail yet, but it's starting to unwind a little bit. And as that unwind occurs, certainly something we'll watch. Now, it does look like they've gone ahead and upgraded that to a tornado warning. Gabe, I need you to screenshot this and send a screenshot of that out. We need to repush here. So I'm going to do, again, live update. Hold on. I'm going to put tornado warning issued for Lowndes County. Okay, for Eastern Lowndes County, let's get that push alert out there. We're going to send the message. There we go. So again, I'm giving you an alert on that. National Weather Service in Jackson going ahead and issuing a tornado warning on this. There must be a new scan in here that's more clear versus where we're at a second ago there. Give me a moment. So there's a couple spots here. I see this, but reflectivity. Let's go back a scan on this. I think this is really just big hail. But when we're looking at the wind, I mean, I can make an argument down here and up there, but I think more than anything, anyway, we need to be treating this like a tornado warning. We'll figure out what it is not after the fact. That's nerd stuff. What's important right now is just telling you this is a giant hail in Columbus and a tornado warning has been issued. We're going to treat it as such. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated rotation that has triggered this tornado warning by the folks at the National Weather Service. So want to make sure that we are in that safe place just in case, the middle of a lowest floor, a sturdy structure where we can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect from debris, and stay there till we can give you the all clear. In a lot of ways, our preparation has not changed. As we talked about We need to be inside in a secured structure. And so that is what we're looking at here. Someone asking, in the comments, is there a tornado in Columbus? I have family down there. There is a tornado warning that's been issued for the Columbus area and the potential for this to possibly wrap something up. I'll be perfectly honest in looking at this. Sometimes it's easy for me to pick out. I would say on precipitation mode, I'd be looking closer to Dean Acres here or the Coles subdivision. Those would be two spots that I'm looking where it's most likely that perhaps we have something. But thankfully, it's not something that I can confirm at this instant. We're looking tornado debris. That's not something I have. I know I had that up here. Yes, I would say, while this is kind of drawing our eye down south here, I think up here close to the Ramunda Estates is a spot where we have some rotation as well. So there's really a couple spots in here. If you live east of Columbus, New Hope. If you leave east of Columbus, Coles Subdivision or Christopher Hills there, Pinecrest, we need to be in that tornado safe place, the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, wrap up in blankets, pillows, protect ourselves from debris. Strong rotating updraft, the discussion that the National Weather Service in Jackson is mentioning, upgrading their hail size to baseball size hail on this. It is a large hail producer. There is no question about that.
Severe thunderstorm warning also issued for Lafayette County up northwest.
Okay, we're worried about that here in a minute on that. But the rotation on this, when I'm looking up into this, that Dean Acres little area right there, that's where I think that possibly to get an inflow channel in there to wrap this up. So I would say, again, here, Pineview Estates, you can see that on the map there depicted. One of the spots where our rotation is at this point. And again, just big, big, big balls of hail falling out of this. We're going to cut this down to its most intense returns. And look at that. Again, the big hail still up there. That is baseball or larger. By the way, these two things aren't independent with one another. When you start having hail that's that big in a storm like this, there's just vigorous rotation that goes along with it. It hasn't dropped its biggest hail, but moving again toward Lake Overstates, McCrary, and Babysit Estates there east of town. We'll check out our cameras there in Lowndes County, of course, in Columbus. We were looking at this a minute ago, easily 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. The winds do not look as bad on any of these cameras as they did earlier. So most of these are kind of in the in the north and west part of the city of Columbus. And so these all look a lot less impressive than they did a few minutes ago there. I'm going to see if we get a shot of this. We're going to have to kind of look through some heavy precipitation. We're going to look from Caledonia southward into this. And as I kind of pan our camera in Caledonia to the left here, as we're kind of looking into this storm, again, it's nearly nonstop lightning, a very electric thunderstorm there. But I just don't know that we're necessarily going to be able to see through to the best part of this. Again, we're in Caledonia, looking from the northern part of Lowndes County through just a major hail-producing thunderstorm that has prompted a tornado warning in Lowndes County in effect until 8:45 p.m. Back the Mama Justice Doppler radar. And again, as I go and check the wind mode on here, I'm going to put this into an extremely slow mode, just where it only does the last 15 minutes of data. I have where my circle is kind of here on the front end. I don't necessarily agree with that. That's one of the things gets us looking, hey, pay attention to this storm here. Hold on. So I would say up here in the north part here near Baker Subdivision, this is what part I'm most concerned with at this point. I think even on the rainfall mode, you can kind of see that that's where this is all wound up. Bring it the latest scan. This is what we call kind of an inflow channel. If this is trying to get in and wrap all the way up and produce a tornado, this part right here near Dean Acres and Cedar View and pretty much right there over top of New Hope is the spot that we're kind of most concerned. Of course, you can see New Hope right there. This just high up north of 69 and Cedar View where we have our rotation and where we have an area that could potentially be this trying to spin something up. I think this is easily damaging winds and could potentially be a tornado in the development phases here. And at the very least, it is giant, giant hail. Lightning is nearly nonstop. That's why I have it turned off as opposed to just showing the small area and showing 1,000 strikes. That just tells us that we've got a very, very strong thunderstorm there that's really wrapped up and around. So it's going clear off our storm track. And right here in the middle is probably very near Cedar View where this is. And this is up here. This is blistering hail up here. Cole subdivision, Baker subdivision, moving toward Babsett subdivision, Forest. This is US 82. We need to be stopping folks that are driving along US 82 into this. I say that this is going to track right along US 82 toward Reform and Coal Fire and Delma and Ethelsville. Let's get a longer storm track for some of you so you can kind of prepare ahead. And then we're going to come in really, really close and street level on this again. And Gabe, I know that we have that other warning up there. I need a go, no go on whether or not we need to see that, because I don't like disengaging from a tornado warning, especially one producing baseball size hail. So I'll look for a go, no go on that here in a minute. And then we'll try to get back up there. But Reform, we're 849 for you. This is a tornado warning and a storm with producing probably baseball size hail, or at least at some point will be producing baseball size hail, moving through New Hope right now, Christopher Hills, Pinecrest, the Babsett subdivision there, McCrary, all in the path of this thunderstorm there. Eventually Coal Fire, Owens, and Stanzel as well. Current time is now 8:16. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. We're going to update all those times I just gave you a second ago because this has moved a little more. And I'd be perfectly honest, I'm not convinced. I do not think this is producing a tornado, but I think this is producing destructive hail and destructive thunderstorm winds as it collapses potentially. But I don't know that this is producing, I don't believe this is producing a tornado. Right here, I'll draw on Mama Justice Doppler radar. I'm trying to figure out a color that makes the most sense. I'll try white. But we have this area right there where I put the arrow. We have kind of this channel trying to bring it in. And this is just a factory for producing giant hailstones. It's rotating vigorously, and it is a problem because of that. Looking at the hail swath on this, and obviously it's about as pegged out up here close to the Baker subdivision. Some of the spots that I've mentioned is what we get on here. It's just an absolutely rough thunderstorm there. As you'll note here, looking at our peak threats, where you see the purples on here, that's where it's saying, hey, 3+ inches hail. That's a fairly large area encompassed with that 3-inch plus hail. And even where it's not as rough, it's still estimations of hail in excess of 2 inches in size. So this is very effective at producing big, giant hail at this point in time. But if you're in Columbus city limits, we need to remain in that tornado safe place just in case. Locations here east of Columbus as well, but this is stacked and rough. I'm going to cut this in, and we're going to look aloft on this storm. Yeah, that is here. Let's get rid of some of the outer clouds on that as well. Now, this overhang you see there, I mean, these are baseball-sized hailstones, at least golf ball-sized hailstones in large quantities, if not a baseball-sized hail moving toward Ethelsville and Delma and Coal Fire. This pink you see, you notice how that pink is overlaid where there's green below it? That is hail that's just swirling around way up in the thunderstorm as this whole thing is rotating in a counterclockwise fashion. And so while this has prompted a tornado warning, while it's not impossible this could produce a tornado, as we've talked about the last few days, these vigorously rotating thunderstorms are going to be extremely efficient at producing giant hail. And so if I cut directly below, and I'm just going to pass right through some of that hail to show you some spots. We're looking here again, New Hope Road, New Hope Park, Cedar View, Cary Estates, Lakeover Estates, Laura Drive, New Hope Road. They're all locations where if we cut back up, extremely large hail is up in the clouds and is kind of rotates around, gets to a slightly weaker point in the updraft and starts falling here on the north side of this. And so that's why if we cut all of that out, we go to just a regular rainfall mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar, you see these black returns up here, Babsett Estates, Baker subdivision, Chisholm subdivision. These are the people just getting absolutely pounded with giant hail at this moment. Our hail swath, again, by True Shield Roofing there, again, about as high as you're going to see it get on that. Even the instantaneous hail is pretty high on this. This tends to run a little bit lower than the hail swath does. That's some big rough stuff for some of those locations there. I'm going to go back here and check out the wind, because one of the locations I'm going to have to watch on this for this to try to produce a tornado, and again, not impossible, but I think hail's the main thing, is how this kind of wraps back around. And this circle you see here is like, hey, I'm seeing rotation. Are you paying attention to this? That's what that tells us. That's what it works to make sure that we see. And so looking at this, let's check the rotation on this. But again, as we talked about, the rotation is probably much more effective at the hail. Yeah, see out there in front where you see that rotation, that's strong winds, and that's probably the leading edge of some of that hail.
Hey, Matt, real quick, we did get a media report.
By the way, all the lines you see here are all those lightning strikes. Let's bring Gabe in here for a moment. Gabe, go for it.
We did get a media report that over in New Hope, Nickel, the quarter-sized hail was falling, but that is on the southern fringe of the heart of this storm. So that's showing kind of the large...
Nickel the quarter?
Nickel the quarter, but that's south of Columbus a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's on the south side of this here. I mean, that's right where we're looking, New Hope there. That's also nickel the quarter right now. That is kind of a little south of the main hail core there, but I'm interested to see what that report's like in 5 minutes.
Yeah, agreed.
Because if that's all the bigger it gets, then I'd expect drifting nickel the quarter. Let me go back on this and see how that's kind of on the north side there of New Hope, where it was Mount Vernon Church. I need you to get on the Google machine and nail that down for me. Check Mount Vernon Church. Let's get an exact address where that is there, so that you can then zoom the radar in exactly, because I need to correlate that closely if we can. And it sounds like I might be having some mic issues, Gabe.
It's east of Columbus almost directly. So let me see.
I'm going to take it to you. You zoom it in, okay?
Okay. So we're talking... Let me line it up exact. Right here, I would believe. Right there is where I would think. So it's going to be a little bit east of Columbus. Let me make sure that lines up with... let me do it one more time. I'm sorry. Yeah, I would say that it's around there. Basically, that intersection of 69, closer to that Alabama state line. So probably actually, no, it's out further. It's out further. Sorry. My familiarity with with Lowndes County is coming into play right now. So I would say it's out closer to here, just off of New Hope Road. So Matt, that's where I would line it up. And so kind of where that core went through. So I'm curious to see what's falling now. I agree with you. I think that was still when storms were being kind of lifted into the air. And I think that it's starting to fall now, probably on the east side of New Hope.
Okay, we'll look at that a little closer. So where you have it there, so we were pretty close, I think, on where we estimated that was a moment ago there. So I just wanted to get that as close calibrated as right. And that was on the south side of that big hail. So it has not dropped its biggest stuff probably yet. And again, while this enters Pickens County, Alabama, let's be clear, any rotation from this, if this were producing a tornado, going to produce a tornado, that rotation is now in Pickens County, Alabama. So as far as the tornado warning is concerned, for folks in Columbus, you can come out of that tornado safe place. In Lowndes County, if you're right at the state line, give you another 3 or 4 minutes. But any rotation on this of significance has now moved into Pickens County, Alabama. And this is likely dropping baseball or larger hailstones as it moves eastward there. You mentioned severe thunderstorm warning. This is the one we were looking at Tallahatchie County earlier on, Yalobusha County, parts of Lafayette County, and Panola County under a severe thunderstorm warning for this. Let's get to look at this. Obviously, this is not quite as impressive as that other one was. Did move through Oakland with some hail potential with it a little bit ago. Does look like that hail size on our True Sheet hail swath has come down a little bit more on this. I apologize, we did not get to this sooner. We had that tornado warning and just had, sometimes it's very obvious what we're looking at. This was not one of those times where it looked like it definitely had more hail than anything else. But when a tornado warning comes out, you want to make sure that you evaluate it the best way that you can. So Water Valley Landing, 829 there for you. Campground there, we're looking at 843. Springdale, 847. So of course, over top of Water Valley, kind of the north side there. Let's go ahead and adjust this slightly, if we can. I want to make sure that I clip Water Valley in this, so we at least have a time there, real time for Water Valley. And so we show Water Valley at 8:42, as that's, at least at this point, expected to stay a little bit south of the Oxford area. Let's go wide shot here on this. And again, we're looking for storm reports. You can send us your storm reports using the Mississippi Live Weather app. I'm going to come down here to Lowndes County again, as just baseball size hail is battering folks there. I know there's some other spots here we have not talked about in a minute. Let's just look here really quick. Calhoun City, Aberdeen, this storm is a little bit stronger, pretty much right over top of you. Let's make sure that this one's not trying to overdo it as well. Let's bring it the current scan. We'll look 3D on this. That's been kind of our best way to see what's going on before, you know, it drops the biggest of hail. There's some decent hail up there as well, but we'll do kind of comparison. Okay, so if we stop this, and you see how I've got it to where there's no colors showing up above this, they are just kind of the lines. That shows us the most intense. And yet, if I look down here toward Lowndes County, you'll notice that that exact same rating, just how much more that we have there, and it's up 25,000 feet. So this is some baseball size hail still suspended in the clouds there over top of Ethelsville. Obviously still some rotation on this as it kind of tracks there toward Beards Mill and into Pickens County, Alabama. We'll go back to 2D mode and we'll give a storm track on that. The biggest hail exiting Lowndes County as we speak. So Lowndes County, the worst is over for you. And things should be getting better from here. There's our track. Again, tornado warning canceled for Lowndes County as the rotating part of that thunderstorm has moved out of the county. But Delma, this is at least aloft, baseball size hail on this. Plenty of rotation. I just don't think it's tornado rotation on Mama Justice Doppler radar. But we're looking at this coal fire, 838. Carlos there at 843. Carrollton, Alabama at 845. Reform at 845. Lathrop there at 848. Gordo, 859. By the way, the triangles you see there, if you missed it earlier, the triangles are locations where we have storm shelters in our storm tracks showing up. You can join our conversation here on Mississippi Live Weather, but one of the things that I always highly recommend is that you have multiple ways to find out if you're in the danger zone. It's great that we have a lot of folks that, you know, show up on here. Someone asking if we can show Caledonia. We've been showing that camera quite often. We'll show that again here in a moment. Caledonia is, you know, in the rainfall behind this and not as in the worst of it. As we check out our camera there in Caledonia, it's still a lot of lightning down there south. As we're looking at severe thunderstorm warning till 8:30 for Lowndes County, but the worst is through that area there. And some of the hail sizes coming out of that area are continuing to be pretty.
Yeah, Matt, so bringing it back in here to the Room to Room Weather Center, this is a photo that was sent over to me out of East Columbus, and that is an adult-sized hand, and that is easily about 2 inches, I want to say, in width from, of course, each side of the piece of hail. So that is a very large stone, easily above golf ball size. I mean, we're nearing that baseball territory for sure. And so pretty much evidence of what you were talking about just a moment ago, hence why that severe thunderstorm warning was issued. But yeah, that rotation producing extremely large stones. And this right here, this stone, is where it becomes an extremely dangerous situation that we need to prepare for and, of course, stay inside for, because I don't want to imagine that hailstone hitting me in the head, and I hope that folks in Columbus followed suit and went inside. But that hail still coming down, and that is where we expect more of these reports to come in once we move into the next probably 10 to 15 minutes. So working to assess that more behind the scenes, but this is the first report that was submitted, and this is by Kara over there in Columbus. So if you have those reports as well, not only hail reports, but also damage reports, make sure to send that into the Mississippi Live Weather app, and we will work to get that sent over to the National Weather Service, working as we speak to get this one sent over to Jackson, because that is an impressive stone, an insanely large stone that I hope people stayed safe for. But that thunderstorm, it was a beast, Matt. It makes perfect sense that this is what came out of that, dare I say, damaging, potentially catastrophically damaging storm as it moved through Lowndes County. Mic might be off, Matt. And we've been live for a while, so batteries may have died on it. We can bring it back in here if we want to.
And let's try that. There
we are.
Well, no, I had to unplug and plug something back in while you were talking, and that didn't work. I actually have a backup, just so you know. And this I'm mentioning this to you as well. You can use USB pack to power the other USB on this, and so that is a way we can extend the life of those batteries. So technically,
Sweet.
I'm charging that in my pocket at the same time.
Sweet, love that.
I tried that over the weekend. It worked out okay.
Well, what do you think of the stone? Isn't that basically
big.
evidence?
I don't know if it's 2 inches. I think that's ping pong to golf ball.
Well, I was using last week's measurements as kind of a clarification. So if we remember, kind of between the two fingers, and then each like half the fingers about a half inch there, and so you're looking at half inch, and then these two about an inch, and then about a half inch there. That was I was using last week's measurement, which is why we don't use hands, as kind of a reasoning for that. So I would say 1.5 to 2 possible.
Yeah, I think it's possible that maybe it was all the way up to 2 inches. Appreciate that, Gabe. Keep looking through those reports. Appreciate you for sharing that. Appreciate folks at home for sharing their pictures with us. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo area. We're watching Pickens County, Alabama, for a storm producing probably baseball-size hail. You can see the times there on the screen related to the timing on Reform, for example, at 8:45. Less than 15 minutes from now, that baseball-size hail moving into your location there. As we wind things out, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. We had one that was in effect for Water Valley and Oxford. That has since been lifted. So this is our lone severe thunderstorm warning at this point, and it's a doozy for sure. Still awaiting what the reports are going to be coming out of Lowndes County there, and I'm again watching the chat back and forth with y'all at home there, letting us know what's going on. I see Hannah mentioning Nettleton scared to death. Let's be clear here then about what most locations have right now. We have one spot down there where we kind of have something we're watching pretty closely. The majority of these storms, again, below severe limits on Mama Justice Doppler radar here. So really everything Tupelo, Itawamba County, Pontotoc County, Lafayette County northward, there's nothing severe out there, and there's no tornado threat going forward. And honestly, I'm not particularly convinced on the tornado threat for other locations out here ahead of this as well. I honestly think anything we see from here on out, it's hail, and I would certainly hope we're past the worst of that hail, though down here in Pickens County, Alabama, that might not yet be the case. So time there, we show up McShann over top of you at this moment. Beards Mill and Coalfire right in the path of this as this approaches Carrollton, Alabama US Highway 82. It's tracking with the strongest of this, pretty close to that, if not a little south of US 82, where the center of this is. We do have rotation on this storm, but that rotation is hail-producing rotation more than anything else. Someone asks if it touched down. I'll tell you this. I feel very, very unlikely that we've had a tornado touchdown on this here. So just, take that for what it's worth. I think it's unlikely that this storm produced a tornado. I think it produced wind damage. I think it produced hail damage. But tornado damage would be something different entirely. Look back behind this here again. Lowndes County, we can give you the complete and total all clear. The worst of this is through the Lowndes County area. As we come up to Aberdeen here, we have a storm just a little east of town that's fairly heavy. I'll pull off our information on our storm tracker in Pickens County. There are no warnings here for Aberdeen. The storm that just moved through, again, lots of heavy rainfall with it, lots of lightning. But it is, at this point on our camera there in Aberdeen, just looking at that rain sort of exiting at this time. Make sure to kind of flip this around. What's interesting is watching a lightning strike show up on the Caledonia camera and then seeing it flash on Aberdeen within a second or so. It's interesting to watch the speed of light in real time. Not something I expected I'd see today. Let's look east. Unfortunately, we're kind of looking through the towers. Look at the most intense part there. We're kind of looking southeast. So we kind of see the city of Aberdeen there as it's going to try to focus, but got those raindrops on the camera, so that makes it difficult. And Aberdeen temperature, rain cooled down to 63 at this point as we look back kind of toward the east and southeast toward that thunderstorm exiting again below severe levels, but certainly worth watching. And we'll probably check back in on this camera here in a minute. Go to our Caledonia camera. Our Caledonia camera, we've been looking into that previously severe thunderstorm that moved through the Columbus area. I'm going to switch Caledonia around to the north. I think I hit water tower when I go north, but we will find out in real time if I'm correct on that. So we'll probably point this right back into the Caledonia water tower here in a second. There's the mounting pole. And east, northeast. There we go. Never mind. We had a shot of that kind of northeast. What if I go back a little bit more north? I think that's when I'll hit the water tower. No, we have a shot there. Never mind. This shows that northwest 341. Okay. Let's see if we can get this into focus. There we go. And that's looking more into some of the lightning with that storm up closer to Aberdeen. And lightning is kind of picked up on that storm as well. We're hoping it doesn't take that next step like the one down in Lowndes County and Clay County did when it got rough there. Current time is at 8:36. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather as we are tracking a thunderstorm in Monroe County, another one in Pickens County, Alabama. Other thunderstorms that we're watching, the Monroe County storm, we were just looking from Caledonia right there at that camera location back up into this big mass of rainfall, lightning, and thunder that you see up here. And hail has been the story on these thunderstorms today. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, has been kind of monitoring some of the pictures that you all have been sending in. And Gabe, that's another pretty good sized hailstone, right?
Yes, in New Hope out of the Lakeover subdivision, and this was submitted by Brent, and Brent is actually doing us a huge favor. He is getting one of those objects that we talk about to put next to these stones. Unfortunately, I think it will be a little bit melted by then, so we'll have to accommodate for that, but nonetheless, the stone should still be in good shape, and they're going to work to get me a follow-up picture on that, but that's still a good size stone. I would say matching the size of the other one, anywhere from 1.5 inches, potentially close to 2 inches. Again, I don't know if it's necessarily sold on that, but still 1.5 inches can be large in its own right. And I don't need to say much more than that when talking about the size of these stones.
Absolutely. Hey, can you send that along the Weather Service? I see that there have been a few things passed on, but the pictures you've had are larger, so we'll put those in the Weather Service chat if you can get a chance. Okay, I appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. We're going to take a brief break here real quick. We'll be right back with more continuous coverage on Mississippi Live Weather right after this.
After a storm, the damage is not always obvious. And if it's not documented correctly, it can cost you. With a decade of experience, we know exactly what to look for. We handle the inspection, claim support, and the roof. Storm season is coming. Make sure you have absolute restoration on your side.
Alert! It's a flash sale for 1 week only at Room to Room in 6 p.m. Saturday. Prices slash store-wide. In-store coupons, BOGO accessories, King for a Queen mattress deals, and special financing. These deals will be gone in a flash. Room to Room Tupelo.
When CK Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
Welcome back into the Room to Room Weather Center here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. If I hit all the buttons the right way I'm supposed to here. We're tracking these thunderstorms. Apologize for what has been, unfortunately, a rough night with thunderstorms there moving through the Golden Triangle and some other spots, but baseball-size hail, and still have not seen any pictures of that. We've seen probably golf ball-size hail, maybe hen's egg-size hail. Either way, very large hail out there out of some of these thunderstorms. And still watching some rotation on the storm out here approaching reform. Show time there for reform pretty much right now. And we don't see as much of that giant hail as what we had a minute ago, at least making it to the ground. So let's look three-dimensionally on this thunderstorm. So we have kind of going on above the surface level there and see if it has kind of dropped out its biggest stuff. And this largely has. So it has dropped its biggest hail in the last, probably by the time it was crossing the state line there a moment ago. So let's walk back so we can kind of evaluate that there. Back 15, 20 minutes ago. Let's make this a 30-minute loop. So yep, all that biggest hail is now dropped out of this. And so it still has some large hail up there. I'll show it back out here closer to Delma, closer to US 82. Still some large hail up around maybe 1 inch in size, but probably less likely to be that 2-inch or 3-inch sort of hail or 2.5-inch sort of hail that we had in spots earlier. So that is what is again moving towards Stanzel, Gordo, and toward the south and east as this line moves through. When we check the wind mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar, I can see again where the winds are kind of gusting out on this here. But at this point, it definitely looks like the strongest is along the leading edge with that there. So going to continue monitoring that as it moves eastward at around 40 to 45, well, we'll say about 40 miles per hour. I want to bring Gabe in here with some of those pictures, Gabe, that you have been looking at there behind the scenes. And we'll go ahead and let you kind of pop those up so we can show some of those pictures.
Yes. Basically what I was going to say is this is still over by the Lakeover Estates over there east of Columbus, close to the New Hope area. And this one, I believe, let me make sure. Yes, so this one by Sarah. We have another one that was by Chris. So first focusing on Sarah's picture here, doing a great job putting a bottle cap next to it. Now bottle caps can differ in size as well, so that's why it's not exactly the best option, but it does at least give us some relative notice as to the size. And more favoring the 1 to 1.5 inch range on this stone for sure. But nonetheless, that's still large and that still is under that severe category. So that's that large hail that we were getting. I do expect that there were some stones even bigger than this. So this is kind of the middle of the road. And this basically shows you that middle of the road in this case is still severe magnitude. So folks, continue to stay safe. This was New Hope. We also have this one close to the Columbus area. So I would say this was a little bit outside the peak threat of that storm. But I mean, you're still talking about 1 inch, maybe a shade under 1 inch right there. Again, hands, not the best measuring tool. So I'm using my complete guesstimation on that. But I do expect that still large hail that has fallen and even larger hail as we move east of the city of Columbus, closer to the Alabama state line where, the downdraft started to push some of that hail out and onto the ground. So as we take a look at the chat, kind of looking for some more of those reports. And while we're talking about reports, and go ahead and put those in the chat or bring it into the Mississippi Live weather app, we're also going to look at some of those power outages. So what I looked at real quick is actually the Columbus Light and Water Department for some of those outages. And as you can see, and I'm actually going to refresh this here real quick. Okay, so we're still talking about the same general area east of Columbus that's seeing a large magnitude of those outages. Right along Highway 182, that Main Street area where Wendy's or Mojams or American Deli is, kind of that general area seeing a pretty large number of those outages. Just looking at that number here, that's 864 in 4 counties saying that they have the rest. Let me see if we do have that, and they do. Let's go ahead and zoom it in here to Columbus. And this is going to be outside of the Columbus area. Again, closer to New Hope, south of Steens. And we're getting numerous outages. We're talking 425 outages there on the east side of Lowndes County. That's where the large hail fell. And that's where the most reports are coming in of those power outages. So again, things aligning, and we're expecting multiple hail reports, multiple large hail reports there east of Columbus where we're getting those power outages as well. So it's unfortunate. This is probably one of the stronger thunderstorms that we've had here in North Mississippi tonight because of that large hail output, but we're hopeful that that has at least pushed off there towards Alabama or it's a pretty active pattern in Alabama as well. I want to add, there's a lot of reports coming in from where the old Manor stomping grounds were over there just outside of Birmingham. So yeah, it's been an active night here for the Twin States, and we expect that to continue for some parts. And as of right now, I do want to look back up there towards Northeast, where we had numerous outages as well, upwards of 4,000 earlier, now down to 705, and that's still going to be, let me drag it over there. It's still going to be primarily northwest of Myrtle as we take up I-22 closer to Hickory Flat, so kind of this in-between area, and continue to see that come down, but these are still some of the higher areas that we're seeing some of those outages being reported out of. Continue to look behind the scenes. We have a few outages there in Chickasaw County, closer to Webster County, but those are just very minimal compared to the others that we just tracked. And as we look at Tom Bigby Electric Power, still those outages coming in Eastern Union County. That was where we had a good bit of rainfall as well, and some of those flooding concerns. So as we look back at Fort County, again, this is where we see the highest impacts, the latest impacts here in the Room to Room Weather Center, and right along Shirley Drive, Mac Davis Road. Oh, let me drag this over so you guys can see it. Right there, Mac Davis Road, Butler Drive, Shirley Drive, Kimberly Drive, those areas seeing some of those outages, and we're working our way right up towards the state line. So I do expect those outages to carry over into Alabama as well. Now I do see, I'm going to get the name right, Roger there in the chat. I'm blind, guys, I promise. I will do something about my eyes at some point. Roger saying that Pickens is where I am. So over in Pickens County, I will actually have to pull up the Alabama Department of Mississippi poweroutage.us. We've been live for a while, everybody. Poweroutage.us, and we're going to go over there towards Alabama. And yes, as we're looking at those individual outages, and I believe this should be Tom Bigby Electric
Give him an update on the radar in Pickens County. I think he wants a radar update.
Oh, that makes more sense. Okay, so looking at Pickens County, we can see that we do have that. I know it's showing rotation, but as we saw earlier on, that's more indicative of the hail. That's where we are getting that potential large hail falling. Once again, that's going to be south of Reform, closer to the Stansel community, right along Highway 17 as we speak. And that severe thunderstorm warning is in place until 9 o'clock tonight. And I want to swap it over to our precipitation mode to show you kind of that leading edge, as this has provided a little bit of a better view there for some of those elevated storm tops as we saw just a moment ago. I will say, looking at this, not as impressive as when it was moving through Lowndes County, but I wouldn't be shocked at all if we did get some of those large hailstones. One of the best ways that we can do that is looking at that hail track, and exactly what we were saying, not as impressive as what they were getting over there towards Lowndes County, but it's not saying it's impossible to get a few of those hailstones. Let's see how that lines up with precip mode. It might be a scan behind, but nonetheless, it has been on the downtrend from what it did in Columbus, where we had those 1.5 inch to 2 inch reports. And that's a good thing, because we don't want that large hail to last for too long. So that does expire at 9 o'clock, currently 8:47. And we can definitely see that this is still a strong thunderstorm, but I think that the largest hail has already fallen out of it. And where we're sitting right now should be still large hail, but not as large as what it was earlier. So highlighting our peak threats, you can see right there in the heart about 1 inch hail. We've seen this verified to about 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch hailstones reaching the surface, and I think that's a pretty good standing on that. So Matt, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like it's on the downswing from what it was even about a half hour ago.
Hopefully that is a trend that continues. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor here. I'm joined now by Tori Williams. He is the emergency manager there in Clay County. Tori, thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live as of 8:48. I know there's been some issues there. What do you have going on?
So we have power outages, trees down, you name it. It seems like we have power crews out responding to different power outages across the city of West Point. And if I'm not mistaken, Fort County also has some power outages in the county. We're also discovering some areas that is having some flooding.
So yeah, some flooding. I'm sure there's no shortage of that as well. Are there any trees on structures, any significant, damage that maybe makes a structure uninhabitable that you've had reports of?
We've had 2 reports so far. I am currently on my way to the first one to get a damage assessment of that structure.
Okay. But that's unfortunate to hear. Is there anything you need at this time?
Not at this time. Not at this time.
Okay. Anything you want to tell folks at home? Anything you just want to pass along?
To be patient with the crews. They're working hard. They're trying to get some of the roads cleared, the trees cleared, so they can get to the power lines to get the power restored.
Okay, I appreciate that, Tori. I know that again you're in the thick of it at this point here, still trying to do assessments. If you have anything, let us know. And by the way, this is I texted you from my cell phone a minute ago, and as I want to be crystal clear, if you ever have something you think will save a life, you are free and available to just call me and break into my coverage at any time. And I might not answer, but if it kind of lines up, I might do that as well. So don't ever hesitate. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, that's Tori Williams. He is the emergency manager there in Clay County. We might try talking back with you a little later on, depending on how things go. Appreciate that, Tori, for joining us here on Mississippi Live this evening. As we bring it back in here to the mobile room-to-room weather center, and I'll go ahead and clear off Tori's name key there. Again, as you heard him mention a minute ago, a few reports of damage to it sounds like some trees into some structures, still doing some assessments to just whether it's just branches, whether it's something more significant there. And we have also heard of reports of trees into homes there in Lowndes County. We're going to try to touch base with the emergency manager there in Lowndes County here in a minute, but I'm going to bring Gabe back in on radar here for a moment so that I can make that phone call, make that connection with Cindy Lawrence there in Lowndes County. So Gabe, I'm going to send it back over to you.
There we go. Thought I turned it on. Apologies there. I do want to say I just called Cindy, and it doesn't appear that.
Just so you know, you can go ahead and leave your mic on. It should automatically mute it, and if it doesn't mute it, it's on me to make sure that we get it programmed like that.
I got you. I was just on a phone call, and so I just wanted to make sure that I didn't interrupt what Mr. Williams had to say. But I do want to say before you go real quick, I did just call Cindy, and it went to voicemail, and her voicemail's full, unfortunately. So if you want to if you have better luck, then feel more than free, but yeah.
Okay.
I'm just going to give you a heads up.
I will. And again, I do see some reports coming in of tree damage, trees on homes on 121 and 126 Galen Drive there in the Columbus area. The report coming in just in the last couple of minutes here. Let's go ahead and see if, so that's, if you would, I'll track this for a moment. Find that on Google Maps. Oh, hold on. Okay. You take that and then I'll find it on Google Maps. Then we'll go to that here in a minute. Sound good?
That sounds good.
By the way,
yeah.
And before we go any further, I just want to answer some people I see in the chat behind the scenes. Steens and some other locations. The worst is through there. I don't know if I'd say completely clear, but it'd be highly unlikely to have something on the level of what we just had come in. So I saw that comment behind the scenes. Wanted to at least address that. Okay, let's look at some of those big pictures of hail, Gabe.
Yeah, so this was one of the photos. We have a lot of photos, actually, that I need to go through behind the scenes, but this one caught my eye right out the gate. And a reason why is because a quarter is about 1 inch in length. And looking at that stone right above it, I'm going to use my finger measurement here to kind of track that out. I mean, a shade under 2, not impossible. And I think these are multiple stones, not just one convoluted stone right there. So I think that that's still about 1 inch, 1.5 inches right there. But nonetheless, this is a large report that's coming out of, I don't even have to look at where, I already know it's Lowndes County. This is from Highway 182 East in Columbus by Tracy. So Tracy, that might be the winning stone. No doubt about that with how large those stones are. I'm going to keep looking through here because we do have some other large reports coming in. These more small, but look at how numerous they are. And again, that's coming out of the Quail Run area in New Hope. So New Hope getting some reports of that large hail as well. Another, I believe this was the bottle cap submission from earlier. Yes, so that was about 1 inch to 1.5 inches reported there. And then a couple of times getting this report, that's a good sized stone. And again, probably 1.5 inches to 2 inches, somewhere in that range. So I do want to note that if you're sending in these hail pictures, and it seems like Lowndes County, someone down there is going to be the winner tonight, make sure to have a coin next to it because we need to know the size of these stones because once we get down to hand measurements, all hand measurements do differ. So unfortunately, that is the case. Here's a good measurement because it's a literal measurement, and that's about 1 inch stone right there. And give me a second to look at where exactly this is from. This would have been New Hope Valley Burke Drive, and that's by B. Hollis. So that's about 1 inch stone. and that's why that severe thunderstorm warning was issued. But as you saw earlier, that some bigger stones did fall. It seems like New Hope, so south of that Highway 82 area, got inch-sized stones. If you go a little bit north of that, I think that's where the largest hail did fall, Matt, because that's where actually this photo...
Yeah, just slightly north of New Hope.
Well, not that photo. This photo right here came from. And I mean, that's easily 1.5 to 2 inches, which is much larger than the New Hope reports.
Yeah. And I think, yeah. The problem is, I think we had two things that happened here. I think you had that, and then you had the precipitation loading, and then we've had some trees that were knocked down. So we did some looking here in a second. Of course, reports of some power lines down there in the New Hope area. Power outages, as you saw, have kind of expanded. But I was looking behind the scenes here, getting the exact locations of some of these reports of some of the damage that we had there, some tree damage, things like that, and trees into homes. And they've generally so far been kind of in this area here between 82 and 182 there. Kind of the east side of Columbus. Again, early reports, will probably be more that come in, unfortunately. If I go back here, make this a 1 hour loop, and we bring it back to when it was there, see, that's where, again, those black returns were. That is where we had really big hail, but we also had intense precipitation loading. And what that means is when you add so much moisture to the air, as you load it in, it's rain cooled, it forces it down, and the air drops more quickly, and so you get a downburst, a wet microburst. We had a wet microburst there in the Columbus area a couple of years ago that caused all kinds of massive damage. And hopefully that's not what the case was with this here, but certainly just very, very heavy precipitation when that happened. And so that obviously caused a couple trees into the home. So one reported on the 900 block of Waterworks Road there in Columbus, and another one there on 121 and 126 Galen Drive, where there were reports of trees on homes in those locations there. So again, reports of some damage there in the Columbus area related to these storms, unfortunately. And we expect to have more of those reports as we go into the next little bit, and people continue to try to put things back together. When we're looking at the wide shot here for folks watching us as of now 8:57, almost 9 o'clock, most of these thunderstorms remain below severe limits. I'll make this where this goes on a 5-minute zone there. We'll kind of advance that. So most of these remain below severe limits, but still watching again the heavy rainfall and maybe some very small hail out of some of these storms stretching from Oxford back to close to the Aberdeen area. The strongest portion of this obviously closer to Carrollton, and then obviously east of Carrollton and Reform at this point. And that's the storm prompted the tornado warning, produced the wind damage and everything else there in the Columbus area. Looking at what it is capable of producing now and our hail swath, clearly it's a different story versus what we had in Columbus versus what it's doing now. So it is continuing to go through a bit of a weakening phase there. I see Gabe looking at a lot of those pictures behind the scenes. Gabe, what do you have as of now 8:58? Give me a moment. Apparently I'm going to have to force this to do something. Go for it.
More of those reports, and whether it's large or numerous, that seems to be the theme when we're talking about the hail in eastern Lowndes County. Of course, you're getting a look right there at just that hail blanketing the ground, almost forming that layer of ice, and that's where I can pinpoint some individual stones that look pretty large. So, of course, that does stand out, and here you're kind of seeing that scatter the ground as well. A few of those handfuls, there you're getting a visual at the numerous amounts of those hailstones. I do want to note that I can pinpoint a few of those larger stones right there, but there are some mixed in there, some of those pea to nickel-sized hailstones as well. As we keep it moving, you can see some of those hailstones there falling on the ground. I do think that a few of those did break, and they were larger whenever they were falling from the sky. And again, back to our 1-inch hailstone that we did get in the New Hope area. So nonetheless, reports are coming in, and we expect more of those to come in here over the next 15, 20 minutes. So go ahead and send in your reports. Again, have ways of measuring it beside it, so that way we know what size those hailstones were, although we have a pretty good idea at this point. And Matt, I'm going to work to call Cindy one more time to try and get that up for you to potentially talk to her about what's going on. I think your mic is down again.
I have one piece of equipment here that I use to direct all of this, and it has gone in and out. I need a good restart. You know how that goes after tracking storms. Since what time did we start? Don't ask that question. Don't answer that.
Long ago.
Long ago in a time period far away. We're going to take a brief break here. Gabe's going to go over a bunch of your pictures, a bunch more of your pictures, and kind of assessment of where things stand as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
I have been going to Two Place Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Two Place Smiles.
Alert! It's a flash sale for 1 week only at Room to Room in 6 p.m. Saturday. Prices slash store-wide, insert coupons, BOGO accessories, King for a Queen mattress deals, and special financing. These deals will be gone in a flash. Room to Room Tupelo.
You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here at 9:01 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor as we continue to track a line of thunderstorms and the hail that it has produced. I say a line of thunderstorms. It's been clusters of thunderstorms. It's part of the reason we felt like this was going to be a hail day is because when you get these little clusters and they look like they looked on all of our projections, typically hail is what they are extremely effective at producing. And so as we look out here east of Gordo, this thunderstorm was the one that produced all, we just got tons of hail pictures there from the Columbus area with this. But looking at the hail track on it now, not a lot showing up. The hail threat, not much showing up. And so while the severe thunderstorm warning continues until 9:30 p.m., I'll tell you this, I think it's highly unlikely that this is still producing damaging hail. It's not impossible. It's kicking out some gusty winds, but I would say severe wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour, that's probably overstating the case a little bit. I don't know that we're seeing that. So that is starting to move out of the Mississippi Live coverage area. I'm going to send it back to our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. I'm going to see if we can get a hold of, I wonder if just my Gabe button's not working. There we go. Apparently it's taking its time. So Gabe, as I send it back over to you, I'm going to try to get a hold of Cindy again here. So I'm just waiting for you to show up on camera, Gabe, unless your earpiece has died on me, which is entirely possible. What's that look? So let's see here.
What's up? I'm sorry. I had my earpiece out talking to Cindy. She's going to be able to be interviewed here in just a couple of moments.
Did you send her the link?
Yes, we got it over to her.
Okay.
But I was just touching base. So her shot should be up here in a few moments. She said she was going to work to get that up. And yeah, then we can talk about how things are going in Lowndes County.
Okay, good deal. I'll send it back to you then so I can get.
Yeah, so looking at what we're dealing with right here, again, we're talking about that specific storm track with this cell moving east of the Gordo area. And as you can see, we're talking about the Western Hills region 916, Buell 919, Coker 920, Sylvan by about 925, and then the Kings Acres, Royal Pines, Gardendale area, not the Gardendale, Alabama, in central Alabama, the Gardendale community closer to about Tuscaloosa County. That's going to be about 935. So as we're tracking that out, we are continuing to assess that potential hail, and the hail track, I'll be honest, not impressed by it. Main things being it hasn't really continued past that Beards Mill area. And one of the things we talked about the last couple of minutes was, we were curious if that was a cutoff or if that wasn't updated data. And as we can see, basically it was a cutoff because that leading edge has clearly gone beyond the Gordo community, the Reform community. And if that cutoff was there, here's where the hail should be. And that's a pretty good distance. So that shows you that that hail potential has diminished greatly. I mean, we're still talking about potentially some of those small stones reaching the surface, but that half-inch hail, that peak threat, it's not really verifying too much of anything on the surface. And so I think this has definitely entered a downward trend that we're hopeful will continue into Alabama, because I know they've dealt with their fair share of storms today as well. So hopefully this hail track ended there towards Ethelsville and it doesn't carry along Highway 82 too much longer, and folks in Tuscaloosa have more of a quiet night ahead. I do want to look real quick at the wind mode to make sure that there's nothing of note on there. And yeah, wind mode not exactly impressive either. Kind of clearing things off. You can see some of those returns being about 10 to maybe 20 miles an hour. Yeah, 17 miles an hour right there along that leading edge. And again, let me make sure that's a heart. Yeah, so I wouldn't be shocked at all if they expire this here in the next few moments, because it is about 9:05, and this goes till 9:30. So I'm not expecting it to continue too much longer with that.
Probably not. The meteorologist Gabe Maynor again reporting. And we appreciate you all for sharing your pictures, your photographs, everything with us here on Mississippi Live Weather. There's a shot of, well, we don't necessarily want to get into the water because you never know what's floating in it there, but appreciate that picture coming in, that from the Sherwood Forest subdivision there. Water here to stay, the description by Taylor. That's, that's some pretty good amount of water there available. Again, a lot of these shots here of hail. This is a picture sent in from New Hope by Haley. Again, some of the large hail in the hand. That does look like, though the pictures from Haley, that does look like a decent sized hand there. So that might be one of the bigger ones that we get tonight. As I'm just looking back on our map, this is just where people have sent in their pictures tonight, really from all across North Mississippi. In some cases, it's just some of the clouds, like the shot here coming there from closer to the Maben area a little earlier on, sent in by Adam. In other cases, it's flooding, like up here toward Red Bay that Jason sent in earlier on. Just a lot of reports of flooding here across North Mississippi. We have not had a ton of reports of wind damage. We do hope to get some more information there from Lowndes County here in a minute as we kind of look at the different locations in Lowndes County. Again, Sherwood Forest, it was heavy rainfall there. Some of the shots coming here from the large amount of hail in East Columbus. Daniela Simpson sent in some of the shots here, again, of what was in some cases drifting hail. And that was one of the questions that we had was, was it just large hail or was it significant quantities of hail? This looks like significant quantities of hail. The question I have here is trying to figure out how large that is. I'm going to say that looks like primarily smaller hail. If I look at, some of the fact I'm looking at, what are those, pine needles? So the pine needles aren't huge. And so that looks like just a ton of pea-size hail, as opposed to some of the bigger stuff. And I think that kind of correlates somewhat with what one of our other pictures here again has, with all over kind of drifting sort of on the deck outside of the house, and also in her hand there, that on Dowdle Street, again, kind of near Tuscaloosa Road. But if you go down to 182 there, again, this is not a long distance. What would that be? Between these two locations, about a mile. And so you just had tons of small hail. You go slightly south of that here, and then you have this, which is big hail, quarters, or larger, and 2-inch size hail possible out of that. There's some smaller hail, but that's the kind of stuff that then really starts messing up roofs and things like that. Again, you can join the conversation here using our Mississippi Live app. You can stay with us and talk back and forth on what we're dealing with here. We appreciate you all for doing that. Those of you that have been replying back and forth. Hopefully we've been trying to keep you up to date. Jade mentioned they submitted a photo. I can't remember if I feel like we've said Jade's name at some point here as well. Back on Mama Justice Doppler radar here for just a moment. You'll notice that kind of looking at the latest here, the warning for Pickens County has been lifted. So that was our last severe thunderstorm warning at this point. And we're hoping to hear from the emergency manager in Lowndes County. I'll be honest, we're kind of keeping this coverage up as we wait for that. I see behind the screens that someone's saying, hey, just want you to tell me to go to sleep in Pontotoc. I'll tell you right now, go to sleep in Pontotoc. And I would say the odds are very good that we are past the worst of this for all locations. Now, weird things happen, and let's just be clear that just happens from time to time where we have, stuff that goes on. But that's the reason why Weather Call is so important. It's a phone alert that lets you know, hey, something bad's gone on. It'll wake you up, just like a phone call right now would disrupt anything that I'm doing right now. Just like when my wife called earlier to say she had a flat tire. I had to go help her with a flat tire. That phone call disrupted what I was doing here, and I had to react. That's why Weather Call still matters in 2026, where everybody's got an app, including us. It will call you and let you know something has changed. And so that's why we certainly recommend that you use Weather Call and that you sign up for it. So if it's tornadoes, if it's damaging winds or large hail, if it's major flooding, it will let you know what you need to know. So I would say for everybody at this point, if you're asking, can we go to sleep? I would say that's up to you. I think it's not weather dependent at this point here. I think we're at that point where we can probably go to sleep mode there. I see Jade mentioning that she's near the Lee Mall area and it is silent. Amory, you're in go to sleep mode as well. Pretty much everybody in that mode. You'll also notice that we don't have any flash flood warnings even at this point here. I want to check and see if we have some flood advisories, because we sometimes do get those, but I have those turned off considering it's where we're at with everything right now. So I'm going to turn on all the flood stuff. Again, the flood advisories, we do have river flooding there, typical spots near Bigby, and then out, near the Buttahatchee, or I think that's the Buttahatchee out there, river. But those kind of typical spots are experiencing flooding. So no big shock to kind of see some issues in those spots considering the heavy rainfall that we've had today. But really past the worst of it for most spots. So I'll kind of turn all the flooding stuff except for flash flooding back off of there. And we'll take a break here in just a second, and either Cindy will be back when we come back, or we will go ahead and try to catch her at 10 o'clock here. Cindy Lawrence is the emergency manager from there in Lowndes County. We'll hope to speak with her here in a minute, but we'll be right back after this.
After a storm, the damage is not always obvious. And if it's not documented correctly, it can cost you. With a decade of experience, we know exactly what to look for. We handle the inspection, claim support, and the roof. Storm season is coming. Make sure you have absolute restoration on your side.
When CK Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
When you've been injured, don't settle for a lawyer who doesn't even know where you live. Call Langston and Lott. Local lawyers, personal service, real results.
Well, still a decent amount of lightning showing up in the Amory area. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon here in the Room to Room Weather Center. There are still going to be disruptive thunderstorms, but damaging thunderstorms, I don't know that we're going to see many more of those this evening. Our meteorologist Gabe Mader in the Room to Room Weather Center back in our Tupelo studios, tracking the latest.
Yeah, Matt, so we're continuing to track an electric night for some of us as those thunderstorms work their way through, with one of those areas being Amory. As you can see, with some of those thunderstorms still remaining in Monroe County, we do expect a large output of that lightning. Yes, example is right there. But we also do expect some of those power outages to build in as well. And I did update the feed to kind of see if we had any more of those reports. And let me kind of cycle this in, and we're going to go over some more of those pictures that you did submit. And as we're taking a look right here, we're going to start with what we're getting there on the ground, and that is a significant amount of hail just scattered across the surface. One thing we talk about whenever we're talking about that potential large hail is either large hail or numerous hail. And I think that in some cases we were talking numerous hail. Example right there behind me, and that was over in the Nettleton area. So that was a whole different storm. We got to look at that here in just a moment. But as we take a look at some of those stones down there, and I believe this is Lowndes County, just looking at it, yeah, New Hope. And as you can see, those large stones, again, hands don't really tell me the full story, but I can tell you that's easily about 1 inch in length whenever we're talking about the hailstone size. So that's large hail, that's severe hail, and that's why we were talking about that potential earlier on this evening, again, getting the verification there with some of those photos. Now what we're dealing with is flooding. And that's for only some of us, but we did get reports down there in Lowndes County just a few moments ago of some of that heavy rainfall resulting in some of that flash flooding potential. And this, I don't believe, is Lowndes County because there's daylight. So this would have been closer to the Pontotoc area along Black Zion Road. And as you can see, Little Man is in the middle of the large puddle. There I say at that point, pond. But this is where we don't really recommend it because you don't know what's underneath that water. And same thing with vehicles. If you're driving in there, you never know how deep that water is or what's underneath that murky water. So you don't want to get caught up in the rubble or debris, especially with this past January, what we went through, and some of those limbs still being there at the surface, and we get that running water paired with it, then that's where we could see some issues. And also, you don't know if a road is washed out, and then your car could potentially get turned over on its side. So stay safe. In summary, but we are expecting to at least be on the downswing when we're talking about this storm potential. And again, getting a look there in Amory as some of those thunderstorms work to clear on out. I'll get a couple more strikes there. Oh, I thought it'd be on cue. There we go. And that's just the electric night that we can expect heading into those overnight hours. This is kind of that final band that's beginning to work through North Mississippi, but not nearly as impressive as what it was earlier. One thing that I'm going to do here real quick is actually zoom it in on this specific area. And as you can see, strikes about 244. Okay, let's compare that to the storm that we just saw a moment ago over there towards Pickens County. And that storm alone has nearly triple, maybe quadruple the amount of strikes, meaning that this is a healthier storm, meaning that this is where we'd expect the strong storm to develop. Back towards us, we expect to be on the downswing, especially with that unstable air kind of clearing out with that sunlight fading out earlier this evening. So we are continuing to track that. Let me go ahead and look at the movement of this storm specifically down there towards Yazoo City. I'm curious to see how that's kind of been flowing. So it still has a little bit of an eastern movement to it, kind of a eastern, maybe even a northeastern tilt to it. So let's go down to our Jackson radar site real quick because I do want to look at this storm before we continue on. And yeah, that's one of the healthier storms down there right along I-55. And if we zoom that in, and we'll put it on the latest scan so we don't keep looping, you can see that that's right along I-55 closer to Pickens and moving close to the Goodman and potentially Kosciuszko area. So that's closer and closer to Highway 12, and we do expect it to continue that trend. I'm going to go over the last 15 minutes to make sure I have the movement on this correct. And yeah, continue to move in that east-northeast direction. So we'll go to that latest scan, and I'm going to basically highlight our kind of cone of movement to show you where that's headed. And we'll go at about 35... that's close. That's close when we're talking about that. It's better to know too early than too late. So as we take a look right there, we're talking Newport 945, Joseph by 950, Salis, same thing around 950, 955 Earlyville, the Hurricane Community about 959, Springdale 1001, Kosciuszko closer to 1006, Hesterville 1008, and then Plantation closer to about 1014. And again, this is just another few rumbles of thunder that will add to what has been thousands today. And this will continue to work its way into Itala County here in the next few moments. Again, here in the next 30 to 45 minutes. And only about 30 strikes, so not exactly the most impressive storm we've had today, but nonetheless, it is still a thunderstorm, and we want to treat all thunderstorms equal in regards to the coverage that they get here in North Mississippi. So that band continues to work through North Mississippi, still having that eastern movement to it. As we assess this behind the scenes, yeah, you're kind of just getting that band sweeping through the Gwinn area, Jasper, Hartselle, and then over there towards Birmingham as we move further. And what I'm going to do behind the scenes here real quick is actually do a larger storm track that covers this entire band. And so bear with me while I do that behind the scenes. I promise I'm not leaving you guys. And actually, real quick, let me clear this out. That was not anything. I'm going to move radar sites. I realized we never moved back to Columbus. And so Monroe County. So as we look right here, we kind of drag this out and go right along that leading edge. We're going to take this all the way over and go at about 37 miles an hour. And there you're getting a look at some specific areas with Nettleton being about 920, the Carrollwood 921, Palmetto 921, then Ingomar right around that same range. So there's a few areas along that leading edge, but we're not expecting severe thunderstorms like what we had earlier on today. And that's where we had impactful storms, and Lowndes County was one of those areas. And Matt, I know that you have Cindy with us to kind of talk more in detail about what exactly took place close to Columbus.
Absolutely, which clearly was some bad weather and plenty of hail. And unfortunately, they are still trying to figure out and put everything kind of back into place with this. We are joined, as you mentioned a moment ago, by Cindy Lawrence. She is the emergency manager there in Lowndes County. Thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live this evening here. Cindy, I mean, we've talked on multiple occasions before. You've had plenty of bad weather in the past. You know, what are you seeing out there this evening?
Maybe
I
four
boogered that.
or
Sorry, I
five
messed up
houses.
Go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We have about
Okay,
four
go.
or five houses that have trees on them in East Columbus area. We have power lines down in New Hope area, a couple of trees down on roadways in New Hope area. And on east south side of town, we have trees down in those areas, power outages from East Columbus, Airline Road on back to Highway 69. We have power outages.
So primarily power outages. Are these trees on the home to the point that people are displaced?
Yes, we have maybe 5 homes that have trees on the homes that are displaced. Yes, because the tree fell in the houses.
Were there any injuries?
No injuries at this time.
Oh, good. That's great to hear. Did any of them result in like fires and things of that nature? Or are we looking at complete loss situation?
I don't know if it's going to be a complete loss, but I think maybe 1 or 2 of them will be a complete loss because they actually fell in the middle of the houses.
God, that's scary. Which is amazing that the folks there are in good shape after that. Were they, I guess, in their safe place? Thankfully, had sufficient warning.
Yes, and it was a thunderstorm warning at first, and I guess in a matter of maybe 30 minutes, it was a tornado warning. So it was really quick and fast.
It was. I don't know that we had tornado out of this, but I mean, there definitely.
Yes.
A couple of years ago, you had the big microburst that came through, and it caused
That's correct.
all the trees all over town.
That's right.
I would say that this is not on that level. Would that be a fair way to describe it, at least based on what it looks like at night?
Correct. That is correct.
Okay. So it's not that level. Good. Did you have any impact from this at your place?
No, I did not. The only thing I got was pea-sized hail at my place.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't worse than that. Anything else you want to add?
No, I just want to tell people if anybody have any damages or any concerns, any problems, just please call our office or call 911 to report any damages that you have here in Lowndes County.
Okay, I appreciate that. Cindy Lawrence, emergency manager there in Lowndes County. Thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live this evening. We appreciate it. And I'll tell you what I told you on the phone. You have my phone number now, my cell phone.
Yes,
if you ever have something, you can call me at any time. I may or may not answer. But if you've got something you think can save a life, do not wait and hesitate. Give me a phone call. All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Current time is now, we're sitting at what? That was 8 o'clock when that was really rock and rolling there through the Columbus area. We're now at 9:22 p.m. You're watching Mississippi Live weather here at this time. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. We've been tracking severe thunderstorms since. Golly, Gabe, I'm going to bring you up here for a second. Was it the 2 o'clock or the 3 o'clock hour? One of the two that we started. And this is the first time over that period my voice has started to get a little weird.
I think it might have been between the 2 and 3 o'clock hour because I know I started forecasting and you were working on some stuff behind the scenes and that's when things started ratcheting up for sure. Actually, I mean, we can take radar back. When radar started to get a little bit more impressive, it was a little bit after that initial warning because it was in Tennessee. Once it moved across the state line, then we went live and haven't looked back since. Have you looked back? I know that we're looking forward now, and that's the thing as we kind of enter better days ahead. A better day, I should say, because Wednesday we get right back into the action, unfortunately.
Yeah, we do. So, Gabe, I'm going to look at some pictures. I'm going to look over here to Vernon because I see someone in our chat talking about Vernon. I'll tell you this, Vernon, the person who's mentioned this, we're going to give you some love over there. But in comparison to some other spots, y'all are getting off easy tonight. That's not always the case. But it doesn't mean it's not heavy, and it doesn't mean there's not a lot of lightning with it. There definitely is with that. So when I switch off of radar here in a minute, Gabe, I don't know if there's any updates we need to make to the quick editor and stuff, just so we're looking at it.
Yeah, I'll adjust a few percentages. I'm sure it, with some of the chances kind of tapering off overnight. But I would say that kind of the key thing is, and we'll talk about it more at 10, is dry tomorrow, but then severe weather back on Wednesday. And that's what I'll work to get better, get more aligned heading into the next hour and a half when the broadcast hits.
Yeah. We'll get that up and going here in just a second. Not an hour and a half. Remember, that clock probably hasn't
I
changed.
need to change
time.
this clock. I knew it yesterday when I was working. It's like, that's going to get me at some point. Here we are.
And today was the day. Here we are.
It didn't take long.
Okay, meteorologist Gabe Maynard there. So I'll kind of work to get some of that stuff ready here in a minute. But we are going through and looking at some of your pictures here in just a moment. But out here in Vernon, Alabama, you know, I did have somebody mention in the chat just a moment ago getting hammered out here. So let's look at it right there, Jessica. It's heavy rainfall with this, but I would just want, for comparative purposes, and this is not to diminish what you all are going through, but at the same time to say there's not really much hail on this, thankfully, on our True Shield hail threat looking at this moment here. And a reminder for those folks watching that send in those pictures, True Shield has a deal where largest hailstone gets a $100 gift card to Walmart. So anyway, kind of a cool thing that they are doing to try to make a bad situation a little bit less bad. But if we look 3D on this, just to make sure it's, sometimes these storms have kind of been, they haven't been hiding. That's probably not the right way to say it, but they've held, you know, some of that large hail way up above the surface. As I'm just kind of looking around at this here, that does not look like the situation where this is. I think this is what you see is what you get. There's a little bit of heavier precipitation up there, but nothing like what we had some of the spots earlier. And even then, that's more Kingville than it is over top of Vernon. So this hopefully is as bad as it gets for you there. And just kind of looking on the wider shot here, there's nothing that's super duper strong at this point here. We are past the peak of this active weather as far as tonight is concerned. That means we'll look at some of your, we'll get you, again, a shot, a loop on this here. And we'll make that, instead of a 2-hour loop, let's make that a 1-hour loop here. So again, tracking this line kind of northeastward, and you can just see the overall trend on the line is pretty clearly down. There's less red than there was a little bit ago, certainly less pink, and none of those dark colors that mean bad things. When you start getting up here into the purples and the blacks and eventually white on that there, that's when it really says that stuff has gotten pretty heavy. I don't think we ever make it quite the white. We get to the light gray, and that's pretty rough. So let's get a storm track on this batch here of thunderstorms. And really not even a whole lot of lightning back behind this line as well, but there's some lightning strikes with it. So track this batch, we'll say about, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 35 miles per hour or so. I'll go ahead and clear this down to where it's just some of the larger locations, just to kind of get a longer range set of ideas. Oh, that's right, I got to change that. Let's change that here for a second. So there's a mode of my radar here where I have all of the storm shelters on when we're zoomed in nice and close, and then I have to change that mode when we're not. So give me a moment to kind of come over here and we'll look at some of your weather pictures. And Gabe, while I'm doing that, actually, I think I should be able to do this myself on this. Normal cities, enter, and we'll reload that. Okay, so let's look at some of the pictures here. I'm trying to see what this is. My husband is a lineman with Natchez Trace in Calhoun County, and this is a light pole that was struck by lightning in Slate Springs. Okay, let's take a look here. Emphasis on was. Wow. Okay. Now that's a new one. Have not seen one blown to bits like that, but that's in Slate Springs, a power line that was kind of blown up a little bit there when it was struck by lightning. That's certainly kind of a rough shot on that. Gabe, by the way, I need you to open up. There should be one for today's date in there. Open up today's date, and I'll make some adjustments on that for 10 o'clock. I'll probably trade you on weather pictures here in a minute so that I can do that. But yeah, that's a new one. And Gabe, I'll probably have you also repost that one on the page because that's not one you see every day. We want to try to stay out of water when we can. I mean, I know that the kids are going to want to get in it, but you just never know exactly what's swimming around in it. And the thing to keep in mind about, high water is that ultimately everything that's on the roads from all of the oils and stuff in the cars runs off as well. But nonetheless, breezy there, showing, hanging out there, enjoying, though we don't want to necessarily enjoy, But, having a good time there in the water this evening. A shot here of this one coming in, this picture of some of the hail from, I never remember to do this, but Paul in New Hope sent in the picture, and get a lot of other pictures we've had across North Mississippi today, and many, many of those in the Lowndes County area of some of the large hail that some of the folks have experienced. This one, a 1-inch hailstone there near Varsity Brook Drive. Again, right at 1 inch would be qualifying for that True Shield hail. But I think we've had a few that are probably a little bit bigger than that, but I appreciate that one shared with us on kind of the east side of Columbus. And then we go down toward Lakeover Estates. We've had quite a few down here in this road. Again, that was the bottle cap sized hailstones. That one, if a bottle cap's about an inch, a little more than an inch, that might be an inch and a quarter, maybe close to 1.5 inches there. So I see Bruce asking, what about Smithville, close to Itawamba, MS-13? As of right now, looks pretty intense, possibly. Let's be clear. There's going to be some lightning, lots of heavy rainfall and lightning, but we're at this point here of the evening where I can say that if you're watching us on Mississippi Live and you're in our coverage area in Mississippi, we're in go to sleep mode, to where you can go to sleep and be in pretty good shape. And one of the ways in which you can do that is if you have Weather Call. Weather Call is a phone alert system that we partner with, and it'll call you if something changes. It'll wake you up, and that's the whole point of it, is because when we think about this, we want to layer up as many layers of protection as we can. And so Weather Call will let you know if something bad is going on. We don't expect to have a whole lot of bad weather going on the rest of the night, but I'm a meteorologist, I'm human, I'm not God. And so if something is going to be bad, it'll call you up and let you know, hey, something's gotten a little bit worse. So anybody in Mississippi that's watching us here on Mississippi Live Weather in the northern part of the state, our traditional coverage area, really northern third of the state, no more issues tonight. You can go to bed, you can be in good shape, and we'll be fine. So we're go to sleep mode as far as that is concerned. I see Gabe is over there tweaking. As soon as you're close to done tweaking that, Gabe, I'm going to hop back on that system. I'm going to trade you back on the pictures so I can get some stuff ready for the 10 o'clock broadcast on that. So you just go ahead and let me know when that is close enough on that, because I see you're just in the Columbus area pops on that. So let's see a couple other pictures that we have here. Let's see some from a few other spots. Again, we had some from Western Clay County. A few pictures there. Again, some of the dark clouds sent in by James and all the rainfall as that moved into Western Clay County. Appreciate that picture. Another shot here from near Moons Valley. Ooh, now that's a spooky alley. Sending in this shot here of kind of the spooky low clouds. This is one of those long exposure shots. Oh, and I don't have that popped up correctly. So give me a moment to pop that up better there. Mentioned it's coming down. Chloe mentioned it's coming down in Amory. It certainly is probably raining really, really hard, but I want to be clear. This is not going to be as strong or severe as what we had earlier. So Shannon, you go to sleep. Amory, you're going to sleep. Mark says static on the radio. Hope that doesn't mean static from my microphone. As I'm quiet over there, it looks good. So hopefully that's not what that static is from. But a really cool shot here. Allie sent in this shot there from kind of Western Clay County. Love that look. Let's go back there close to Maben. Again, some of the dark clouds, sent in there from the Maben area. Appreciate Adam for sending in that picture earlier. Big Creek, of course, that's where we had that shot a moment ago. Just a really cool one. I got to show it again. Those are kind of the insulators for the power lines. And if you look down toward the bottom, you can see the pole. Pole is no more, kind of broken to pieces by either a combination of wind, lightning. Probably light. They mentioned lightning was what they thought it was, and that could have made it explode if there's enough moisture in it, as far as that's concerned. So I'm going to kind of bring it back into our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. He's also kind of looking at that same picture behind the scenes. And Gabe, that's a wild situation for sure. What other pictures are we getting in?
That's insane. Yeah, we've gotten a lot of pictures. And I do want to say before we take it away from this one, you can actually see the pole, it looks like, back there, kind of draped over that fence line. So, yeah, not exactly what you want to see. And that, of course, makes sense for the numerous power outages that we have been seeing. So what I want to do is I want to take it to actually the start of the day. And the start of the day, of course, starting around, let's see what time it started. 4:30 is when we started to get those first pictures in. And a large part of it just had to do with the heavy rainfall. And some of our first reports were actually of the flooding. And we had that over in parts of Oxford. We also had it out here. I think I'm zoomed in. Yes, that's exactly what's happening. We had some of those flooding reports there in Baldwin. And Baldwin, actually, the first ones. Roslyn, actually, the Mayor Roslyn out there in Baldwin posted a couple of pictures, and it was in rough condition, actually undrivable for some parts, and they were working to clear some of those gutters or some of those, what's the word I'm looking for? We've been live for too long now. The vocabulary goes out the window. We're going to say gutters for now. Anyway, working to clear that out, and they prepared in advance, and unfortunately with the debris and
Ditches.
Drains. Drains. There's Mr. Webster himself right there. But yes, so clearing those drains, they work to do that in advance. And honestly, that's what we should do whenever we're talking about these high rainfall events. And they prepared, and yet there was still that much rainfall that the sheer magnitude was unable to be handled by those drains, and unfortunately just caused a backup. And honestly, with the amount of debris that we had in North Mississippi over the last month and a half, you know, once you get that heavy rainfall and things start sweeping away from the land, well, then we get some of those sticks, some of those branches, some of those leaves that honestly just start to build in those drains once again. And so that's why, you know, no surprise at all that we were getting some of that flooding. We also had this over in the Oxford area, and you can see some of that murkier water, but nonetheless, it is still starting to flood. And you can see really back there, some of that ponding that's taking place. And yeah, it was not exactly a pretty sight and did affect a lot of folks. There's a picture submitted earlier on that showed a few cars struggling with it as well. Continuing to go through the day though. Well, this is new. I actually missed this. Oh man. Hang on a second. Thaxton. That was the tornado warning earlier on this evening. Sure enough. And that's some of the wind damage that came out of it. And that was submitted by in Thaxton by Tristan there. So yeah, this was a doozy of a storm for sure. And while it may not have produced, we don't believe it did produce a tornado. You know, some of those strong gusty winds that cause those outages also cause some damage in the process. And so that's the thing about parking in these heavily wooded areas. Unfortunately, you know, one of those gusts knocking down a weaker tree can fall on your house, can fall on a car, it can fall on any of your belongings. And that's why we say move those away from trees. Honestly, in this case, move it under cover because of that potential hail that we were hinting at earlier on. More of those flooding reports. This one, I always forget to check the location before I jump into it. Marietta from Montana there. And you're getting some of that flooding there on those roadways. And so that's that backup of water like we were talking about a moment ago. Those drains just can't handle it. And you can see it getting into that tree line as well, where it's a little bit of that lower elevation, and that water does run off into those areas and cause some of those flooding concerns as well. Now this one, again, clicked it without looking at where it's from. This is flooding in Pontotoc from Daniel, and we've got a lot of flooding reports. But now that, I'm curious, that is not exactly an ideal setup right there, because you have the lower elevation in the yard, and that's going to allow the runoff there from the roadways. But you also have what looks to be a creek or some stream back there, and that's just pooling in this water there into the yard. So unfortunately, lots of flooding out there. Hopefully that has since cleared, and we are not under any of those flood advisories or flood warnings. So we do expect that has, it is working to clear. If it's not fully cleared just yet, should be by tomorrow. Another one of those reports, this one was submitted in, I think it's New Albany, if I remember correctly. Yes, off of Rolling Hills Drive. And there you're getting a visual at some of the flooding. And one thing with the New Albany area, and I'm curious to see what stores are actually open tomorrow, because stores were getting flooded. We saw it, and we'll probably see it here in just a moment with some more of those pictures. Water did get into the stores, and I know of a few locations that are actually closed tomorrow because the water got all the way up to about, I'm not going to say all the way to the knee, but right where your ACL is connected. As you can tell, I've gotten injured a lot, hurt my ACL a lot. Yeah, where the ACL connects. That's probably the height of the water in some of those parts. So a lot of water when we're talking about this rainfall, and fortunately on the back end of this, so it should be clearing out here as we head into those overnight hours. And as we look right here, this is Ingomar. This is a new one that I missed from Jacob. You're getting some of those gravel roads dealing with some of that flooding as well. And again, those yards just pooling that water. So if you're out there in Ingomar, or anywhere in Union County. And actually, there you go. I think that's the drain potentially right there. And yeah, just spewing water out because it can't keep up. So that's why flooding happens. Those drains just not exactly quick workers to clear out that water, and that's where we get some of that backup and that buildup that could cause some of the flooding concerns as well. And another one right here, this is in Oxford from Elizabeth, and you're getting a view. I mean, that's about half a tire-ish, just under half a tire, and half a tire I would say can be 8 to 10 inches. So that's probably about 5 inches of water out there that's building into the Oxford area, and that looks to be some apartments as well. So probably a few kids out there for college. I am old. My word, I just said kids at college. That was me 3 years ago. Caleb's literally a kid at college. So back in my day. Nonetheless, that is fortunate because a lot of the college students have cleared out of the university for this week for spring break. So hopefully they weren't in North Mississippi in the worst of this and didn't have to go through any of those warned storms or any of that damage that we've seen so far. And I believe this was in Oxford as well. Is this from Elizabeth too? Yes. So Elizabeth kind of doing the reports around that apartment complex, and there you're getting a view once again of some of that runoff into the roadway and that pooling of water there in the trees right in between that complex. So lots of flood reports, and those flood reports eventually turned into some hail reports. And we started to get our first stones because we were talking about hail over and over again, and I know you guys were starting to think, well, you know, where's the hail? Well, the hail ended up happening, and it was more towards the, let me make sure I have this right, Amory area was where we've got our first reports where that larger storm began to form, and it got those elevated storm tops and produced some decent hail. This one, not too big, probably about a dime-sized in diameter, but nonetheless still hail falling, and that can still, dent a couple cars, especially if it gets a little bit bigger. This one about a nickel-sized hail, and that was from Allie and Amory once again. And as we kept going with the night, we kept getting those hail reports submitted with some of the larger stones. This one definitely stands out. The cool thing about this is you can actually see the updraft dominance here. So this is Amory's from Thomas. But what we're going to look at here is kind of, you look at the layers. Here you have your individual stone, and then you get that second layer around it, almost like rings on a tree that show the years of life that it's lived. Well, I guess these are the trips around the storm that the hailstone has seen, and getting those layers that are layering upon that individual stone. So there you can see one of those layers. I believe that's 2 to maybe 3 layers on top of that individual stone. So showing multiple trips up the updrafts, and that allowed for some of that larger development as it went through Amory. Another picture here, this one next to a quarter, just under a quarter size. That's why we're saying probably nickel-sized hail there in Amory. And here, well, nickel-sized hail, exactly. So folks out there doing a great job submitting their weather pictures and letting us know what's taking place. So this was just under an inch, but nonetheless still impactful and still one of our stronger storms of the day. And as we went through the afternoon, we kept getting those, or I guess at this point, evening, we kept getting those hail pictures, and they were just scattered across the ground due to, sorry, my wife's picking up dinner, so I was having her, now that we're in the all clear, she's like, what do you want? So we're texting the order back behind the scenes. So, yeah, that's how we're staying busy, Matt. But did you want to come on, Matt?
No, I'm trying to finish setting up the show. But
I saw you doing this. I didn't know if that was you getting loose or
no. That's me getting you to keep moving on. Like,
well,
why don't you go over some power outages? You haven't gone over power outages in a while.
Yes. So looking at power outages right now, we continue to see those numbers kind of on the downward trend. We're still getting a decent amount out of Lowndes County, as it is one of the more recent counties that we dealt with. And of course, that picture that was behind Matt kind of showing that lightning strike affecting one of those lines, that's kind of what we're dealing with, the lightning just causing those outages. So as we look specifically at that Columbus Light and Water, actually, I'm going to put this, clear this out here for just one moment. Bear with me. We're going to clear off each of these tabs of pictures because we just went through quite a bit. And we jump over to those outages. Of course, we continue to see those outages primarily Lowndes and Union County as of right now, but over there towards the Northeast EPA, there was over 4,000 outages. Now, about 83. So folks out there working hard, a big shout out to all of our electric power cooperatives for getting this done, and our power crews for getting out there in all of this mess to help us stay with some of those power, or keep our power here in North Mississippi. As we look at those outages there in Chickasaw and Webster County, still seeing a few of those come in, about 11 outages there on the northern side of Webster County, north of Highway 82. So right now we're at about 28 total outages, so not exactly a high number, but nonetheless still some people that are dealing with those outages. Tom Bigby since cleared, so I'll just clear them out altogether. And again, as we look at 4 counties, still having a large number of outages there east of Columbus, still with 474 outages, specifically east of Columbus, closer to the New Hope area. And this is what we looked at earlier on this evening with about 425 right along the Alabama state line. That's for folks on Kimberly Drive, Shirley Drive, the Mac Davis Road, and Butler Drive as well. This is where the large hail fell. This is where we potentially had a downburst, being that some of those strong gusts kind of on the collapsing part of this thunderstorm came to the surface, knocking down those trees. That's where we have power outages. We had the large hail. And as we heard from EMA Director Cindy Lawrence letting us know that some of those trees have fallen onto some homes as well. And so some folks are displaced this evening, so saying prayers for those that were affected. But we are grateful that we are definitely on the downward trend from where we were standing just a few moments ago. Even in the Columbus area, looking at some of those specific outages, we're going to have to zoom in here to assess those. But those are going right along Main Street and Highway 82 or 182, working its way through the eastern side of the city, close to Pizza Hut, the Mexican Grill there, and Wendy's. That's where we're seeing a large number of those outages, and even up there towards the north, a few of those isolated outages close to Waterworks Road and Warpath Road. So continue to look at that and hopeful that crews can get those restored pretty quickly. Unfortunately, it's just you got to take each individual outage. I mean, if we look at the 4-county one more time, you know, we have the 425 right there, a large number, but there's 6 up along 182, there's 8, there's 7, there's 3, there's 1, there's 3, there's 2. Like, there's a lot of these individual outages. So while they're trying to help those that are impacted, some areas may just be a couple of outages, and so it takes a little bit longer to get over there. So that's the unfortunate part about it. Let's go ahead and look over towards northwest Alabama now that these storms are beginning to clear some of our counties. Pickens County still coming in with a large number of outages there. And so what I'm going to work to look at behind the scenes is the Alabama power outages, or the power outage map, to kind of assess where those outages are. I would assume it's going to be closer to the state line, but nonetheless, it is still something that I want to take a more of a look at. So yes, so we look closer there. It has cleared out a good bit, and so not as many outages. I mean, we're looking at about 338 outages, so not as high as what PowerOutage.us was showing just a moment ago. But those 338 outages are right along Highway 82, just south of actually just east of the McCreary area, and even closer there towards Ethelsville and Macedonia, still coming in with about 466. So they're working to take care of that, the folks over there at Alabama Power, and hopeful that number can come down. But I mean, I want to take a look here real quick. Yeah, that's what I expected. Alabama's had its fair share of reports today as well, and that's just due to these storms moving from Mississippi to Alabama, and then we have to deal with them basically dealing with what we dealt with. And that's why there's a large number of those reports when it comes to power outages. There's a large number of those reports when it comes to trees down, and a large number of hail reports too. I mean, I was looking at some of those chats and showing that over where I used to grow up had a few trees down not too far away. So not just here in Mississippi, but all across the Twin States dealing with the same things. So what I want to take a look at here real quick behind the scenes is going to be our National Weather Service chat to see if there's any updates on that. And as of right now, they have not put anything in the chat of note in regards to any of our radar. So we're still looking good on that front. And as we look at some of the damage down there, some of the media representatives showing some of those hail reports as well, similar to what we got here in North Mississippi, or here at Mississippi Live Weather too. A large number of those reports actually coming out of Columbus, so we will work to get those pictures here for the 10 o'clock hour. I was actually talking to some folks behind the scenes that have reported damage, so I'm hoping that we can get access to that here in just a moment. And what I want to look at, I was hoping we get another picture in real quick. Wow. There's your flooding. So this is by Jamie, close to Shiloh Creek in the Dogtown area, and yeah, there's your flooding right there. You can see right along the creek dealing with some of those higher rainfall outputs, or at least I hope that's the creek. but it's going into the tree line. So that is a large number of water, a large amount of water, and that's why we were dealing with those flood advisories and warnings earlier on this evening. So flooding, probably the most impactful, but hail was up there as well with some of those larger stones falling in the East Columbus area. So, sorry, just checking some things behind the scenes. Looks good to go. We had all hands on deck. Caleb was even texting behind the scenes, letting us know some things. So shout out Caleb, staying alert, watching the stream. And I heard he was talking to you guys too. So hope you enjoyed his presence, even on a weekday. I worked for him Sunday. I guess he takes my spot on the weekday and kind of joins us then. But yes, so flooding. And then let's go ahead and go into the latest pictures. And again, this was some of that larger hail that came out of Lowndes County. We're talking 1-inch stones there closer to the New Hope area. And I'm going to work to get some of the larger stones as well, because as you guys know, we do give away a gift card with True Shield Roofing. And that is where we give away that $100 gift card in a partnership with True Shield Roofing to help you guys out. And it was an amazing partnership that True Shield brought up, and we're so grateful that we're able to do that here at Mississippi Live Weather. But in order to do that, you have to send those pictures to the Mississippi Live Weather app with a form of measurement as well. And we went through this last time with the hand measurement, and as fun as that is each time, just having a coin next to it really helps us assess what those hailstones were, how big they were, and lets us know if you're the potential winner. So honestly, New Hope, East Columbus, that's where we expect the winner to come out of tonight based off of the radar imagery that we've seen. And so kind of looking for that. So that was another one of our larger hailstones there. I just showed you from New Hope, and that was from Haley. And as we look more, this was a decently sized stone too, just bigger than a bottle cap there. And of course the dog photo bombing. That was from Sarah in the Lakeover Estates. And as we move into this one, this is where I think the winner will come from, because that looks to be about a 2-inch stone. And that is from, get a name on that, Tracy. Tracy, I thought this said Tracy Hale. It was Tracy Hall. And that was Highway 182 East in Columbus. And that was again around that 8:30 time frame. And it's not for these stones over here on the left hand. That was actually for these stones primarily on the right hand, because that large stone, if we're talking about measurement, and you know what, we have a few minutes before the 10, so let's actually gauge this here real quick. We're going to draw this out, and I don't know what the plan was here. Can I select that line? No. Okay, well, I was hopeful that would do something. Yeah, so anyway, that's the stone that we think that will come out on top, or at least my assessment there. We did get a few photos as well when we were talking about those smaller hailstones earlier on this evening. And this was a really cool shot. Not cool in the fact that we got hail, but you know, you talk about the large output of hail, and this was close to Buchanan Road, so I would expect this to be more around Monroe County, the Nettleton area. And there you're getting a look at that hail lining the side of the road, and it almost looks like a winter day just happened, a winter snow day. But that's all hail on the side of the road, and believe it or not, it's still 50, 60 degrees outside, so definitely not any winter forecast. But as it lines the road, when we have this numerous output of hail, then it looks like snow almost. But what you're also getting, and let me work to get this up on the higher part of your screen, there's some of that hail fog as well. So like we're talking about, there's kind of a calm after the storm that takes place, so there's not as much wind, and there's a ton of moisture in place that allows for some of that fog to form, because you have that moisture, you have very little wind, and that's where we get, you know, fog to form. Well, same thing with hail. Hail is moisture, so as it melts in those above freezing temperatures, then you get that moisture there at the surface and that potential fog developing, and that's why we get this hazy mist that forms due to just that large output of hail. But speaking of large output, we had a large output of rainfall, and I do think that this is the entirety of the weekend paired with today. I'm hopeful that's not just from today, but that's from Mitzi in the Alpine community, and you're reading that correctly. That's about 5.5 inches of rainfall. And me doing assessment behind the scenes, you know, we had 2.5 inches over the weekend, and my wife just sent me our rain gauge, and it was 3.3 today. So that was about 5.8 altogether, and Alpine's not far away from where we live, so I would expect that to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Sunday wasn't much, but still, you know, all 4 of those days paired together was about 5.5 inches, which is a ton of rainfall. And if you want any positive with this, this should help with the drought a good bit. You know, most everybody seeing some of those showers and storms earlier today and through the weekend. The day after day after day of heavy rainfall adds to a good bit of moisture that helps those grounds get a little bit more stabilized. And so we expect that to maybe knock down that drought heading into Thursday. And with more rain chances Wednesday, unfortunately, in the form of severe weather. But if we're looking at a positive, it's still going to be a large output of rainfall. Then that should make for another dent in that drought monitor and in those burn bans that were starting to become more numerous. We're hopeful that that takes a step back heading into the next week. So Thursday and then, this Thursday and next Thursday should see that fall back just a bit. So, okay. Matt, I see you're still working behind the scenes. Are we about ready for 10?
Yeah, we're going to do 10. We'll probably start a minute or two early on that. I'll give kind of a one over on the radar, and then we'll kind of start that up there. We might, if you'll give me like the top 5 pictures that you've got there, including some of your winners. I know that we've kind of seen some of them. We'll see if we make it into Gabe's top 5 come up at 10 o'clock here.
Are you talking top 5 hailstone sizes or top 5 pictures in general?
Top 5 pictures in general.
Okay.
I think your top hailstones would probably be in one of those, maybe quantity of hail. I'm guessing there's a lightning picture or 2 on there, but yeah, I think
I know I snapped a lightning picture. I haven't sent it to the app just yet, so I'm slacking.
Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, so we'll talk more about that here in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
So as we're kind of getting ready for our 10 o'clock broadcast, let's kind of do a one over on how everything lands as of now 9:55 p.m. again. We are looking at Mama Justice Doppler radar on what has been an extremely long day of tracking large hail. In some cases, we've had hail in excess of golf ball size. We've had trees that have fallen down on structures, and we are at the end of that risk largely. Still have one thunderstorm here back closer to Kosciuszko that's kind of flared up and gotten a little heavier. This one well below severe limits, though, and is just kind of the final hurrah of the atmosphere trying to pull something off. We talked about earlier today, we were kind of looking at the overall setup, how we kind of have this shortwave trough, this little swirl in the atmosphere that's kind of showing up and kind of kicking through. That has now exited. And make this a much longer loop here to kind of show this up. And again, we'll have everything on your forecast come up here in just a couple minutes during our 10 o'clock broadcast. I'll make this a 12-hour loop. We're going to make this a faster loop than this. But again, as you can see, this is kind of our quick-moving wave, won and largely done as it moved on east of us. And as it moves on out of here, our attention then goes back upstream toward the next kind of round moving toward us. And that has largely been what we've been watching, this big swirl back toward the Baja of California. Even in the last week's storms, this is what produced, at least in part, the tornadoes back into Oklahoma that were killers, and the ones back out into Michigan that were as well. It's finally kicking out. It's what we call cutoff low. And as this dislodges and works its way eastward, that's when our storm chances are going to become more likely as we head through the middle part of this week. Wednesday's still the day we're targeting. There are questions in my mind. And Gabe, behind the scenes, what I want you also looking at here is thoughts on other zero-Z high-resolution models related to Wednesday, because I'll tell you this, the HRRR model and our strike model look about as good as they can for us. In saying that, there's still plenty of potential for severe weather, but things look slightly better than what they looked like even earlier today when we were kind of assessing some of those models. So that's what we're going to be looking at coming up here at 10 o'clock for Mississippi Live Weather. I think we're going to go and get that show started here just a couple of minutes early so we can get you everything you need on your forecast. So we appreciate y'all so much for, again, staying with us here as we've gone through and talked about all of the active weather tonight. So give me just a minute here and we'll get our 10 o'clock show fired up. For our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, our chief meteorologist, Matt Lawpon. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll see you here in just a moment.
Alert! It's a flash sale for 1 week only at Room to Room in 6 p.m. Saturday. Prices slash store-wide, in-store coupons, BOGO accessories, King for a Queen mattress deals, and special financing. These deals will be gone in a flash. Room to Room Tupelo.
We share the live stream.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 10.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather at 10. Hopefully you have avoided the worst of what the weather had for you today. As you saw probably from our push alert, for those of us, we don't do a lot of those at 10 o'clock now, but the headline tonight is you can go to sleep and we will be in good shape. You can still see the clouds moving behind our Mitchell Cunningham bowling camera that you see behind me there. But I think our headline tonight is we are past the worst of it. And in some case, the worst has been pretty significant. We have had reports of damage to homes there in the Golden Triangle, multiple homes in multiple locations in both Columbus and West Point. At this point, we have not heard any reports of injuries from either of those situations. The large hail damage also very significant in and around the West, in particular, east of the West Point and in the Columbus area as well. It will be drier for Tuesday. It's kind of our day off in between now and the storms we've had, and another chance for some stronger thunderstorms as we head toward Wednesday. Severe weather threat we've been talking about for a week on Wednesday. Things do look a little bit better for you and I and a little less good for storms. We're still going to have them. How strong and when? We're looking at triple threat, which does have some rotation tracks close by. We're also looking at your Storm Finder, 2 exclusive here, the Mississippi Live Weather, in a couple of minutes. But we are past, obviously, the peak of storms. We still have some loud ones out there. We'll track you those on Mama Justice Doppler radar here in a moment. We're 66 at 11, 65 by 2 o'clock in the morning, and dropping back into the mid to low 60s by early morning on your Tuesday. And it's going to be just ever so slightly cooler, not really much cooler than today. It'll be slightly less humid, but that humid air stays close enough that we have plenty of fuel for thunderstorms to work off of going forward. Mama Justice Doppler radar, you can see kind of our front sort of lifting back northward as it does. Again, more unstable air continues to kind of move back in. But at this hour, we have no other advisories or warnings or anything along those lines as we have seen all of those move out of here. We will track these showers out there in more detail where they're at right now, coming up here in a couple minutes. But the overview for you, looking at Futurecast for tonight, just to kind of verify what we've said, again, maybe a few isolated rumbles still possible. Okay, that's not true. We will have rumbles likely overnight, but we will not have strong to severe thunderstorms. We'll look at Futurecast really close in a minute. But again, with this front around, we'll still have at least a couple of those isolated showers and thunderstorms through that early tomorrow morning, I think, to our Alabama counties out there into North Alabama, and then moving away from us. On your Tuesday, the rain chance doesn't drop to 0. As you can see, we'll have a couple of isolated sprinkles, but in comparison to today, and in comparison to Wednesday, obviously we have lesser chances for rainfall on your Tuesday. So as we look over the next 24 hours, we'll say maybe 10% on that chance for a few isolated showers late for your Tuesday afternoon into evening. But most of us are probably dry. Low 80s out there for highs. We should be low 60s, so still 20 degrees above our normal. And you can see those southerly winds bringing in more of that humid air as we go back over and flip back over to storm chances, in particular, really focused on Wednesday. Now, we're coming up right after the break. We're going to look at the Storm Finder and its assessment on our chances. I think it has some good news for us, but the very latest on our severe risk areas, and a look at Mama Justice Doppler radar going along and looking at all these thunderstorms as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center next.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
The bravest thing that my dad has done has been going back to school. It wasn't when he first enlisted, it was when he found his first support group.
The bravest thing she did is when she asked for help.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lobhon.
Tranquil and cloudy in the Batesville area. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon. Our camera with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers there. You are in full go-to-sleep mode there in Batesville, as is the case in Pontotoc as well as many other locations. Dark, but thankfully none of those lightning flashes showing up. Nope, right there. Kind of threw me off for a second. But what we have, again, the tower we're on has a light flashing to say, hey, look at me. And we have some clouds, some fog that has kind of developed in some spots out there, and low clouds. I think better shown from our Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling camera on the south side of Tupelo. As you can see, those clouds, we're looking in a different direction there. Watch when this engages here in about a second. Look how fast and how low those clouds are, kind of moving from the south. So a sign of just how humid it is out there. We're 63, probably not dropping, but a couple degrees from where we're at right now overnight, as we're just low enough with this cloud cover and just high enough with this camera to be actually up in the clouds. That's how kind of fast moving. You can see the cars moving on Gloucester there. That one probably not moving full 40 miles an hour, but that tells you that these clouds are probably moving 15 to 20 miles per hour. So fairly quick moving this evening. If we go down there to Smithville, where we're actually around the rainfall still ongoing there in Monroe County, those clouds also moving fairly quickly at that shot there, but good visibility as we look the opposite direction of the rainfall. As we bring it in here and check out Mama Justice Doppler radar, you can see that rainfall has kind of cleared Smithville, Sipsey Fork, Pine Springs, Detroit, where it's a little bit heavier, kind of moving east. But if we look at our hail tracker brought to you by True Shield Hail, or True Shield Roofing there, no hail to contend with there or really any other location at this point. Obviously, you can see the residuals that was left from that big hail producer we had in Columbus, now far enough in the past that it disappears off of our map. And we'll look at some of those hail pictures that you sent in coming up here in a couple of minutes. But let's get the Storm Finder. It's an exclusive you'll get only here on Mississippi Live. Again, Storm Finder shows kind of where storms are most likely, kind of helping you get a good idea of, like, is it possible that we will have storms, and then is it possible they will be strong, kind of all on the same graphic. When you look at this here, you'll notice we don't have particularly strong colors of purple. The purple here is showing you in the storm chances, where it's brighter purple. Those chances are higher. You can see for tomorrow, certainly back out into Texas, where there's a more significant risk for severe weather. That's where they are highest. Out into Arkansas as we head toward tomorrow evening. Again, big cluster of a lot of lightning. That means some strong severe thunderstorms there. There is a tornado threat, damaging wind threat for locations back west of us for tomorrow. So that's what Storm Finder looks like when it's got strong thunderstorms on it. Looking toward early Wednesday, most of those storms back out into Arkansas, and again, really this batch here into Texas along a front. A front that'll continue kind of illuminate with thunderstorms moving toward our area as well. But if you look here across North Mississippi at 7:30 p.m. on your Wednesday, what we have here is interesting. And I don't know that we can quite trust it yet. I think our models are still digesting what has happened today and getting this wave out of here to get a good idea on Wednesday. But looking at this here, what I noticed is, again, widespread purple. That means storm chances remain pretty fairly high on this. You can see plenty of rainfall showing up in the background there. That is our strike model, and we'll look specifically at the timing on that in a minute. But what I also see here is only more limited amounts of lightning on these storms. So an idea, a sign that perhaps the severity is not super duper high. I think we're still going to have some severe thunderstorms, but I don't think that this is a slam dunk, everybody gets it severe weather threat. It's more conditional, and that's one of the things that we're going to work on discussing here in a minute. Most of the thunderstorms, as you can see by Thursday, south. And if you look at that and go, hold on, what's the big deal? It's a great question. I think that's one of the questions we'll work to answer. When we look at the severe weather risk for your Wednesday here, as you can see, all locations under that level 2 out of 5 severe weather risk. And we were under a level 2 out of 5 risk for today. The question is whether or not we see an upgrade to a level 3 risk on this. Based on what I saw a second ago on our Storm Finder and what I'm going to show you here in a couple minutes, I'd be hard-pressed to upgrade our risk level based on tonight's data. Now, it could change tomorrow, but things a little bit out of sync for that. Fingers crossed that's the way it holds on this. So looking at our severe confidence, again, flooding potential, I think, is more likely to be our issue as we look toward Wednesday there. There could be some large hail. There could be some damaging wind gusts, and I do think a few tornadoes are possible. But none of these have risen to a higher confidence level on this yet. But we will see tomorrow's information. Again, the reason that's so important is because you kind of have to get one wave out of here before you can really digest the next. That's why even tomorrow morning, our meteorologist Maggie McCauley will have a great look at how things are evolving with this threat on Mississippi Live Weather this morning, 6:37, 7:30 a.m. Also, any issues you have with travel, she'll have updates on that for you here in the Room to Room Weather Center. So stay tuned again for the latest as far as that is concerned there. But I think the main headline is that she will continue to have updates on this as we kind of go through the morning. As we bring it back in here and again look at the hour-by-hour forecast for the next few hours here, as you can see that we're past the peak on storm chances. As we look toward early tomorrow morning, we should be dry, despite the fact we'll still have wet roadways out there. Thankfully, not as many people on the roads because it's spring break. But if you're going to be out and about, watching some of those back roads for the potential to have some travel issues, because talking to some of the folks in Union County and Lafayette County, one of the problems is now the water going through the ditches has washed some of the tree limbs from the ice storm back onto the road. So there are some roads with issues. Tomorrow is, 81, well above our normal for this time of year. So pretty warm even into the afternoon on your Tuesday. So here's Futurecast tonight. The storm's exiting, moving east, moving out of here, diminishing in intensity. Maybe a few showers up here, Marianna, Arkansas, back out toward Olive Branch and Holly Springs. Not a ton of activity there. And you'll notice nothing that gets any yellows, oranges, or red. So nothing that's overly heavy. So low temperatures tomorrow morning. We're 66 in Clarksdale, 63 degrees Water Valley, 62 Bruce, and Houston about 63. Normal's 42, so blowing that out of the water. Again, way above normal. All the moisture, the stickiness, a lot of it still sticks around. As we go throughout your Tuesday, you can send widespread cloud cover here, 9, 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. A few isolated showers, again, not impossible, but not expecting to really add up to hardly anything out there. And with maybe a couple of isolated showers into the afternoon, maybe a rumble, not impossible, but you can see our HRRR model here, underwhelmed by what it's seeing in that regard there. So high temperatures on Tuesday will be somewhere in the neighborhood of the low 80s. Again, normal this time of year, 82 is our record high, normal 65. But yeah, look at that. We're forecasting 82 Tupelo, 83 degrees in Amory, 84 Columbus, and about 82 in Belzona. So Futurecast, again, keeping it dry into your Wednesday evening. A few sprinkles out there in the northwest portion of the state. My dog Duke here has decided that this is where he's. I'm bumping him one direction, I'll move over there. I'll bump him this direction and move over here. So I apologize if I look like I'm walking weird. I promise my hips all work right. He has just decided that this is where he's going to be. And so this is where he's going to be. Your Tuesday evening, hear those thunderstorms producing all that lightning back out there into Arkansas. And some of these could, again, be strong to severe, damaging winds, hail, tornadoes, all a possibility on this. But you notice for us here in North Mississippi, don't really see much, do we? Even into early Wednesday morning. The focal point for all the active weather back to the west of us, 4:35, 6 a.m. or so. So we're going to start off early Wednesday morning in the low to mid 60s. Again, well above that 43 we typically should be. We're practically 70 actually in Belzona and Greenville, coming at 67 degrees in Cleveland, 65 in Columbus and Amory, 64 degrees in Vernon, and 63 in Hamilton, Alabama. So here is Wednesday. Wednesday's the day of interest, and we're going to talk to Gabe about his thoughts on this here in a moment as well, and eventually we'll get to some of your weather pictures. So this is our HRRR midness. This is really bad situation on these, if I'm honest. Midness. This is really bad situation on these, if I'm honest. This is... Hold on, I'm going to bring Gabe in there. Looks like we had to reset something there a second ago. We all good, Gabe?
Yeah. What happened?
Did you have to reset the stream?
No.
Oh, behind the scenes here, it looked like the stream we set. Interesting. I wonder if it's we ran out of hours on that, because if we were started at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think after 7 or 8 hours, all the streams have to restart anyway. I think that might be a Facebook rule. Could be wrong about that.
Good to know. Good
But
to know.
I just looked up. I was like, "Uh-oh, did something happen?" Never mind.
No,
Okay,
not to my
we'll
knowledge.
talk more about what you have there here in just a second. I'm going to go through this in the strike model first. So
All right.
I'll come back. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing something too terribly bad there. I appreciate that, Gabe. Okay, so there's the isolated storms kind of developing, and a few more of those by 5 to 6 o'clock. Here's the thing: we run out of HRRR data as of 5:30 p.m. So we don't get to see what 6, 7, 8 o'clock would dictate. But the fact I have these isolated storms just kind of randomly popping up ahead is concerning. Discrete storms like that always have a little bit more rotation with them, or usually have a little more rotation with them. So that's one of our concerns. So let's look at our Futurecast. Now, this is going to be our strike model here, exclusive here to Mississippi Live Weather. This should be the most recent version of the strike. You can see how it also by noontime doesn't have much, has a few of these thunderstorms kind of developing ahead of that main line out toward Cleveland, Shelby, Oxford. Doesn't get them too terribly strong by 2 to 3 o'clock. A greater number of these getting a little stronger by 4:30 to 5. Pretty much just right ahead of the line. What it does not have on this, kind of looking at it, it does not have as many storms in advance that are quite as heavy as what we looked at there. But we can get an idea of how it's going to develop those into the evening. As you can see, this keeps them hugged right near the line, right at the line itself. It does not have a lot of warm sector thunderstorms ahead of that there. We'll go all nerd on this here in a minute, but I'm going to, before we go all nerd on this, just want to kind of get a look on the wide shot. Again, this keeps the main low pressure center south of us, closer to the coast. Typically, if we were talking about a significant severe weather event, we'd expect it to be farther north than this. So one of these hugging the coast is a good sign for us, and hopefully a sign of a less intense storm system. Here's triple threat. This is something you'll see only on Mississippi Live. Can't find it anywhere else out there. It allows us to look at damaging wind, storm rotation, and hail threat all on the same graphic. And so as we look between now and say 6 p.m. tomorrow, it definitely says those thunderstorms back in the Texas. Quite a few sustained rotation tracks with them. In some cases, where you see the blues here, some damaging wind gusts, maybe even some significant ones there closer to Midland, Texas, or Hobbs, New Mexico, and also some hail back there toward Wichita Falls. So this is triple threat. We've calibrated, we've looked at what it is capable of back out into Texas. As we head toward tomorrow night, you can see that line, a lot of the purples down there in South Texas, south of San Angelo, those back even into Mexico there, a lot of large hail with this system as well, and quite a few of those showing some sustained signs of rotation for long periods of time. But through Wednesday morning, which means all day tomorrow, no issues for us here across North Mississippi. Gets close, yes, but stays west of us. So here's how triple threat evolves with these thunderstorms on Wednesday. Through noontime, nothing of concern. Into the afternoon, though, we get a few of these that, again, did not look particularly impressive a moment ago when we were looking at radar, or we were looking at Futurecast on our strike model, but then yet kick out some hail and some sustained areas of rotation, like that one up there from Corinth back eastward, and then another one up here from north of Ashland, Brownsville there, closer to around Middleton, Tennessee. And there's another one in New Albany, another one in Batesville. Takeaway being, perhaps these are going to have more rotation and be a little more stout than what initially meets the eye. That's why triple threat has value. And then, as you can see here, another one near Shelby, and a few other brief ones aiming back out toward Hamilton, Alabama. What I can clearly tell you here is the output on this for triple threat is a little more impressive on some of these rotating storms than what we had looking 48 hours out when we were looking at Monday's forecast. So all of that to say, today's forecast. So all that to say, triple threat is, despite not looking terribly impressive on the output of the precipitation models, it's got some spots there where we have the hail, doesn't have as much wind, and it does in some cases have some of those rotation tracks. More on that in a moment, but I want to get you a 7-day forecast before Gabe and I go all nerd on this. So again, 60% on that storm coverage on Wednesday. As you saw there, not much tomorrow. Again, 10%, maybe a limited chance. But by Wednesday, we're going to have thunderstorms. We're going to have some that are strong to severe. Not every storm will be. and this is not a slam dunk severe weather risk. But we have a level 2 risk that involves all locations that watch us here in North Mississippi. What we can say is, unlike today to Wednesday, where we go a day and then we reload and have more storms, it's going to take a while longer, because as you look at these low temperatures, you can tell dry air moves in. I mean, come on. Could be upper 30s out there for early Friday morning. That means frost is a possibility. Don't plant yet. That's one of the things I always said. Mrs. Lawpon did some planting this week, and I was like, okay, do you, boo. But you can see we're warming up as we head this upcoming weekend, and while rain chances and storm chances come back by this next weekend, there's still more questions and answers around that, because that doesn't have a ton of lower level moisture by then. Okay, Gabe, it is now time for Nerdcast, part of the show. We appreciate everyone for sticking with us at this point. Here's where we decide whether or not what we just showed you is a bunch of garbage, which I don't think it's garbage. But, you know, here's where Gabe makes his pitch. So make your pitch, Mr. Maynor. What do you think?
Well, I mean, honestly, let's go best case scenario, worst case scenario real quick. I think let's go best case scenario first. The low stays south. We're going to be dealing with a very scattered, rainy afternoon that kind of eats at the energy and then limits our severe weather potential heading into the afternoon and evening. And I think that's a possibility. But again, that's best case scenario. Worst case scenario, we get that warm sector to lift north around lunchtime, and then you're looking at a destabilized zone where those storms are going to develop those individual cells and then potentially produce a few storms that might even produce a tornado. So, you know, I think both are on the table with this setup. And that's one of the things that I was assessing with this 0Z model run, is the fact that, you know, each of these runs that I'm about to show you has a different positioning on this warm sector and on the cold front. So that's the thing about it. Some ironing out that needs to get done here with these next couple of runs that kind of solidifies the positioning. And of course, we do favor some of these more than the other. But if we look at the HRRR, let me get back on that real quick. You can see that there's your warm sector, there's your cold front, and there's your individual cells. And again, this entire area is the warm sector where there's going to be a ton of warm, moist air that this is going to be able to eat into. Well, then let's pull the NAM3K, which tends to be a little bit more aggressive, but nonetheless is still one of our high resolution runs. And you can see that we have that cold front a little bit established right there towards Louisiana and Arkansas. And there's your warm sector once again. Look at the similarities real quick. So there's your NAM and there's your HRRR. Very little change in regards to the positioning of the warm sector. The interesting thing that the HRRR has compared to the NAM is the fact that these individual cells, and this is the end of our run, unfortunately, so by 6Z, by 12Z, we'll get a better alignment with that with our meteorologist Maggie McCauley, but that's where this becomes a more concerning setup. And that's where I'm curious to see if that holds true, if that holds a little bit of consistency, because like I said, the NAM3K doesn't have any of those individual cells. The strike model isn't overdoing those individual cells. So there's still some alignment that needs to happen.
They're so small. That's the thing I have a hard time with. But usually
wait.
if go ahead.
They're just happening. So let's go back on a loop here real quick.
They're just initiating. But see, they're just initiating at 0Z, right? And 0Z is 7 p.m. now with the time change. No.
Yes. No, yes. It's 6Z. It's 6 o'clock. 6 hour difference.
No, it's 7.
Oh, 7? Oh, wait. Yeah, right. You're right.
With the time change. I had to think about it. I had to really work that over my brain. Yeah, it's 7 o'clock.
There's no brain left in me. I'm sorry.
No, it's in there. Trust me. I trust you. So let's look at, we'll go to run on CAPE here in a minute, and we'll look at that in a second. I'm going to kind of do that here myself for a moment. I'm going to kind of pop it full screen for a second here. And I'm going to look at kind of the overall setup here for a moment. So again, as we talked about that system, we looked at it, the jet stream, or we looked at it, well, I guess on water vapor right before the broadcast there, the big storm system they have out toward the Baja of California. That is kicking eastward. And as it does, it kicks toward us. And that's what makes it more interesting as we go toward Thursday morning, but it's really late Wednesday evening. So this trough, this system as it comes in, this big dip you see here is going to be our weather maker. And as you'll note here on Wednesday, it gets close enough to us. We have strong winds aloft here Wednesday afternoon. If you look beneath that, again, this is our GFS model. It's not one of our highest resolution ones, but if you look closely, you can see that orange indicating that warm sector all the way up through at least most of North Mississippi. If we get storms that attach to a warm front, warm frontal storms have more beneficial shear and are more likely to produce tornadoes. So if a storm gets attached to that front, and this does happen in March from time to time, you'll get maybe 1 or 2 thunderstorms that have extra rotation with them and extra shear. So they might not necessarily look as impressive on some of our models and then end up being more impressive in real life because of that extra boost that the boundary itself gives them. So that's one of the concerns. This system does kick right on through, and in its wake, not much left behind it. If we kind of get an idea here for just a moment, looking toward the weekend storm system, by the way, where we're looking to talk about some rainfall and storms by then. As you'll see there, fuel just getting up. We have a system kind of bending out of the northwest. So that's not typically one at this angle that will be as concerning. But we'll see if that digs a little deeper. That could get more interesting. And then our overall pattern, more northwest flow. Don't really get a lot of CAPE in here until the latter part of the month. So if we get past this weekend, we get a little while off before we kind of get back to the next batch there. So I'm going to look at our Barron our strike model here to show that fuel. Again, plenty of fuel out there this evening. I'm going to make sure that this goes all the way through the conclusion of storms. So let's go 65 hours. That should get me all the way through. And so you'll notice how we still have plenty of fuel out there tonight, a more limited amount tomorrow, but it's there. We just don't have kind of the main lifting mechanism. This allows us to kind of see where the warm sector is that Gabe was mentioning, basically where we have the most unstable air in place. That's going to be the areas in yellows and orange on Wednesday. And so most locations here in North Mississippi fall into this warm sector here, where this frontal boundary is, and if it behaves more like a cold front or more like a warm front, that remains the question. That, what I just saw there, looks a lot more like a cold front in the way that comes in, moving in from the north and west. So maybe a stationary front, which obviously it's not stationary if it's moving, but that looks a lot more like a cold front than a warm front. So we will see there could be an effective warm front in there as well. And then again, look at that HRRR CAPE, the latest version that came in, again, going as far out as we can take that there. What's interesting about it is that this looks more like a warm front. So you can see how this is kind of being eaten away by a combination of storms and the cold. I would say that looks more like storms eating that away. But last couple scans, last couple hours there, watch this back here toward Greenwood. See how it starts pushing northward? Does that overcome it? And we end up with a surge with that warm front. I think that's what Gabe's talking about. So let's look at this CAPE, this convective available potential energy, and how it behaves with our meteorologist, Gabe Mainers. We're kind of looking time period there and looking how it evolves on our different models. Let's find the warm sector. Let's look at it.
Well, yeah, so this is a 6 p.m. run for each of our short-range models. And again, you're kind of getting a visual. You almost see reaching a corner right there with the warm front lifting up there towards the north, and then you get that cold front there back behind it, both of which are lifting mechanisms and both of which are possible to affect our forecast. But, you know, you're getting a visual of different ones of our short-range model runs, and some are more impressive than others. And you know, some of them do line up with what the strike model was showing. So I'm not saying that that's an impossibility, but I'm hopeful that that gets an answer here in the next 24 hours. But looking at each of these runs, and let's go over to the NAM 3K, looks much more linear. And I think the NAM 3K and the Barron model, the strike model, are lining up pretty similarly, because that is a very linear option that's kind of moving on through almost a stationary front, Matt, like you were mentioning. So if a warm sector does form, I think that's, again, allowing for that instability to climb a little bit more towards the north, whereas that stationary front, you know, doesn't allow a ton of CAPE here into the North Mississippi area. So one of the things that I was reading over there at the forecast discussion was, you know, the potential for a low CAPE, high shear environment. And so that's a unique setup because kind of today we didn't have a ton of shear, but we had a lot of CAPE. So and we got a pretty decent output of those severe storms as well. So I don't think that's impossible. I think the vertical winds are a little bit more aligned if this were to kind of get the strength and get that unstable air that it needs to potentially produce some of those rotating storms, and with the orientation that they do have, potentially tornadic storms. So I think it's more favorable for that, but I do think that there are still some limiting factors whenever we're talking about the positioning of the warm sector and how that relates to the storms that we're expecting Wednesday night or Wednesday evening into Wednesday night.
Okay, so kind of takeaway here, looking at this, and talking with our friends at North Mississippi Storm Chasers, they're again partners. We appreciate them for being such great partners with us all months of the year, much less just during the active severe weather season that obviously we're working our way into here. Talking about some of these high res models and kicking out some of the pretty impressive supercell structures on some of these close to the boundary, right? I'm looking to try to find. There's one. They're like there's one in particular who's really kicking out one. I'm trying to see if I can get a shot of it here. Here we go. So let's look at. Well, I'm gonna have to take it full screen so we can see that. So give me a moment to pull that up. We'll see if that pulls up on there like that. Nope, I'm not gonna be able to do that. So we're gonna have to bring it back in here. Hold on. Whoop. There we go. Okay, so this is kind of one of those gross models, that we look at here. Showing some of those, we're looking at Wednesday here afternoon. A few see, apparently this is why I should not just click while looking the opposite direction. Nope, come on. Oh, it's going to do that every time. That's fun. Okay, hold on. I think I need forecast loop. There we go. Now we can do this. Okay. Okay, so now we are, okay. This is Wednesday afternoon, evening. This would be 6 p.m. Wednesday. What's interesting about this, boy, that's make that get smaller. Let me try this one more time. I have a version of this that I can zoom in. I'm just gonna have to break my system to do it. So give me a second to break something. Ooh, that's fun. Nope, there we are. Okay, and let's try that again. There we are. There's the zoomed in version. See, I knew we'd get there eventually. Okay. Except I'm still going to need to step on this side here. Duke. Man, you're getting a version of us tonight, aren't you? So this is 9Z. Let's walk this back when this is more developing. So here's our broken line of storms there, 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m., where you have some of these thunderstorms a little stronger right on the boundary. There's a couple of thunderstorms out ahead. This is our RFS model. And a couple of these stronger thunderstorms try to get onto that boundary, whether it's warm frontal, whether it's cold frontal. That's concerning if that ends up happening. Let's see if I can pull up updraft helicity on this. Oh man, that's going to throw that off because we had the storms tonight and that messes up. So we're not going to get a good look at this until afterward because this makes it look like, oh, look at this. Well, this is picking up all that rotation we had from tonight's storms. So that's worthless for now. It's okay. We'll eventually be able to get that back up. Okay, Gabe. We're way past time to do this. Let's look at your weather pictures.
Okay, well, I have some honorable mentions that are not hailstones, but I do want to go over some of our top 5 hail nominations. And as you can see, one that Maggie showed earlier on today was this starfish-looking hail report. It was a very unique development that it had, and it kind of shows that water just kind of accreting there on the sides and making for a unique shape. This was one of our first hailstones over there in Monroe County. And, they're not the biggest, but nonetheless still have an impressive structure with that hailstone there in the middle and some of the rings that are almost accreting around it once again. And as you take a look there, this is one of our larger reports that were from the first half of the day. And honestly, I was almost expecting this to be the winner, about 1 inch in diameter. And that was, of course, shown with the quarter in hand. So another reason why I appreciate it is because it has a measurement. And that was really what came in handy when talking about these storm reports. And of course, our winner, and yes, I know that some of the hand pictures had arguments of being big. This one, I don't see it passing because, well, it's kind of hard to see actually looking at the monitor there behind me. If we zoom things in, you can kind of get a visual there. There's your stone, and we're talking about, a pretty good chunk, probably about 2 inches. And that's shown with the quarter underneath it, as a quarter is about 1 inch. So I do expect that this is probably the winner. And, you know, I got everything together and did not even look at a name for that. Bear with me. I'm going to find it right now. That is from Tracy in Columbus. And it makes sense. Columbus, one of our larger locations when it came to those hailstones. So that is, of course, where our winner will come out of tonight. And some of that hail showing up on the sides of the roads. This was just a really cool picture because it shows all the different elements of hail, from the snowy, icy almost look that it has. And you can see it kind of blanketing the sides of the roadways. You could tell me that's a winter day, and I think you would have an argument in my head for at least a brief moment. But no, that hail lining the sides of the roads. And then as it begins to melt, you get some of that hail fog as well. So two unique factors that come with hail. And we got to experience that tonight, again, over there in the Monroe County and Lowndes County area, where we got the highest of those hailstones. So with that being said, there's our winner. And so if you want to, actually, we'll reach out to you through email and let you guys know, or let you know how to pick up a gift card. But I appreciate the folks at True Shield Roofing for allowing that to be possible. And we really appreciate that partnership, because it does make such a difference in helping people recover from these nasty storms that we had today. All right, my honorable mentions, and we're going to start with a couple because I chose them for a reason. This is a look out there in the safe place in Pontotoc when that tornado warning was moving on through. Of course, you have the lights, you have the helmets, you have the pillows, you have everything you need, and I don't see a single window there. So doing a great job of sheltering from those storms as they moved across North Mississippi, specifically that tornado warning as it moved across North Mississippi. Although we don't expect anything touchdown, it was still a time where there was a tornado warning, and you guys did a phenomenal job. Again, did a bad job with names. I apologize for that, but nonetheless, appreciate you sending that in. Appreciate your safe place selfie. We'll always air that because we always want to give credit where people are doing what they're supposed to. Now, this was over in Thaxton as well. This was a look at where that tornado warning moved on through. And as you can see, that tree did fall onto the vehicle, showing some of the damage that occurred in North Mississippi aside from those large hail reports. And so that was one of our more significantly damaged areas on top of Columbus, with those trees going through the homes. Haven't gotten pictures of that just yet to show you guys, but nonetheless, we got a report from the EMA director and know that that did happen. This was a report of some of those rainfall totals, and this is just mind-blowing because it leads to a whole other element. We're talking 5 inches over the past 2 or 3 days, and that's a large amount of rainfall that results in this flooding that we got over there towards the, I believe, Big B area, if I remember correctly. And so that's the creek out there that is Shiloh Creek that is flooded. And on top of that, last one, this was what Matt showed near the end of our live stream, showing you the lightning strikes, basically taking out one of those power poles. So unique pictures and all of that submitted through the Mississippi Live Weather app. So as we head into this week with another severe weather threat possible, we appreciate all of our weather watchers letting us know what's happening out there in the field, and we hope that you continue to do so heading into Wednesday. And it is through the app that you're able to send those in. It's through the app that you're also able to win the $100 gift card if we do get hailstones larger than an inch. With the potential heading into Wednesday, we could see some large hail out of that as well. Just do so in a safe manner. But we're looking to give back and help you guys out in the process. So appreciate all of our weather watchers for showing up and showing out. Once again, you guys do so every single time. And yeah, continue to send those pictures in throughout the week. And again, a big congratulations to our winner there, Tracy, in the Columbus area, for submitting this picture of a very large stone. Glad you guys stayed safe. And appreciate all of our top 5 and our honorable mentions as well, Matt. But it was a active night for sure, and glad that it's finally over, and glad it ended before too deep in the night so we can actually go to sleep in a pretty calm conditions. So definitely looking better.
Absolutely. You know, I have some pictures here that came in the last couple minutes. This is not, I think, tonight. Madison was trying to figure out the timing on this, but the picture you see behind me here is in the Iuka area and occurred at some point here in the last couple of days. So I'm going to change it back over here to a window that was kind of busted out there in Iuka, either from the wind or something else. And over the course of the weekend, she thinks the wind could have been it. Again, that glass shattered away there. Sad to see that one way or another, but Madison there in Iuka sending in those shots there. And then obviously that led to some water intrusion on the inside, unfortunately. So something we definitely don't want to see again. You can share your pictures with us, as Gabe mentioned. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, will have the next update here, our broadcast tomorrow morning at 6:30 a.m., 7 and 7:30 a.m. every day. here in the Room to Room Weather Center. What she will begin to be tracking is the latest on all of the active weather that is coming for Wednesday in particular, and severe weather chances. You can check her out for the latest. Again, 6:37, 7:30 a.m. here in the Room to Room Weather Center, as she'll keep you up to date on everything that's going on with that. And appreciate her for all of her hard work and you for, again, watching her all the days of the week that you do. So our next live broadcast will be in the morning. We'll have another one again coming up tomorrow afternoon. And I realized that I hit this just a second early, and that means that that's going to pop off. So give me a second to pop that back on one more time here. Again, 6:37, 7:30 a.m. and then 5, 6, and 10 p.m. here in the Room to Room Weather Center. Mississippi Live Weather app. Make sure to download that. A weather call helps keep you ahead of any issues that we do have coming forward here. Clear it off one more time, Gabe. Anything else you want to go ahead and add? As I'll bring, I guess, back over here and bring Gabe back up in case we wrap up here. Been a long day. We've talked about a lot of stuff. Have not touched much on power outages. Gabe Maynor, nailing it, because I had blanked on that lately. Let's look at the power outages here.
Well, it's trending in the right direction at the very least. And so while we're tracking those power outages, and is still a good chunk of folks that are dealing with those outages, it was nearly 400 earlier on today, especially in that Alabama state line area. Now down to some sporadic outages of 20 to 27, but that one out there, 75 crews out there working to get that resolved there with 4 County. But we are grateful for all of the power line men and women that are out there fixing those lines and letting us know, or letting us have a sense of normalcy heading into those overnight hours. So that goes for 4 County, Northeast hard at work as well, as you can see there towards Northwest Pontotoc County, seeing numerous outages, but definitely not anywhere close to the 4,000 that were out of power just about 6 hours ago. So it shows the hardworking linemen and women that are out there, and again, we appreciate them. So grateful that we have them here in North Mississippi that are getting us back in working order and getting us back on our feet. So we're saying a prayer for all of those that are affected, but at least those without power are getting it back tonight. It's not going to be an extended time frame where we're not having power. So at least there is that with this setup.
Absolutely. Appreciate that, Gabe. And again, we want to be clear here for a moment. We're in all clear, go to bed, go to sleep mode on all this stuff here. So when I'm doing this coverage, I tend to miss some of the pictures that come in. There have been some here. I'm sure that we have shown this, but this is from the Clay Canvas area, behind Clay Canvas in Oxford, Christamine there. I mean, this is some of the flooding, and that's just some wow flooding. Now, granted, it's probably coming from the creek that you kind of see back there, but that's some sad flooding. This shot here, again, the cat. I mentioned my dog here that's in perfect tripping position, and this cat enjoying whatever was going on out there with the weather at that point. Appreciate that one coming in from Etta Pitts, sitting in that picture there. Again, it was a lot of light, a lot of rainfall, a lot of flooding sort of pictures coming in earlier this afternoon. I mean, that's pretty much everything that we had for a while there. I mean, look at these two kind of back-to-back shots, these coming from the Pontotoc city limits there of some of the flooding that they had. As you can see, just water kind of rushing down that driveway at that location there. Again, you can share your pictures. I'll pop up those QR codes where you can share your pictures with us there, but definitely the water kind of flooding around, moving around there at a fairly high rate of pace. So this is me just kind of catching and looking back here. And I know Gabe's probably everybody's shown some of these over the course of the day, but near the Pontotoc Warrior baseball field, a lot of water. Okay, Gabe, I'm sure Gabe's going to tell me as I pop up his audio behind the scenes about all of these that he has shown before that I've just missed, because a lot of times when Gabe's showing pictures, I'm looking at some other things here. You've shown all these before, haven't you?
If not all, most. Just kind of highlighting the flooding early on that we had, and then the first hailstones that we received over there towards Monroe County. And then as we've worked through the afternoon, kind of getting a few more of those reports in Lowndes County, Clay County, even got a couple of those scary looking skies that we were able to show. And
did you show this one? Jamie?
I showed a Jamie picture. What is that of? The overlays on it.
It's a drone shot.
Oh, then I have not shown that one.
So this is a drone shot. See, I found one.
Wait,
look at this.
Is that Shiloh Creek?
Dogtown looking west.
I think that's Shiloh Creek.
Why you say that?
Because they sent in a picture one of the latest ones, and it was completely flooded.
So same shot?
Same shot, but I think it was later on. If that's the same picture, I was like, I know that name Jamie rings a bell. So go to one of the latest ones.
Well, now he sent in some drone shots the last couple of days.
No, this was from tonight. So there's a drone shot that was submitted. Keep going.
This one here?
Yes. Look at my brain. It brained.
There you go. Your brained. So it might be a little later on. I don't know if that's the same creek, but
I think the other one's close to Dogtown too. So I don't know, but
okay. Well, Gabe, I think we call it a night. You got any reason not to?
No, Wednesday's reason too, so that way we can get ready for that, get a little bit of our stamina back.
Yeah. You send in those pictures. I do know that we've had a few people kind of send in a few of the last 30, 40 minutes or so. And again, so thankful to all the folks out there that sent it. We've had them from all across the region today. So just thank you guys so much for sharing your pictures with us. I don't know that I think we've seen this one. No, this is right before the 10 o'clock show. Maybe we haven't. Have you seen this one from Tupelo earlier?
Seen that.
Look at that.
Where's that at?
It says from Tupelo earlier, and I recognize that, but my brain's not. That looks more like New Albany. Because it's B&A Bank. I feel like that's 15 New Albany, but it could be wrong.
It does look like Highway 15.
But
either way,
that's a pretty good little zap, huh?
I said either way. I mean, it was 2 active areas tonight with lots of thunder. We know that here at the station. So
yeah, exactly. We're gonna have to fix that. Thanks for reminding me.
I guess our night's not over.
It's never over, Gabe. Never over. Okay. Well, y'all have a great night. Again, our next live broadcast will be tomorrow. It's going to be at 6:30 a.m. Maggie will be updating that Wednesday forecast for severe weather. And then we'll both be back 5, 6, and 10 tomorrow. Keep it here for the latest. And thank you so much for supporting us here on Mississippi Live Weather.
People tell me how lucky my daughter is to have been adopted. But really, we're the lucky ones. Learn more at adoptuskids.org.
Even though Gabe grew up in Alabama, Mississippi has now become his home and his family. And one thing about Gabe is he keeps his family safe.